in their cars because they are afraid of getting ratted out or droned by these forces. So there are people inside Iran that are pointing out where these people are at so that they can overthrow them. That is happening right now.
So this happening that does not answer my question about how many forces you need to occupy the country.
So neoliberal, in theory you're correct. We would need like millions and millions of people. But if you look at, just to be a player advocate here, if you look at what we've done in Iraq, like when we took Baghdad over, we just took Baghdad and we took the main center of Baghdad, the downtown, basically, where the epicenter, we called it the green zone, right? And so they can go in and they can, take Tehran, take the nuclear site in Asfahan and Natanz, whatever. They can take these places out. They don't have to occupy the whole entire country. But it's a suicide mission, basically.
Yeah, let's think of this. If you occupy those things, what happens to the 10%, 15% of the population, which gives you millions of people? Let's say 30% of that is willing to fight, right? Or 20%, which still gives you millions of people, right? Are going to become what the United States would call the terrorists, right? The resistance fighters. Which have levels of asymmetric capability that Iraq is not the environment for.
Absolutely. Iraq and Iran is totally different.
Yeah.
But in theory,
no, I'm not saying that the United States can't occupy parts of the country. I'm saying whatever the United States can occupy is not enough to guarantee the security of the Strait of Hormuz. That's my point.
Right. Okay. So no, I was responding to your primary question, which is, hey, how many troops will it take to occupy the whole entire state of Iran? And I'm just saying that you don't need to occupy the whole entire state of Iran. You can occupy strategic parts.
You do if you're gonna guarantee the Strait of Hormuz. That's where it was coming from, right? You do need to occupy the whole country to guarantee the security of Strait of Hormuz.
You can occupy the southern part of the whole entire southern part of the Hormuz.
Insurgents take the other non-occupied parts. Then
yeah, it is going to be, that's what I'm saying. In theory,
how is that environment, Strait of Hormuz is going to be secure?
So if you look at the topography of that region, right? The Strait of Hormuz is in the southern part of the country, right? If you look at that topography, it is rough freaking ground. It means that I don't want to use the word terrorists, but fighters, they can just slip into cracks and crevices and continually cause havoc in that canal. Like you don't need two people, one person with the right weaponry who can continually cause havoc in that canal. And you would have to deploy your troops in that region, in that southern region. You would have to deploy troops in that whole rim. If you guys look at the map, you'll see. Like, look at it up close. That's the open though.
There's breaking news. There's breaking news just in relation to this topic right here. Qatar has now expelled all Iranian military from Qatar immediately. So, well, in fact, they lost a key ally.
Wasn't an ally anyway, already.
Wait, what?
Iranian. Yeah, I'm worried about Russia, not the top on that.
So, Russia? So, do you not understand the significance of that? Neil, why don't you, since you know coming to rewind,
Like, break it down for us. You know, so break it down. Please break that down, brother. Thank you.
How long have they been attacking Qatar?
Subject matter experts, someone can better speak on that.
from day one.
I mean, it's just an overview. Yeah, just give us, please.
Anyway, let's switch it.
I mean, yes, I agree. Since day one, I mean, they expelled it. That's a normal they're like kind of acting like as spies for all these empty drones, right? They tell them all their locations and stuff like that. So in time of war, you definitely expect, oh, we're gonna kick all the Iranians out for sure, because they are the eyes and the ears for these drones.
It's better than concentration camps.
Yeah. So yeah, you would expect that, but I mean, the Gulf states right now having a lot of pressure on Donald Trump and the U.S. It's just because they don't want a war. They don't want war with Iran, right? And their economy is going to collapse right away. And Iran says, anybody who hit us, we're going to hit everybody. So we make sure nobody eats at all. That's the way they think. You're not going to be selling oil, and we're not going to be selling oil. So that's how.
You heard about that? Are you sure the Saudis didn't want this war?
100%.
No, I'm just asking this. Why did they build a pipeline to the Red Sea?
That's a risk mitigation.
When you say who built the pipeline, who built that
The
pipeline?
Saudis.
Let me help Randall out. He's out of there. Saudi Arabia built a pipeline across the country to the Red Sea. And it happened to open in March. It's now pumping oil. It just moved 14 million, or not 14 million, I'm sorry. It's moving 4 million barrels a day. It's got a capacity to get it to 7 million barrels per day. So they don't have to use the strait. Why did they build that? If they want to sell something.
So my question, thank you for that information. So 7 million, okay. But let me ask you a question. Was there a coalition that helped in that effort? What other countries helped construct that? Like who's involved with that, the construction?
So we did a rumor said decades.
Well, let me tell you why I can, because that tells us who is going to have interest in that region. That's why it's not complicated. Okay.
Let's answer his question, Neoliberal. Saudi Aramco built it. The Saudis built it.
Just remember, before this war and before all this Abraham Accord and everything else, Saudi Arabia and Iran, they used to be mortal enemies, right? Like they don't like each other. They're Sunni versus Shia. We know that. They built this pipeline in case of they go to war with Iran themselves. Not the Americans, not the Israelis. That's their pipeline for them. That's for them to export oil to maintain their economy. But right now, Iran is lashing out on everybody. And as I said earlier, if Iran is not going to eat, nobody's eating on that region. So right now, and I heard before also, it's like, oh, the Americans want the Gulf state to go war with Iran, so they can sell us more weapons, and they can have, we will buy even more weapons, and this war is never gonna be ending. So the Gulf states, not because they cannot defend themselves, they don't want a war with them. They don't want a war with Iran. They don't want no problem. They don't want no smoke. So they just want their economy. Their economy hinges on oil. Period. There's no tourism. Tourism, this is a sideshow. They just want oil. Their facility is getting attacked left, right, and center. So that's where the situation is.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that breakdown. Okay, I'll take it from here. But thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Like I was saying, in order for them to secure that location, all they need to do is break it up to maybe 3 or 4 different spots, and in each location you install a maniacal dictator that's gonna really put the hammer down on everybody in order to crush all of the potential insurgencies that might happen. No, America does it. America does it. I've done it several times.
KCO installed Age of Empires from 1988.
sign what you. I am just trying to bring to our attention that this is not a people who just appeared out of the blue like 200 years ago. This is a people of a civilization that has existed for a very long time.
I think that existed before 1776, yes or
Yes.
okay.
Mute up.
And they're not like some despot that just took over power and all of a sudden this new country developed and they said that. No, you're talking about a generation of people who have conquered regions, who have expanded, who come from dynasties. It means they have the ability to withstand long conflicts.
Revolutions in the past 100 years ago.
Okay, their history means they can withstand long conflicts. And if for you, it's the economy collapsing in week 2, week 3, then you are going to be forced to withdraw. And the reason a lot of countries are asking this conflict to end is because they cannot sustain themselves if the conflict continues. It's going to bring the economy to a standstill. But for the Iranians, they will continue to exist. This conflict, this is a blip in their history, a blip, like just one line. Okay? I also want people to see what's happening in Iraq. Iraq went through the Gulf War, all right. Iraq-Iran war, all these conflicts it went through. And guess what's happening now? After the US went in there, broke it into pieces, it's busy trying to rebuild itself. Do you think Iraq is finally at peace?
Yeah, but to be fair to Trent, right, Trent, Iraq is also a centuries-old civilization, right, Trent?
Do anything. So is the non-Malikians. I mean, like, okay.
You think Iraq is a century?
It doesn't mean that they can't have a revolution. They change the government. They change
Thank you for confirming it. You think Iraq is 1,000 years old civilization?
more than that.
Like more than 1,000 years. Oh, Iraq is 5,000.
Oh, Iraq? Who?
Yes, Iraq.
I mean, you talking about how many people have been there? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, Iraq as a civilization. It's an ancient civilization, right?
Yeah,
The cradle of civilization.
I don't know when it started.
Right. You don't know where the Iraq started? Okay, where does the name of Iraq come from?
I don't know.
Right. Iraq, it didn't exist as a civilization in history until the British carved up the territory and called it Iraq.
Actually, the name Iraq is like questionable. Nobody knows why they call it
Yes.
Iraq.
Yes, so Trump, thank you for confirming you don't know anything about the Middle East. Iraq is not a 1,000-year-old civilization, Trump.
Okay, fine. What's the point? We're talking about Iran, and I said Iran has had three revolutions in the past 100 years.
Yeah, but Trent, so the last one, do you understand the circumstances of it in the late 70s?
Yeah, we're talking about the overthrow of the Shah?
Correct.
Yeah, I understand. The Shah was a brutal dictator, so he got things propped up. Yeah.
So the person that said that about Iraq, right? Given that we know history is told by the winners, and you said that Iraq is not a real country, how do we know it's not one of those lost civilizations that we don't have history for?
Yes, we do. Iraq was used to be called Kemet, and that's Iraq.
I thought Kemet is part of Iraq? What?
Yeah?
Yeah, that's new to me, but
What are you talking about?
It was a part of the Persian Sasanian Empire.
Kemet as in ancient Egypt?
I can't believe you're following this.
And Mesopotamia.
I can't control it. I can't be confident because I can't believe it.
What is wrong with that? conflict with Iraq happened, essentially, the U.S. believed, oh, we're removing Saddam, we've changed the history of this country, it's going to become something else now. Nope. Iraq is not currently stable. Okay? Iraq is not currently stable. In fact, the
It's better than it was 20 years ago.
the U.S. had held during the former Prime Minister, what's his name? What's the Prime Minister's name?
Which one?
Sorry.
That the U.S. was excited about. Saddam.
Oh. Jesus, I don't remember.
Okay, so I'll find the name. But anyway, so he was brought in, right? And I think he had been educated in the West. And sadly, he's not the one currently running things. He has become more Shia aligned. Okay? Iraq is actually in crisis. In fact, one place that would easily fall is Iraq and Bahrain. He has now become more Shia aligned. And so the US now doesn't even want him back in that administration. And then there is another leader. Iraq is existing in splinters. I just want you all to know it's splinters.
Is it better off than it was 20 years ago?
Oh, we are going back to 20 years ago. Like it's actually a whole mess. It's not fully stable.
But is it better off than it was 20 years ago? Yes or no?
Than when it was under Saddam.
Yeah,
No.
23 years ago. 23 years ago. Under Saddam, yes.
No.
Oh, wait, so do people live better lives now or no?
No.
Has the economy grown significantly? Yes or no?
Oh,
You see maybe corn out there?
I will have to check.
Yeah, it's significant. I've looked it up. It's significant.
As we speak today, no, hold on.
No, don't compare it against the old lady. Compare it against how it used to be. It's just a change.
No,
It's just
it's
a
not.
change.
It's not.
You're going to compare it against the old lady. It's not sunshine and rainbows there every day. So it's not.
Track record of including leaders. Like, we are failing. Why do we think that now we're going to be able to do something right? This has been a shit show.
That's not what we're talking about.
Government be destabilized. We have been seeing the person who we put into power fuck up.
Iraq was well built. Iraq was well developed. We came and we destroyed Iraq to level zero. This is what we did. We actually came and we leveled Iraq to the ground. Iraq was well built. It had structures and everything. We came and we destroyed it to the ground, level zero. It now has had to start from the ground upwards. But sadly, the political system is not well structured, meaning they are existing as breakup parts. Okay? And so they are more likely to go back into another internal conflict because it's not fully stable. Like the leadership, the structure isn't really there.
So Miriam, you're right. Like, if you just look at the modern history of Iraq, right? Saddam Hussein was the instigator with Iran war, and that started back in the early 80s. It goes for 8 years of war. Iran and Iraq bombarding each other left and right and center the whole entire 80s. 88, it's over. He takes a breather for 2 years. Saddam Hussein goes and invade Kuwait. Desert Storm. 32 allies bomb the shit out of him. We know Saddam is a tyrant. We all agree on that. Destabilize Iraq even more. 1991, the Americans left. 8 years later, until 2003, right? George Bush Jr. goes in again for another 20 years. So the country of Iraq, it's been a history for the past 25 years, plus even 30 plus years. It's been on war. You cannot assume that countries prosper. When you ask the question, CEO say, is it better or worse? The people of Iraq have been in war since 1980. So how do you expect the country to prosper or live better? And they've been living under war, either by Iran, by the US, by neighboring countries, whatever it is. They've been down bad, and now this conflict comes up. And again, they don't want to be involved into this. So I just
their Kurds who
Yeah, 4,000, yes,
plus
4,000.
they are Shia. They have a large population of Shia who hate the American occupation. There is a term there I want people to get: hate the American occupation. And therefore, for those ones, it's really, we have to get these Americans out of our country. We will continue to bomb whenever we get a chance, and we will never be fully stable until they're out.
Yeah, I mean, the GDP per capita has gone from $938, I can't believe that, to $5,800. And the population has gone from 25 million to 47 million over the last 23 years. Those are two things that indicate the country's better off.
Sorry, there is global population growth. Are you going to assign global population growth rates?
2x. 2x. It's been 2x over the last 23 years. They are living globally. It's been 2x. And the GDP 6x. Is that normal as well?
Exactly. Are you comparing the previous GDP growth?
2002 versus 2025.
Why not the rest of the history of the world?
What year do you want me to go back to? Go ahead. Tell me.
Well, he did modernization, didn't he? I don't remember it off the top of my head, but he did modernization, education.
All right, I'll compare 1979 to 2002. That's what I'll do.
The biggest thing.
No, but how are we going to compare that when the country was at war during that war period?
He asked me for doing a comparison. He said I didn't compare it enough.
Easy to develop.
It's been a war since 2002 as well.
Let me explain to you what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that when we enter in with these ideas of revolutionary plans or whatever it is, the path these countries go through is very long and very destructive. And some of them don't fully recover. Okay? And so Iraq hasn't fully recovered. It hasn't become stable. It is operating, yes, but it still has conflict within.
It was stable before. It was stable in 2002. That you were calling stability. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's stable.
And so the people live better lifestyles then? The people there lived a better lifestyle?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Before or after the war?
2002.
Before the war.
No, because of sanctions that killed half million Chechen.
Correct. There were sanctions. Correct. There were deep economic sanctions.
And what
Of
is
course. Correct. My point is they're better off now than they were in 2002. I'm glad you're honest about it.
Miriam, that is better. So Miriam, this is first. Yeah. So you want to tell me that like waste of million life and like total collapse of society for one generation eventually give you better GDP. That is your calculus. That is the success for you.
I asked a simple question. Is it better off now than it was in 2002? That was it.
I think it's worse because until 2017 you have like ISIS that is basically going raping and cutting out the heads in Iraq. So you can cherry pick like 2025 or 2017, 2022, but you need to look overall picture. Iraq was one of the most stable countries until 90s. Education rose and literacy rates rose from 20% to 90%. University rose, healthcare rose, and so on and so on.
Okay, so what was the golden year? What was the golden year? Tell me the golden year. 1988. What's the golden year?
Probably like between 70s and 80s.
Alright, so give me a year. 1984 or what? Like what year? Give me a year.
The 70s.
Why don't you look at decades?
Yeah,
1979? What?
Are you looking for a precise? Are you
What is happening?
I'm just looking to measure. I'm just looking to measure the
Why don't you extend your inquiry to a slightly longer period of time than a year?
It's a real simple question. Chris, it's a real simple question. You ain't gotta look it up. Is Iraq a better place without Saddam Hussein in the Ba'athist? It's a real simple question.
That's not the comparison. The comparison is the trend line and the growth rate of Iraq as a country.
No.
With all of the, let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The comparison, if you're actually making normal comparison, right, is a trend line growth without sanctions, without interference by the United States, right, without the first and second war, right, to the trend line growth in the, let's say, last 10 years, whatever.
Well, I have an answer.
So if it is off trend, right, or on trend.
Before you do
Well, I have an answer per capita. So in 1979, the GDP per capita was $4,200. In 2002, it was $900. So it went down about 75%. And then in 2025, it's 5,800.
Okay.
So it went down 72%.
Okay, why?
I understand the why. I get that. I'm debating the whys.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
I'm not debating the whys.
Why is very simple, Igor. It's very simple.
No, it's not simple because you don't understand.
The why, no, I do know. The why is because it was controlled by a dictatorship that wanted to go to war.
Okay,
That's why.
Okay, I understand, and you're right. Just for a second. So my question is check what was the average GDP per capita in 70s that you look for Iraq, and then compare it to it, because the GDP per capita basically rose in the last 50 years immensely, right? So you can't compare it they have 40, whatever the number you said, I forgot, sorry. 4K, right? Now they have 5K, but now...
No, I said it was 900 in 2002, though. That was the important.
But
in 2002, it went down to 900.
Yeah, I understand, but you said that in 70s was 4K, right?
Yes.
And now it's 5K, yes.
Correct.
So my point is...
5,800, yeah.
Yeah, my point is that, in the 70s, global average per capita was much smaller than today, right? So we need to take that into account.
No doubt it was better off in 79 than it is today. No doubt, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's better off in 79. Yeah, but we were comparing to 2002. Why do we?
No, but 2002, the conflict had already happened.
Yeah, I think it's in January, so we need to
Yeah.
watch it before now.
We were just having different conversations.
After the
Okay, fine.
Still, you can't create conditions on the ground that are shitty and then compare the shitty consumption to the recovery from the shitty
Sure you
consumption.
can. Was I better off 20 years ago than I am today? Were you? I mean, these are simple
You
questions.
sanctioned me, bombed me, destroyed everything.
Then you're having some other
It's just a
conversation that was in the room.
No.
Okay, then why are you injecting the conversation in the room that is talking about the prevention and the
Because that's part of the intervention part.
So your point is that intervention caused greater above trend growth and prosperity for the Iraqi people that they would have had otherwise without the intervention. Is that your
Correct.
That you're incorrect on your own numbers?
From 2002 to 2025.
No, but you can't use
I'm not going back previously.
No, you can't use 2002 because the Gulf had already happened. It had already been
And sanctions
affected.
and all that, yeah.
And sanctions.
Okay, my bad. Let me make it simple. The intervention in 2000. I'm only talking about the intervention in 2003.
That doesn't work.
That's the only comparison.
They proved that
Hey,
intervention.
well, y'all just make a different argument. That's fine.
Y'all get the war.
It's cool. You make a different argument. No, you're just making a
Okay,
different
let's go on.
argument.
You have
Yeah.
I think we all agree. I think we
compare like how Middle East was looking like in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and how it looks now, right? And then we can make the comparison. Our intervention was not successful or not, right? Economic education, family debt, and stuff like that. So that is only, I think, fair comparison to
But I understand this desire to reduce it to numbers, but it's really easy to tell when it's not, right? Because you had ISIS.
I know, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's,
Like,
yeah.
that just disproves all the points. You can't have ISIS and good education, development, all of this other good stuff, right? While there is ISIS.
I agree.
That is true. I think, and I am wondering even maybe perhaps the issue here is how many people fully understand the region and its history. Because when conflicts like this happen, people jump in responding and creating their own theories of what happened and how America is the champion for changing anything and making lives better. When you study it, you get to realize that the interventions haven't been fruitful for a lot of countries, you know, and that a lot of them are still suffering, like it's long term.
Well, Miriam,
You can just look at how many refugees, you can even just look at this to even refugee programs, because countries that end up on those lists and accepted into US, it's always related to some conflict that the US had something to do with.
well, Miriam, just like Iran said back in the day, every champion was once a contender that refused to.
About to block you. I'm about to block all y'all.
Because I'm first.
Yeah, I should have been blocked too. Shame. Shame.
Wait, so is the totally flying theory no longer in effect for America?
Oh yeah, we breaking everything. We ain't paying for shit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you even just go to what we are doing in Venezuela, we're just going to be fucking up some things. That's what we're doing. I mean, Neil, I played the clip earlier on, but did you see that clip of the committee member, the head of the committee for Treasury, questioning the secretary about the Venezuelan accounts? Listen, they were questioning Percent about the accounts, the Venezuela accounts. And so I played it early on, and basically, Scott asked him, you know, under what authority the president's executive order states you are the one handling the accounts for Venezuela, and you will be deciding on how to disperse that when they require funds. And he was asked, under what authority are you doing that? Because you can only do that if the country is at war. And when it's at war, you're allowed to use the IEEPA, which is an asset. So when countries are on conflict and it's a war, what happens is the US sanctions them and then sets an account at the treasury for that country, and all funds that are found to have to do with that country are kept there. And those funds are used for reconstruction projects. The US is currently controlling Venezuela funds, and there is one account that is in Qatar. Venezuela has to request money from that fund, and the US approves it, and apparently the Secretary of the Treasury is the one in control of that, and he is clueless about the executive order. He kept saying that he's given authority under the IEEPA, but the country's not at war, and if it's not at war, you can't use the IEEPA to control the funds of that country. And then the other question he was asked was, okay, so this money, first off, it's in an account that we have no idea how it's moving. Like, there is no transparency on what your department is doing with that account. Secondly, you are going to pay funds to Venezuela, and this is still the regime. You haven't changed the regime is still in place. And so the concern was corruption. That's still going to continue. If it was about, these funds are going to go to development projects, the regime is still there. There are no development projects that are going to happen. What exactly are you doing and what's happening with that fund? And he said, we think we're going to audit it. But under which authority? Which authority are you using to withhold those funds? And so now no one knows what's happening with the Venezuela account, who is really controlling it, because it's not in the state treasury. If it's in the treasury accounts, it's under the US government authority. But it is in Qatar, with Trump and his people deciding when they disperse funds to Venezuela or not. And Venezuela regime is still in place, and so if the concern is corruption, it's still going to go into that place. So what exactly are we doing there?
Sanction evasion from US owned sanctions?
So why should sanctions them? Yeah, but how is life going to get better for the Venezuelans? Like, this is an intervention that just happened. It's to quote unquote make life better, and these funds, this belong to the Venezuelans. But yet the funds are going to be paid to the same regime. How is that helping make life better for Venezuela?
As opposed to what? Where else would they get paid in?
CEO, if the issue was that this regime is corrupt, the regime is still in town.
How do you think they got the information to take him out?
What do you mean?
Forget it. I'm good.
They
You got it.
No, they did that.
They don't have anybody in there that's friendly to the United States. You're right, there's nobody friendly to the United States. You're right, you're correct.
The way they got in, there was a bounty. No, hold on, CEO, there was a bounty. The people who outed him say they haven't yet been paid. That the US hasn't even paid them for giving details of his exact positions.
What's the measurement for you being wrong there? I'm just curious. Like, so a year from now, what can we look at a year from now that would determine if you were right or wrong?
Actually,
Give me a measure or two.
do you mind sharing, Miriam? But do you mind sharing, Miriam, what source you're citing for that?
I will even play it for you.
Thank you.
CEO, it's not about a measure of right or wrong. It's that
It's about a feeling then?
No. What do you mean? These funds are being distributed by the CEO thing. You know how to
I'm just asking, how do we know a year from now whether it was a good thing or not? I'm just asking for a measurement. What, just give me one.
Just pick something arbitrary, right?
Just be accountable to something. Are you unwilling to be accountable, or are you just...
Are you asking if Venezuelans are able to actually get pharmaceutical drugs and they're able to buy things in the stores? That would be a measure of success.
That's a measure of life.
So loud, I can hear your voice in myself, so turn it down, please. You break my brain. Thank you.
Didn't Venezuela just win like the baseball World Series or something?
Yes, they won that last night.
So that's the basement of
There's a measurement versus that.
Yeah, so there you go.
There you go, you got it.
That wouldn't have happened otherwise. They were very
Let
motivated.
me play the clip, okay? You guys hear it?
No.
Can you hear it?
No.
What? Earlier on it worked. Okay, hold on. Let me change my volume to, okay, it's on music mode. Alright, it's on music mode. Let me go in there and
January 9th executive order said that those funds are the sovereign fund of Venezuela. Directed you, the Treasury Secretary, to hold those assets in custody to facilitate disbursements, transfers as directed by the Secretary of State. I've gone through the 91 specific trusts that you have the statutory authority to oversee. None of those have any relationship to Venezuelan oil. So can you help us understand under what statutory authority is Treasury relying
sorry, I was looking at you.
No, it's okay.
It just like made me mad, sorry.
It's okay. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. I was just messing with you.
Brother, you keep talking like that. I'm coming over to take over your Chicago, okay?
I believe you're already here, man. Yeah. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm sorry.
My phone broke. What's going on?
You good? We can hear you.
Oh, who can hear who?
What you got?
I got my phone broke too. There you go.
Low news day.
Yeah, because they gave me stupid ass confirmations. I don't understand. I'm sitting here watching this Mullen guy. What a Mullen. They just gonna sit there and vote him right on and fall for the same dumbass trick. Like he's saying all this stuff. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I definitely am. No, I'm not gonna lie anymore. No, I'm gonna take her side. Oh sugar. Bull sugar. He's gonna do everything that whatever the administration wants him to do. Period.
To tell the lie, the whole lie, nothing but the lie.
So help you. Hello? I don't know. Do you ask like God to help you with that?
First lady, I have a question. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Brother.
The outfit that you're wearing in your PTR, is that celebration of the Mario movie that's coming out April 1st?
Mario. I knew that things they say.
Luigi Mario? No?
Not anything, he's a green Mario, brother. I mean, who knows what brother? You know, I understand he has a bunch of little ones, so that's where his mind is. I haven't seen that movie come out, so I don't think that was the angle. But,
No, it just made me think of,
no, it's okay. You just like the color and how it looks on me, and I appreciate that.
it's a great, yes, those are great colors. God bless.
God bless. Movie. Brother?
Oh, I definitely am. One of my fake children had the day off yesterday, so we went to go see Hoppers, and that was a good movie.
I was gonna Okay. Y'all didn't tell the other children?
No, well, one is a baby. The other, he went to his friend's house, which means that he was just in the program on the computer.
Okay, I was just making sure, you know, other kids be feeling left out, like, why you just took him and not me?
But do you get St. Patrick's Day off over there?
I don't think that's why, at least they don't say it. It was staff development, and then you have,
I'm in Chicago, of course, but look at Irish.
yeah, you know, so it just happens to be a staff development day. And then we have a whole day off for report card pickups. And so, they have the day off with the teacher and everything.
I like my shit for brother. Left by the school.
Oh yeah, no, they don't do that. They take the whole day off, and the parents come and pick them up, and then with the teacher. Yeah.
Okay. I had to do that. I used to leave my shit in class all the time.
No, that's how you get whooped. There was no Legion report cards. It actually didn't matter because I would have to get written updates of my grades to my parents.
I was trying to do regular report cards, girl. You just log in and see the kids' stuff, ain't it?
No, you get at least here, you still get a piece of paper.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not, it looks like a printout. It looks like a printout. It's all concise. Yeah.
Yeah, we do both because people don't believe that, yes, there are people in this world that don't have internet, don't have a printer at home, and don't have access to these things. So they do both.
And I have phones. Shit.
I mean, look, you'll be surprised what goes on.
Amish?
Yeah, you'll be surprised. All right, they got a phone, but they still won't log in to see the shit, though. It's there, and it goes home with the kid.
That's all
It goes home. It goes home with the kid, and it's there.
That makes sense.
Don, how you doing?
Well, curse somebody out, Odie. Good.
I said, I'm trying to think back.
Oh, yeah, Corleo.
You're not talking.
You're
Not talking today.
Man, this young man, Trump, is requesting $200 billion for the Iranian war. That's $200 billion.
They got all them stems with that money. America's corruption is on full display.
Tax Nooble's here. Okay. No, Ben, I was trying to introduce you to Tax Nooble. I think he's a better representation of Nigerians than Odie is. I think we should.
No, seriously. See, you can't even talk about Nigeria. You don't know.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Like you're among the Christmas Nigerians, man.
Nah, for real, I told Tax Nooble about this when he came through. I respect it.
Yeah, right.
Here the other day. Yeah, he was here the other day, and there was a young man that was down on his luck, and Tax Noble told him to message him. I don't know if he did. I don't know how that story turned out. The young man allegedly had degrees in accounting and was also was in the textile industry, if I remember correctly. And so, Tax Noble, are you there? Did that young man reach out to you? Did you hook him up? I guess he's not talking. All right, carry on.
I think he be stepping away from his phone sometimes.
It was a nice trip.
That's just running something. That's just right.
Me?
No, that's C token.
The shade, yeah. Yeah, no. Hey, what's going on?
That's just right. Why you changing your name, say?
No, there's two shades in the Nigerian spaces, so I put old shade, so
Okay.
I'm on Clubhouse.
Oh.
No, but there's two
I'm just
shades
trying to
in
have a Nigerian battle. Why you gonna say he better than Odie?
No, I was saying his takes are very informative in the Nigerian spaces.
Shade department. I'm just trying to get.
I like how Odie
riled up.
I'm not trying to get Odie riled up.
You are.
Tax movement.
Hurricane is my ultimate favorite Nigerian.
Oh,
And then Odie.
Hurricane don't be in the Nigerian spaces though.
I'm talking about.
That's because
Hurricane is awful.
Nigerians are crazy people.
Say that about Hurricane. Both names? Awful. When they come to see you, what's up with doing?
Family members you don't fuck with. I remember.
You got family members they don't fuck with. I ain't the only person.
Yeah, I'm talking shit. Keep it.
Bonnie, you still trapped in the wine cellar?
Yes, because I could never put on my green dress again. So here we are.
Ma'am, I can apologize.
And I don't accept. Okay. I mean, I don't have to. So
You already have.
move on. I haven't.
You did. You already did. Thank you. Can't take it back.
Y'all, this man told me I looked like I was going to prom with TC. Oh, I remember.
That was nasty, Bert. That was nasty, Bert. Because the way he dressed for TC and then that pecan bun, and then you came there with your green. He was like, look like y'all went to prom together. Shut up! What are you talking? That was nasty.
Oh my God, I'll never forget. Ever.
I think he discriminates against green. Because he just picked him up out of nowhere. He just told me to meet you.
That's why I said.
What's wrong with the man?
Don't know. Do not wear green, my brother. That's nothing. The other day, Ben accused me of shopping at Rainbow. I was worse. Okay, it's nothing worse than that.
No, actually, it wasn't even shopping. He said something about the credit. He said you couldn't get credit. That was even worse.
I didn't even want to bring it. They got the best little t-shirts. Then what is it? What, 3 for 15 or something? The little undershirts, you get long sleeve, they come in all different.
Please don't make brothers start laughing at me.
You gotta stop.
I mean, this man was turning on the waterworks and everything. He's sitting up here crying. Oh my legs.
He's just done that before, and that shit is hilarious. It's
His
absolutely.
steak is a $12 bill. You hear me?
He was so fake serious. Oh, I was like, who do you think? Like, is he? Like, who is scared of this?
He said he couldn't apologize to Freddie's family because the investigation is ongoing.
Oh.
He can offer an apology. Oh. Did they confirm him? So I have something to be mad about tomorrow. Let me know. So I get my hanging out tonight. Because I got a meeting tomorrow. Did they confirm him? Or when is the confirmation go in effect? Like when do they have that What is she even screaming about? She said swimming. She said, First Lady, come on down here and come swimming with me. She want me to go swimming in the pond with her.
We got the lake.
Did you say that? No what?
You swimming in a lake up, darn it. Everything out here. We love to get the lake. You at the lake?
Y'all jumping from the ropes? Y'all on that corner just feeding. Y'all ain't shit either. Y'all on the corner?
We ain't swimming like we on the boat today, man. On that flat boat today. Let me tell you.
Just what happens if your room fall in the lake?
First of all, you shouldn't be talking on the phone around the water anyway. I'm going to need to phone. Out there with that whole thing.
Okay. Signal a little bad on the lake. You breaking up on the lake.
Pontoon boat out here, so that's the kind of boat you want. It's flat, sturdy, you can stand up and fish. That's the kind of boat you want. Not fast, that's what you want.
Wait, you fishing on the lake? What kind of fish they got?
Yeah, it's fishing out here.
What kind of fish?
Divine, you're literally the devil. I just want you to
I don't eat lake fish. I like my fish from the sea, but what kind of fish they got in the lake?
Fish, you know what I'm saying? And things like that. I mean, you're not going to get beautiful fish like what you would get up north, which I have fished up north, and that fish is absolutely splendid up in the northern part of the United States. It's a lot better than what you get out here, but I'm telling you, if you can get some catfish, I'm telling you, maybe a bottom feed of fish may not be what folks are looking for, but you get a lot of meat on that kind of fish, and it'll fill you up. You know what I'm saying? That's something. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Meat on that fish.
All the damn time. That's why.
My fish with a lot of meat on it.
Are you in Lake Warm Lake or you on? We're out here in Lake. Which is just one of the name of the damn
Pictures in the quiet table. Say that, man. Yes.
Patty said, you better play some newsreels or something. Sorry, the gate was open. I just closed it. We got it back. We got it back.
It took too long to close the gate. I'm sorry. Okay, well,
With the
like, Jesus, I can't. That's Trent. Trent, that's not private. We don't care.
Oh, okay. She can answer. Absolutely.
That's a great word out here. Y'all tripping.
I told her. Oh, Lake Work. Yeah, Lake Work. Thank you, Ed.
I'm telling y'all can get catfish and crap.
Everybody going on.
Okay, we get it.
Now, Ashley, do you eat crappie? Do you catch crappie? Or are you looking for catfish?
Brother, we hate you too.
You can get something from that, but I really prefer catfish just simply because the catch you get more out of it.
I agree.
You know, we crappie, not that you couldn't, but you gotta get a lot more on the pan to feed a lot more people. We like to do everything big around here. Catfish can grow as big as you, buddy.
Fishy and disgusting.
Well, it's not bad. Give it a chance.
Bonnie, how was she? Bonnie, check that. Hold on.
I don't know. She's not. In Georgia, big cash. You do remember you got two chocolate crowds. I'm not in Georgia in my blood. That's what I say. I'm in my ancestral home. That shit is disgusting. Okay, now with y'all. Get your ancestral. I said it was an acquired taste, and it's disgusting to me. You acquired it.
You like that old ass salmon, don't you?
I'm not a fish eater.
You all not big on fish. Black people fuck you.
Yeah, brother.
Who's that? Who said that? Wait. Imagine on him? Good night.
Yeah. You just wanted to say nonsense. It's people they are obsessed with black people. You know, I know that y'all want to be black, but it ain't never gonna happen. So don't try to bully us because you ain't come out the right color. Somebody tell y'all to be born to the wrong candidates.
See that little fat white boy, white rapper talking about I'm a white N-word, and I can say the word, and every other word is the N-word. He got a whole video.
Oh, sorry. My goddamn mind on his post.
You know how y'all
No, we from down college. Yeah.
First of all, Bonet, the only reason why first of all, I love New Orleans, so I would never come to New Orleans. But you gonna start trying me like you from Texas. If you really want it, no, what the fuck you got going on? You acting like it at all. You act like it. You acting like it right now. You want some shit. You better stop it.
How do we act? We're pretty cool.
Oh God! You want some Mickey shit. You better stop right now.
I put the link in the chat. The song is called White N-Word. He counting money, he got trucks and jewelry, and he's like, I can say the word, and I'm this and I'm that. Yo, he's wild. So if you want to hear it, go on.
When I heard that Jack Harlow Monica album is like him really trying to say my nigga. That's what I heard. I can't confirm what they lied, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, the video's hilarious. I can't even take it serious.
I believe the New Yorkers. Y'all the ones who look how this non-black free nigga. Not too much of New York. It's true, y'all.
Always when it comes to us, like I ain't even nobody white saying nigga, so I can't.
I said non-black.
I don't even know what that's talking about.
I said non-black.
The Texans have the Latinos calling black people nigga.
They learned from y'all. Y'all
at my kid's school, at a high school. And I was walking, and somebody said, "Man, these niggas out here ain't about shit." And I turned around because I was like, and they were all Mexican kids, and they were talking to each other. So yeah,
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
They learned that from the
Dominicans and Puerto Ricans being black. What the fuck?
I'm talking about the non-black ones. Keep up.
Wait, Trent, you didn't swear.
California, look, Laotians and Cambodians and some other
They sure do. I ain't got shit to do with it, because we don't fuck with the West Coast. Y'all been doing that shit. We just, you heard it on the video, and now you want to be up your arms. They been fucking saying nigga everywhere.
They say it all the time. It's very vernacular.
Yeah. But they're just want to be like us so bad.
Yeah, they don't call black people niggas, or they don't say, but they will call each other niggas all the time. And I'm like,
all the time.
It's fine. It's not a pejorative term. You just
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh my God.
Trent, you don't swear. You don't think that bitch won't say that shit in my face?
Why? Brother, nor would you.
I'm not the one saying that on Clubhouse.
I'm definitely not telling them kids to watch me like a fucking mouse.
Trent is found having a black man on Clubhouse.
So Trent, you not saying.
Won't say anything.
Fuck all y'all, cause y'all not saying shit. Nah, bitch, fuck your mother, bitch. Fuck somehow. Nah, bitch, fuck your mama. Fuck your mama, bitch. Alright, that's time for you.
Are you from Bloomington?
I'm from Baton Rouge. Get your kid.
That was your cousin? What's up, Trent, are you there?
What's up?
I do it. Why do you say it's okay for the Latinos to say nigga on each other?
Mexicans, not Latinos. They
The Mexicans say nigga. Why is that okay, Chuck?
I mean, in a negative way. They say each other. They use it very, very rarely.
But you mean a positive way? Why is it okay with that?
Why am I okay with it? Because
Yeah.
it's a term of endearment. They don't mean it in a. I've heard it in Houston a million times. I was surprised to hear it down here. But they don't mean it in a negative way. So there's nothing. You know, they're not saying, "Oh, fuck you, nigger." They're saying, Trent.
hold on. Trent, one second. Wait a second. No, quiet. Trust me. If you try that shit, you're gonna get the big mic and I'm calculating your danger. Yes. The big one. You know you like fucking big bitch that you did something about.
Let's go, Montrose. Okay, let's see.
No, you're a drunkard. I'm gonna hang out with you anyway. You're a drunkard. You're a miserable drunkard. That's why you have to drink alcohol every day so you can like yourself.
But Trent, you don't feel like an ancestral spirity bone if someone were to call you nigga and then I'm black.
No, like not anymore. It's so common.
That's crazy, Trent.
I even miss it. So, like,
Shut up.
Yeah, only because I was in the school that I even recognized that it was being said.
Okay.
That's what made me turn around. But they were talking to each other. Like it's just common, and it's not a big deal.
Taylor, is this thing on? Is this thing on? Because, yeah. Mel, you gonna unhand Texas right now? No, wait, you're not building California transplant on whether or not South Texan Mexicans saying the N-word, saying nigga is acceptable or not. Okay, I want to say one thing. I remember doing a little bid, a little 4-year bid in Connecticut once. And I watched a pack of white children, lily white, caucus white, not a nigga amongst them, saying nigga this, nigga that, nigga. Some of you Northeast motherfuckers need to worry about what's going on in your backyard and less about what's going on down here.
We're talking about the New York area, okay?
And guess where Connecticut is?
It's on the point.
And guess where Connecticut is? And guess where students from New York go to school in Connecticut?
What is she talking about?
Let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard somebody say nigga in a positive way? You say it's terrific different. I've never heard anybody say, damn, that nigga got an A in class. That nigga got an A in class. I want to be just like that nigga. I've never heard that shit. Nigga is always in a derogatory meaning way. Even if it's playful, it's still in a doubtful way. It's never meant to uplift anybody. So come on, man. That's some dumb shit.
That's not true. Because you can say nigga in a very loving manner. When it's American woman from Texas, and you call me my nigga, that way it really hit me. So just
that sounds English.
Why is it American woman from Texas?
no, it's not American woman from Texas.
I do have a question.
Smoking way too much weed and drinking too much alcohol. Now you're I was trying to talk about it.
One at a time. What was the brother that said it's the niggification of America? It's happening everywhere. You can't blame a region. It's happening. It's happening through the music. It's happening through the culture. It's happening everywhere. You can't blame, hold on a second. You can't blame New York. You can't blame Texas. You can't blame any region.
Children fucking in the parking lot in Houston. Who can we blame for that?
I mean, I didn't like when Trent said, I thought it was crazy when Trent said, meet me at Montrose, but like, what's that supposed to mean? Like that, I don't know, people talk these stereotypes about regions. What you mean, please?
So, can I ask a question?
No, I was trying to get in, y'all was talking.
What about my
No, we not letting him have his moment right now.
It's okay. Go ahead, Rockford.
You don't talk. How about that?
Montrose is the hardest city you said.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about our districts right now. Are you?
No, but they associated with women.
Like the change this.
Oh my gosh.
Where people eat.
Like we got ADHD right now.
These niggas is
You definitely can't. You can't get them to stop saying the word. And
I do. Okay.
let me say that.
That's not what he said.
Hold on. I'm gonna start cussing if you don't shut the fuck up and let me finish. Whoever the fuck you are. Let me finish. Telling them to replace the N-word with king and prince is not the same thing. I understand why they need to think about themselves in a different way.
I never said friend.
It's also not clear to me that using the N-word in certain contexts is that harmful. It's 2026 and there are bigger fish to fry.
Okay. Can I respond to that?
It's odd to me how we
Hold on. It's so odd. Hold on. Can I respond to people? Oh my God, I know y'all hear me. I know y'all hear me. Let me respond. Okay, so at times the conversation goes beyond that. Don't you know you come from greatness? Don't you know your ancestors been turning over in their grave? They hated we talk with you to each other. Don't you know people died for you to be at where you are right now and to enjoy the freedoms? Stop calling each other the N-word. It's not. There's more to the conversation. Yeah. And then let me land. And yes, with that comes suggestion on how they should refer to each other. Not just king, my brother, son, homeboy, my G, anything but the N-word. I give them a whole plethora. I don't have it all on me right now to give you the conversation, because I talk to the youth. Yes, I'm one of those dudes. I'm out there. I'm outside. I'm around young people all day, every day, trying to influence the way they view themselves and the way they view the world, and for them to not fall into the stereotypes of what they believe a man should be.
But why do you take nigga to be? That's something that's degrading of themselves.
Real nigga shit, because guess what? Somebody pulled me to the side. Hold on. Somebody pulled me to the side and told me to stop referring to myself as an N-word and stop calling my friends the N-word. Now, if you don't want to do that, that's cool. I'll tell you what I do. Do you?
All right, I was making another point and you cut me off.
That's to Brooklyn. That wasn't to you. That was to Brooklyn talking about this, that new shit. This ain't new. This shit is older than...
Yeah, that's very old. Go ahead, Bob.
I want to cut off Bonnie because I love Bonnie. That's one of my favorite people on this app, to be honest. But let me ask you a question, Bob. Why does the word bother you so much as a king?
Oh my God,
Before you go, hold on. Hold on, you go any further. Because the word, hold on. The word means uneducated. The word means all of the things that we are not. That's why I have a problem with the word. Yes, okay, well, you can feel that way. Yeah, so let me see. Hold on. I want to speak. No, we're not doing it right now. We're not doing it right now.
Nobody cares what you did. Like, nobody cares what you think.
You're a dumbass right now, Rambo.
Disdain and disgust. You are so disgusting. You're very disgusting.
And you're disgusting too, ho.
Now that's the right word.
You call me disgusting.
I know what you said. The fact that we're talking on
Miss Monique?
Yes, thank you for acknowledging me to all the moderators on the stage and to the members of the room. I just have a question. I'm throwing it out here. I already know the answer. But my question was, what is the revenue, bottom line revenue of all of these people, male or female, that are going around with the N-word, calling themselves, their friends, whatever, nigga this, nigga that, whatever. The word, the name doesn't bother me. It's not a part of my phraseology. But what I'm saying is, when you get to earning six figures, that means your income is $100,000 or more per year. You're not talking nigga talk, because your associations are different, your professional friends are different. Whether if you're from the hood, wait a minute. I am from Chicago, Illinois. I grew up right across, just 87th and College Road. The Disciples on one side, the L Whippers ruled this, the other gangs ruled that. I never was intimidated. I was never approached. I never had any bad juju. I went to a Catholic school, my uniform. I stood out like a sore thumb every day. I never had any problems. Nobody never called me nigger. Nobody never did anything to me. I don't have any white man complexes or anything like that. But what I'm saying is this. I never took on the word. I know it's in hip-hop music. I got that. So for the hip-hop moguls that are billionaires, I know they use it and they use it. They have a right to use it. That's what they do. It's in their industry. But all I'm saying is for everybody else outside of that, when you level up in your Benjamins, in your bank account, in your revenue, you're not calling yourself a nigga or nobody else. That's all I have to know.
You're right, we don't say nigger. You're absolutely correct.
A nigga, it comes from the slave trade, man.
I made note for you. Let Bonnet speak. Okay, thank you.
Well, I wanted to respond to the line, but it seems like he was gone because he was talking about quote unquote where the word derived from. And I'm like, well, do you know how language works? Because words morph or shift in meaning all of the time.
All the time.
They have started off as one thing, means something else as times go by. And I don't understand why it's like so much associated with being dumb. I mean, we as black people have decided that that's not what it means. And I celebrate that because our ancestors used nigga in a way that we use it in our
That's a fact.
So I don't understand.
Okay.
Why it's just like, oh, these young people are doing it. The old people been doing it too. So I don't take the word for what we wanted to take it for, and not what the quote unquote white people gave it to it as.
Okay. So I think what Divine was speaking to you. See, y'all just don't like Divine because he's in his 50s. That's okay. Yes, it has something to do with it because y'all always coming for poor little Divine. But I just want to say.
I was responding to what he said.
That's coming from. I just want to say, I think, he's not here, but I think he was more so speaking to Trent and saying, hey, listen, we need to stop calling each other N-words because that's why the Mexicans and the whites are feeling more comfortable with using the word. That's where I think his argument and what he was trying to say why he does it, because, and I'm not sure if Monique was saying the same thing. I was kind of zoned out. I was doing a couple different other things. But that is the premise as into,
No, he said.
Listen to this. If you say the lexicon of the word has changed and it's no longer what the white people once meant, then in their minds, they're also thinking the same thing. But then yet and still, you're still holding on to the meaning. You can say no all you want.
That's not what we said.
Okay. No. I'm not saying that you're saying anything.
Well, no, but you said if you say that the word has changed in the lexicon, we're saying that's not even what Bonnet said. Bonnet never said that the meaning of the word changed entirely. What Bonnet said is it's very clear that over time we repurposed the word, yes, but the offensive version of the word still exists, and the offensive version of the word still means what it means, which is
why. She did not say all that. You might be adding on to it.
by members of the in-group. Like, we don't have to repeat that history, we know.
Nobody's saying that you need the history on it. I'm saying that the people who should not be using it think that it's okay for them to use it because of the freedom of how we use it. That's what I'm trying to say. That's their argument. I don't agree with it. I'm just letting you know.
No, but I'm saying, but even your explanation, I don't think that is correct. I'm sorry, First Lady. It's missing a very important piece.
Okay, well, you go back to Trent, who was actually speaking about the Mexicans saying it, and you ask him why they are saying it, because they're using it in a term, whereas it's like, they just saying it the same way that we say it. Like, what's up, nigga? Like, what's going on? And they're using that word, as if, like, it's okay because they hear everybody else saying it.
The other reason they think it's okay for them to use the word is that far too many of them, far too many Americans have been educated about the history of our country. And when they become adults, they decide they deliberately remain ignorant because they don't want to learn about the true history of this country. Because if they knew the true history of this country, they would understand why it makes no sense for anybody who isn't black to even think to use that word or to utter the word at all. Except that's what it is. The Mexicans don't want to learn about black people. They think they're better than black people. The Dominicans, black, they think they're better than black people as well.
Maybe, I just was unfair. Maybe we didn't know it, they don't care. That's also a real possibility.
Oh, real quick. I don't think we're responsible. Hang on. I just want to.
No, I don't want to say something first.
My wife is going to have to get off soon. But I want to say something down the black train.
Wait a minute, Trent. I did tell Brooklyn that she could go after Bonnet. I actually interjected, and then Hurricane came back to respond to me. But Brooklyn was technically supposed to be speaking at the Bonnet.
I was just gonna say, and I'm gonna try to say this without sounding phobic, but I just wanted to say that I don't think that it's fair that we have to like accommodate everybody just because we use the thing. Like, we use the word, we gotta accommodate anybody else. Like, they shouldn't have to use the word. They just can't use it. It's plenty of things that in-groups call themselves, and if somebody outside of that group calls them that, it's offensive. Like, let's take the little people community, for instance. If anybody else calls them an N-word, y'all know what the N-word is. It's offensive, right? But if they call each other the N-word, it's not offensive. It's the same thing. Like, you can't just tell the in-group, we're gonna do it because you do it. No, you don't get to do it because you're not a part of the fucking clique. And that's just the bottom line of it all.
That was a great submission. And I just want to say something real quick to Mr. Quinn down in Mr. Blackstreet down in the.
You supposed to go on the stage.
No. On this one, it's.
Go on and go, Trent. Be fucking up the room. Don't do that.
No, I'm not fucking up the room. I'm gonna start.
Quinn is on stage, so if you want to address that.
Excellent.
Be on stage.
Here's what I want to ask Quinn, since he's got so much heat for the word. When Biggie was using it, when he was making his music, did you tell him to stop using the word, the N-word?
Biggie's small.
Can you all let Quinn answer Trent's question if Quinn wants to?
Yeah. When you were making music, and you had artists that were using the word repeatedly on stage, did you have, were you viscerally against the word as you are now today, as you have it for me? One mic on you, Quinn, go ahead.
He's not saying nothing, but what if it was? I mean, what is, okay?
See, what? Because he didn't.
Know that.
Okay, I know he didn't.
I get it.
people nigga. White people aren't calling black people nigga. They're talking to each other, they're talking to each other as friends and saying the same things that they hear around.
Why they can't just say, what's up, my cracker? Or what's up, my stick? They got their own words to use. They don't have to use our words.
Ma'am, apparently they don't.
Have you ever heard someone say, hey, redneck, hey, children?
Yeah, they can do that.
Those are derogatory terms, but then you
That's right, I can have a people call each other bitch.
No, because I specifically asked you earlier, Trent, whether or not you have an issue if a Mexican call you nigga in like a present manner, and you said no. That was
They have any better.
Hold on. Let me tell you what, no.
It's happened.
Of course it has. I didn't grow up with the same stupidity of racialism that's and now, look, nobody has called me a derogatory term to my face, and I don't know how.
Hold on, Trent, 1 second. One second. No. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Nobody has called me a derogatory term to my face, and I don't know how many years, because of who I am and what I am able to do.
Can you explain what racialism is? Straight to please. Just make it go on. My bad. Go ahead.
Even if somebody did, for some reason, call me a nigger to my face, I wouldn't give a fuck.
That's terrible.
Because I'm too successful.
I'm sorry, I got me fucked up. I'm trying. I'm crashing.
Did somebody take him off the stage for that?
He's too successful. I'm gonna crash.
No, he ain't mad. He's saying
Wait, hold on one second, because y'all stayed on Trent and got back to Trent when really and truly, y'all were just told on this stage that only brookies use the N-word, and that if you make 6 figures, you're not using the N-word. Y'all skip right by the fact that only broke N-words, only broke niggas use the word nigga. If you a 6-figure nigga, you're not using the word nigga. You're not in a nigga mindset. If you sit over here making 100K,
Yeah, so if you make 99, you're free to use the word nigga.
I just got an extra $1,000. Right. I want you to let y'all know that a lot of y'all are some broke ass niggas. That's what y'all were just told to your face. You're broke.
The reason we don't respond to Monique is Monique's been crazy for about 5.5 years on this app.
Where she go?
That's not the first hot take you shared with us.
Did she say that to leave? Where she go?
That's why she did.
She thought it was crash out of us? No, we didn't.
Well, Trent said he has to go take care of family business because he making big bucks.
Now that he allows Mexicans to freely call him niggas, so they're mad. Oh yeah, never
Crash out at this part anymore. Like, I don't think I would crash out. I probably would, but not crash out.
When I say crash out, I don't mean like, well, maybe not crash out per se, but my snapback, or whatever you call it, clap bag, that's what I mean to say. My clap bag, off of weather is gonna be amazing. You understand? Because I got all the words. I got a dictionary of fucking derogatory terms for other races of people, so it's just
I'm crying. They not gonna expect it. That's what I mean by crash out.
Did y'all hear Trent say that when he heard it at school, he turned around?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody say that.
Listen.
Go back on. You mean he turned the other cheek?
say fucking no, you don't do that no more.
No, you don't. Yeah. I gotta be honest. I don't tell
Get rid of him.
Oh,
Come in here, fuck shit up. Damn.
It is something that's bothersome. I see this a lot, especially when you talk to like some quote unquote successful quote unquote black men quote unquote, where they get into like these other spaces, and even a lot of white people call me, like the little white friends that call me and we're trying to say did for that's a lot. But like at the end of the day, like there's some weird mentality. I think it's a lot, especially when I'm talking to one of these quote unquote successful black men, where they get to a point where they allow.
What about successful black men?
I say quote unquote successful black men.
What does that mean?
You still want something to make money in America, you don't gotta use the word.
What I'm thinking is these self-proclaimed successful black men, they get in their mindset and become coons. They decide that, they're like, well, I'm going to talk to you, don't say anything about it. Like, we have those people who really get to this thing, right? It's because they decide, they get to weird, it's almost like a MAGA mindset, where, yeah, they can run into them. They say it to them, they say to their family, as long as they get a little bit of money, they do whatever that's going to do.
They get attention on the money.
Black men like that?
No?
Yeah, you do too. You just have to
You too. Right.
I do.
Yeah.
Trent. Hello?
Trent
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess you got what I was saying, so you can go ahead and respond.
Okay, so what I was saying is like maybe not as a child, but maybe as like a teenager, like a young adult. Like when you get to that age, I mean, as a child you shouldn't say shit, but like if you're like 18, 19 and beyond, like if your parent call you, nigga, just crack a joke because they know you're mature enough to maybe kind of handle it. They probably know what you're probably saying. Is that still appropriate or not?
You talk about a grown-up now, so but you said at first your parents call you that as a child, so I don't respond as a child. But if we talking about a grown person, maybe it's a
Teenager, maybe
teenager.
not.
I don't think so. Okay.
Wait, Rondo, are you talking about a parent using the N-word to demean a child? Or are you talking about a parent using the N-word in a funny way, like nigga please, to crack a joke? Which is it?
Let us explore all of those.
Parent, good job. Rambo, parent, just get it again. If you don't shut up, seriously. What kind of shit is that? Like, shut up.
There's a difference between.
Why are you talking about Rambo now?
Let me talk.
Hurricane is just sick in his mind.
Hold on. Hush, let me talk. So I think it depends on the context because different families they have like different norms. So I mean it was not something that in my immediate family, like my mother and my father and like one side of my family, that was never allowed and never used. However, on another side of my family, it was used a lot. And I can remember getting a spanking because I repeated it when I was like 3 because it was used a lot on another side. But it wasn't, when I heard it on that side, it was never used derogatory. It was just like, instead of saying, that boy did blah, 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 they would just use it carelessly like that. And I picked it up when I would hang around them. So I think it just depends on how it's used. And then also, but when you first posed the question, made me think, has anybody seen the movie Antoine Fisher?
Yes.
And how that girl, the foster mom, didn't call any of them by their name and just called them that.
Yes.
That's what I thought of when you brought that up, and it's like that. In that instance, it's okay.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Like, is this a mother who's like a precious mother who's really abusing, or is it like a big mama comedy type thing? Something else type thing.
Just leave it alone.
I'm just trying to clarify. I'm just trying to clarify. When do we think it's okay? When do we think it's not okay? Is it something that we just want to just totally go away, or are there times where we can actually use it, and we need to explore it in different cases.
With a bunch of black people, nobody's going to agree on how the word should be used. Okay? We're not going to agree on that.
Well, see, this is the thing. I try to go into.
Robin, hold on before you even start anything else. Because you clearly haven't been listening to us this whole time. The whole conversation has been about the usage of the word, when and how and why we use it. You don't listen. You haven't been listening. Because the question that you just asked, you couldn't have been. Because the question that you just asked, it's been answered several times over. That's my point.
Well,
Stay on mute. Can you just go mute? No.
I will say one thing, and I'll be done. One thing, and I'll be done. I'll get home. The thing is this: I went into a black male meeting, and we had a big argument about this. And the one thing that I thought was positive was we can have a nigga-free zone for once. A nigga-free zone amongst ourselves, so we can continue to share our positive.
What kind of meeting was this?
It was a black male support group.
Where was that?
Where was it? This was at a rec center, and we came together because we were having to say, okay, how can we continue to like support each other, right? And then as we were establishing, you know, what we're going to talk about and everything, I came up and I was like, hey, can we have a nigga-free zone?
This man said that was right here.
Okay, when you proposed that, what was the response?
It was very, but luckily at the end of that meeting, we decided not to. We agreed to have a nigga-free zone. And it was great because we wanted.
What was the age range of the people in this meeting?
25 to 45.
Okay.
I have a follow-up. How many more meetings did y'all have after that?
We've been continuing on, and we're over 50 meetings. We will continue for years.
What are they meeting about?
Oh, shout out to you, nigga. She said a black male support group. So, Rhonda, here's what I can tell you. I mean, I'm happy that you made that suggestion. Because I know if I were in a black male support group with a bunch of random people I don't know, I don't want strangers calling me nigga all over the place. I really think I would not like it. I like strangers referring to me that way under any circumstances. And especially if the goal is to get black men to support each other, we require them to do things that some of them are sometimes not used to doing. I celebrate dropping all the masculinity performance bullshit. So I like that. So kudos to you.
First of all, let me just go on mute, because I want to say something, and I want his phone. I want to see the mute on his phone. Thank you. So, I was going to say that there's another word that I use often, and that word is bitch. And instead of changing Brooklyn, I'm not changing the subject because I use it the same way I use nigga.
Yeah, but now you're going into bitch, and I'm going to still say something about nigga.
Okay, go ahead, nigga. Go ahead.
I just want to say there is a nigga-free zone that we all be having to deal with, and that's work.
That's
I can't
true.
get work saying nigga.
That's true.
So I don't say nigga ever. So when I'm around my people, right, in a space where I feel comfortable, I am able to use the word in the way that I like to use it and feel connected to the people that I'm around. So I don't understand why it's like,
Oh, I didn't say not quiz work.
It is a practice of positive talking. That's the reason why. That word is so questionable. It's so questionable.
That's what I'm saying.
Rhonda, do you have any posters or literature?
Like nigga-free zone? Well, I think I'm gonna start a Facebook called Nigga-Free Zone.
Of course.
So we can just start getting
The problem is, they're calling it daytime activities.
No. Let's start small. Let's start small. Let's say like an hour out of the month, and then we can slowly expand it once people go, and maybe we can have a nigga-free week. God damn it, that'd be a miracle.
And you get up, let's have a nigga get up and
I'm saying. Elevators.
do that, please, and thank you.
Why? This is my question I've been asking. Why is not using the word nigga in elevation to you? That's why I don't understand this whole thing. Not using that word means we have elevated ourselves.
Because
smoke cigarettes and drink beer. That's all that I do.
The woman is
No, he looks like a serial killer. I said that shit the other day when he was
Yeah, and guess what? It did not land. It did not land.
Because I wasn't talking
Like, nobody laughed, so it did not land. And the other homeboy right here said, school shooter, yeah, it did not land, bro.
That's what I was thinking. He was a serial killer. He's giving school shooting. Like, cuss out your mom. Like, that's what I
want to be a school shooter. That nigga like 50. What's going on?
No, he looks like one of them kids that like retained and never got over it.
Brian.
27,
Brian.
High school girls, like a weird
No.
Brian.
That's not what
He is clearly 50. Do you not see his face?
I'm not looking at his boner, that's weird.
You click on my face to see my face.
I'm on the PTR, weirdo.
You a goddamn liar, bro. You see
I will not say he's drunk, just chill out. That's not what we're here for.
I just want to say around this, I appreciate your Black Men Support Group, you know, we'll hear more about that one. That was like getting back to it was something. Black men getting together, you know, supporting each other is, I don't know that to me. I'd go on her, that was a cool scene for her.
No, Brian, you know what I mean? That's
If I walked in 100 black men, or the NAACP and said, hey, you know what, we should have a nigger free zone. How do you think they're going to react to that?
I never said that at all. Watch your fucking mouth, kid. Your words wise.
Calm down, simpleton. Settle down.
Sandra, where are you? Mom somebody else before Rhonda.
She's clearly not there, y'all.
I don't understand how these moms just be advocating their duties and shit. What's going on?
Somebody pay Patty or something.
Y'all play ping pong real quick. Hurry up. I'll wait. Go. Y'all just a swagger. Hurry the fuck up. Ping pong practice. Let's go.
Keandra, can you get rid of this weirdo named Boner?
Please, sir. You please keep my name out your mouth, gang. Call me Bone.
Listen, Brian. Wasn't Boner like one of those shows, those family shows with like All in the House or something like that?
No, it was Steve Harvey's show.
No, it was like some weird white family.
Wasn't his name on the Steve Harvey show? Wasn't his name Boner? The white kid.
Yeah. That's what
It was Steve Harvey.
That's the strange thing about it. That's a real name, right?
Okay, so I knew he gone. So what y'all was saying before that?
Wait, I want to get back to Black. I really did think Roberts was trolling.
I think he's being legit about that, because that's what this really, like.
But my thing is, Black, here's my thing, because I was thinking about that when he was explaining his group. How much do black men need to talk? Because you got a group, a support group, and then you on Clubhouse. How much do y'all need to talk? What's going on?
Let me tell you, it was during the time where there was a lot of black men being shot, like Trayvon Martin, and a bunch of them, and we were feeling like anxious about that. We were seeing it on the internet all the time, and so at that moment, especially when we went to that men's conference, we were just talking about like a bunch of issues. We were like, man, we need to kind of like figure out this was one of the things, how do I look at another black male and not feel like there could be a confrontation, right? Like, how do we enter into a space being like thoughtful and say, hey, I'm gonna see another random dude and be like, hey, what's up? You know what I'm saying? And like really be genuine and feeling like there isn't gonna be a confrontation. We were trying to untrain our mind not to be hostile to each other. Look. Where we grew up unpack this? How do I go into a space and be like, you know, I'm gonna see another brother and I'm gonna compliment him, right? I'm gonna try to stand up. I'm gonna try to do positive stuff.
Hold on. So,
Come on, man. This is real shit.
hold on. Okay. So, did y'all have a professional that headed the group?
Yes.
Okay.
There was.
I can see y'all just sitting around talking to each other, because what would be the point of that?
Well, let me tell you who was there. We had educators, we had counselors.
No. I'm saying, did y'all have an actual therapist to see over you all and make whatever suggestions?
License, yes.
Okay.
And he was the one that was kind of like guiding it. Oh yeah, for sure. I think that since we've been together for like a long time, we like, you know, check in every other month and stuff like that. We have, I think, a good, you know, kinship, and then we do projects together. There was one project where we did like a neighborhood cleanup. We did one project where we just went to a bar and just hung out. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're trying to build like a brotherhood, right? That when we see each other, and then we're trying to spread this positivity out. And that's what this is all about, right? How do we help ourselves and then continue to set that example to help youth? Now look, we know we can't get everybody, but if we can start with ourselves and try to like create like a safe space, maybe that would be a good example for the community. And yes, we can have impact. There's just, you know what I'm saying? So you know, you can say all this fucked up shit, but what I'm saying is, look, I thought coming into that meeting, creating a nigga-free zone was a way to add to the culture. That was my contribution, right? We talk about a bunch of other stuff, for sure, but it's like, okay, how do we continue to make this positive? And it was a little bit of restraint, it was a little bit of practice, it was a little bit of unpacking. And that's what we were. So I'm standing on that.
Did y'all also bury the N-word?
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, we don't do that.
It's interesting though, because it sounds like
we don't.
Because it sounds a little mixed bag here, right? Because at one point, like, we're coming together with Black Community, but he says we're teaching how not to like be pregnant to his own people, right? He's like, oh, we're teaching how to like not see a strange Black person and feel some type of way. If I see a strange Black person in the airport, I'm like in the airport, I'm not like immediately hostile out of nowhere. So when you say even in context of making a nigger-free zone, and thinking as if that's the one thing that's preventing our community from people coming together. It's low-key.
No. It is unpacking anti-blackness. It's unpacking anti-blackness.
Not demonstrated any curiosity about Rambus' story. All you want to do is tell him why you think it's not going to be that way.
I was the first one to actually give him the kudos about it.
How many questions have you asked him about the
I
project?
didn't get a chance to ask the question to everybody was digging up on them.
Yeah, and then you told him it's a mixed bag. Instead of asking questions, I already know it's a mixed bag. It has some good points and some bad points.
But that's what the
point is there.
Can I ask?
No, real quick, because this is something that's very interesting, right? People can listen. Most of our questions can be answered by just listening to them. But I have a question that I have to listen to. That's the question. So I wasn't listening. What you learn from listening to this be able to...
You're having a conversation about a conversation. This is better. Can we get back to the conversation? Rockford, so are you one of those people that think the N-word is violence?
We had a workshop. We have a workshop on it, and it's like a rolling workshop that we try to educate young Black men about the word. And just say, hey, look,
You're doing too much. You're going to be long-winded. Are you one of those people that thinks that the use of the N-word is inherently violent?
Okay. If I'm creating nigger-free zones, the answer is a resounding yes. I don't like that.
Thank you. I just wanted to know. Thank you. Yeah, you have to like give us that whole spiel.
Now what you got to say about it?
I don't have anything to say. I just wanted to know if he was one of those people. I understand now. Thanks.
And I want to campaign.
So let me hear this. The amount of violence of people using the N-word typically is from non-Black people. I think that's just a bigger priority than focusing on policing Black people, especially Black men. So I think that instead of policing that, question, because my boys are at a great school that is very, 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 very against them using the N-word at their school. That's how they feel should be cool. I definitely use it on a regular basis. That being said, I'll be honest. That being said, I'm much more concerned about non-black people, especially those that are in entertainment or in major roles, projecting the N-word on a regular basis. You know, in my younger days, I used to try to fight everybody I could. Now I pick and choose when to battle it out. But the bottom line is, that to me is a much bigger focus. And I feel like it's almost like a magic trick where a lot of white supremacists, white supporting folks are trying to make it seem like, well, y'all need to work on yourselves. No, bitch, stop calling us the N-word. That's what I feel like.
So why don't we lead by example? Let us lead by example.
No, I don't want to.
No, fuck that. Lead by
I'm
example.
being honest, no.
You talking around at 45?
No, I said they get you. So like, if I'm somewhere with my kids, I can't be fighting nobody. I can't be getting arrested, right? You know, so, but I do confront certain situations where I feel like I need to speak up. A lot of times it's a chance for education and learning, though, especially for young men, black or white adjacent, to be able to be like, hey, don't talk like that, or if which I'll tell you a quick story. I was at Jamba Juice, and then I only had 2 kids. We're at Jamba Juice, and so 3 kids came in. Sounds like a funny joke, but it was a white kid, black kid. Man, hold on, man. Mexican kid came in, and the Mexican kid is saying nigga left and right, nigga this and nigga that, nigga. I'm with the kids, and I couldn't let it go, but I was like, nah, I gotta say something. I said, hey, and so I turned to the black kid. I said, what's going on with you? And he's like, oh, he said it. I said, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Why are you letting him talk like that? And the black dude put his head down. The white dude kind of like nudged his friend and said, hey, stop saying the N-word. And so the Mexican dude kind of shrugged, you know, and kind of looked to the side. And then when I left, the black dude spoke up and said, no, you're right. I shouldn't have said nothing about that. He's like, my mom gets on me about that. I'm thinking like, damn, nigga, your mom is already telling you that your friends are problematic, but you're not doing anything about it. So to me, that was an education opportunity. That's what I would love to hear. And I'm not trying to hate on what Roberts is saying, and maybe I am a little bit. But to me, that is going to make more change and more progress.
Well, let's not use it at all. Let's lead by example. Shit. It's not that hard.
Lead by example. What are you talking about? Like, what are you?
Lead by example.
In what way? By not using nigga?
By not using nigga.
Well, why are you focusing on
No. It's not. We have control over this fucking word. We got it.
Which means we
Let us lead it.
Let us lead it.
Let us lead it.
People have control, which is why we use it.
You got control over it? I think we have more control over the amount of time that it's being used. Shit. Probably more so than anybody else. Let's lead by example.
Rhondas, do you think that if black people got together, let's say next Wednesday at 7 o'clock, and we had a meeting, all the black people in the continental U.S., and we all decided, starting the next day, that would be Thursday morning at 9 o'clock a.m. until infinity, until this world ceases to exist, that we would all stop saying the word nigga. Do you think that white people and other non-black people would stop using the word just because we stopped using the word?
That is a that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
So then why?
I just think that.
Wait, hold on. So if you think that it's a farce and you think that it's bullshit, that if we got together next week and decided to no longer use the N-word, which you prescribe for everybody to lead by example by stopping the use, if you know that it's not going to stop anything, then why should black people stop using the word?
Because it's not for them, it's for us.
How is it for us? What do we get out of not saying it?
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm just asking. Because at that point, like, do you curse, generally speaking? Do you say shit, damn, fuck, bitch? Like, if you curse, just generally speaking, you probably shouldn't do that either. You should talk about it. But the word bitch also weighs.
So wait, Rhombus, I don't understand or see the connection that Rick was drawing in nigga and other curse words. Hold on. They're all profane. They're all profane. They are.
Yes.
So making a big deal out of removing one word from the profanity lexicon while leaving all the others in there is a little strange.
It's
We
anti-black.
can start. You heard. We can start with that. We can start with that, and then we can move towards other things. Like, if I was at that meeting, I'd be like, wait. Let me say, if I can go back to that meeting, I'd be like, hey, now that we have a nigga free zone, can we have a not calling women females?
Okay, so
right? Can we not start doing it?
Please shut the fuck up. I've been asking you for so long.
The problem with that is, again, you're not addressing the problem at the root. So you're pulling some leaves off the tree, thinking that that'll kill the tree. When in fact, to kill the tree, you have to attack it at the root.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. Listen, I did not start cursing until I went to college. Okay? Which is why when I curse, I sound weird on this app, because you guys have much more practice than I do.
You sound excellent.
You know pretty well, okay?
That sound perfect when you curse. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
But I can't curse. I can't cuss the way people cuss. My point is, the N-word also did not enter my vocabulary until I started using profanity. So if you don't want people to be profane, you're going to have to explain to them why profanity is something that they need to eliminate completely or reduce. And I don't know how you do that, Rhombus, because your ass uses profanity too.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm trying to be a better Christian. But
that's why they're using profanity, because they're trying to the word something.
No. I'm saying I'm trying. I'm trying to be.
I just want you to be quiet. I just really want you to be quiet. I don't have a question. It's Rhombus, though. I can't. It's him. It's something about it. But I do have a question. So when we talk about, like, if we hear other groups of people that aren't ourselves use it, what do we do? Nothing.
Yeah. No. We step in.
I'm seriously not asking you. Anybody but you. Seriously. What do we do, guys? Hello? Go ahead, Parker.
Well, no non-black is using the N-word around me. Not happening.
Don't fuck with people. Don't fuck with me like that. Need the hurricane. I think they know.
I mean, I would address it. If it happened, I would address it.
Oh wait, hurricane, you're in Atlanta, right?
No.
God forbid.
Oh, Florida. You're in Florida.
Yeah, try.
Hurricane's in D.C.
Oh, DC. Okay, so like,
Even in the two cities I can't stand.
my bad. So DC
grade. She was in the third grade. So she didn't understand why she couldn't pick the other dolls. So she was just like, okay, whatever, and put it in her bag. She came home. Her mom was emptying her bag and saw it and, tried to ask, like, where did this come from? What's wrong with it?
A pickaninny doll in the 2020s?
Exactly. So, my friend, she was hot. She was livid. And she's also an educator. She was teaching at a different school. And so she called her husband and was like, you got to come home from work right now. Right now. She's like, as if I'm about to go off at the school. So she sent an email to the principal and said, we need to talk immediately. He spent the next 2 hours doing a PowerPoint presentation on exclusion, racism, and talking to children. And she went up there and had a meeting with the principal, sent the presentation, did the presentation on her tablet, and sent a copy of it to the head of the school board. The parent was reprimanded. They sent out a letter to all the parents in the school saying that it was not okay. And the person who was in charge of approving all of the gifts, prizes, I think they got suspended because they saw it and didn't think anything of it. But fast forward, the following year, that parent, my friend, she was hired by that school in a DEI role. Now, this was before Trump got back in office. This is the Biden administration. But that was because of how she handled the situation, she ended up earning a DEI role at the private school. But yeah,
Did they fire her when she came in office?
No, because she also teaches Spanish and teaches Black history. So she has like multiple, a diverse skill set. So she can always find a job somewhere in that private school. Oh yeah, like when she sent me the picture, I was ready to drive to New Jersey. And this was in Maryland. This wasn't in South Maryland.
Crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell.
And that is still America. Still. Somewhere.
But you worry about the word nigga, please.
Yeah, I'm worried about that.
Oh, God. Relax.
Look. I am trying to not look at it from anybody else's views. I'm not taking that perspective. I'm not having that argument. I'm trying to look at it from if we decided not to use it, how can we benefit from it? What would be the positive aspects that would benefit? That's my thought exercise. That's my thought exercise. That's what I'm trying to look at.
You answer the question. What is the benefit?
On it, Monique told you.
Oh, you have money?
The doll. You can PTR and pick at any doll on my picture book.
I mean, I just think that if we can kind of, I don't know, escape from it.
No, some people might not know, boo-boo.
Yeah, thank you, Brian.
Oh,
yeah.
I good.
Here we go.
I'm sorry, Robert, can you tell me what would be the benefit?
This is my theory, right? I'm just imagining this, is that I think if we can kind of move away from it, I think that we can maybe start walking away from some of the like self-trauma that we inflict on ourselves by just using it amongst ourselves. Is there trauma? Yeah, I think so. I think we don't have to be reminded of that.
Do you know what the word trauma even means?
Look.
This word is
Listen. We know what the word means. We know about the history. Okay.
You don't know what trauma means.
And then yet we still use it. Yet we still use it, not in an academic way to learn from it, and to bear ourselves from it, but as a very loose vernacular kind of way, as it just goes in the wind and goes out. I think that is a very irresponsible way to use this word when it
something that needed to be addressed. And instead of us going, you know what, we shouldn't make a big deal about how ugly this doll is, or what the doll looks like, or just the doll. Instead of saying that, we're addressing the real problem. They addressed, the real problem, which was what the fuck, right? And so you're not addressing the real problem. Right? You're huffing and puffing. I'm not even talking about energy. You're throwing at me. For real, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I apologize. I was laughing earlier, so I do apologize. I'm being real. I'm talking to you brother to brother. So if you're in a group with this is what y'all should be doing. And being honest with each other. You're on some bullshit. I'm just telling you. The way you're handling this is weak. I'm just being honest with you, brother. Wait, let me land, because you got it. I'm just telling you that the fact that you're putting it on us, the reason why Hurricane was trying to focus on you not understanding trauma, you're making it sound like it's our fault that we're in this situation. It's our fault that the word is being used this way. Instead of focusing on that, focus on the people who are really using it in a violent manner. Or go the other route, which is I'm going to focus on making a curse-free zone. So you can't say wetback. You can't say fresh off the boat. You can't say derogatory terms against the LGBTQ community. You can't say derogatory terms against the Jewish community. Go that route. Instead of just being like, it's the black people's fault. Let's make this a nigger-free zone, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. Let me just say one thing. You missed the point of what I said before. I said I'm not talking about how other people use it. That is not my concern. I'm talking about, and my focus is how we are using it amongst ourselves. That, when other people use it, that is a problem. I get that. 100%. I'm saying, can we, amongst ourselves, let this motherfucker work out?
You can't strip the two because you think it's wrong because of the way those people have used the word. Like, you can't strip it now. We're saying it's different.
I've been saying this the whole time.
Did brother have something to say?
Randall Unity has a book by that title. He goes in depth of what you're talking about. If you take a gander in it, it might help you have a better understanding to what you're trying to say and communicate the message to the people. Randall King is nigger. That's the name of the book. Excellent reading.
So what if they stop using the word nigger and they start using the word stupid and dumb, idiot, slow?
That's not the point. That's not the point. They can use that. And you're saying the same thing. Are you saying they as in us black people, or are you saying they as in other black people, or other non-black people?
The people that you're in workshop with, right? So, because you're talking about a mindset, so those things can be, I could attribute those symptoms. I could replace the word, but still get the sentiment, right? Right, so you could have internalized oppression and not ever have to say the word nigger. So I'm wondering, like, now, do what you want. This is your time, this is your energy. I don't really care. But I'm just wondering, if you're speaking to the particular word, but I'm wondering, like, what are you doing around mindset that moves or that is about, because it's clearly about self-worth and how people sort of see and identify themselves. So I'm curious, like, what other things are you doing around how they see themselves to where people may never say word, but can operate in other ways that have them see themselves in a similar way, right? So I'm just curious, what are some of the things that you do around identity building?
Wait, yeah, okay, so what are you trying to ask me? Because there's a lot. It
was very simple. If you didn't understand it, that just tells us what we need to know.
Well, why don't you break it down for me then, sis?
Oh, no.
If we're supposed to be helping each other, help me out there.
Rhonda's way of thinking
different ways of looking at things, different things of processing things. And when you are in a class full of 30 kids and you say something once, not everybody's gonna get it the first time. Oh my God, dude.
The flow was the.
Well then, if we're gonna cross the line together, then help me cross the line.
The point is,
Please,
we are sharing the same line.
Okay, you're not on the journey with getting cool. I'm fine. I'm fine.
You gotta learn a thing for yourself. We in the modern era, brother. You got to pick it up on the double. Got to think for yourself. Really and honestly, for real. I'm sitting in here, man. This dude sitting over here on this couch. We over here laughing. Brother, you a man. You got to bum. You got to.
May I say something? I just want to say something real quick too.
Come on, Black Freedom. Come on, Black.
Yeah. So, I'm assuming niggas are talking about nigga and self-worth and shit like that. You know, so you know, as most of us on the stage, you know, this is a played out conversation, just as a general matter. But we're talking about it. I just want to add this one quick thing. So, you know, I believe that and where we put our intellectual and political energy matters. So for me, I rank this at the very, very bottom of shit that fucking matters to black people. And I think if there's a century of self, one, you've already missed the train. Black people value themselves very much. And two, with all that needs to be addressed, anybody ranking nigga as one of those things that should be seriously discussed is, quite frankly, a nigga I ain't fucking with. And they can take their nigga ass somewhere. I'll land there.
This is what's the problem. If we can't get this right, what makes you think we can get anything else right?
Because we been getting shit right, y'all. Dude,
No. This is so bottom of the barrel. This is bottom of the barrel.
You give me the sense.
I agree with you.
Do you give me you know nothing about black people?
No. This is bottom of the barrel. An issue that we cannot get right. A bottom of the barrel issue.
Let me ask you something.
Right.
Have you ever read the autobiography of an ex-colored man?
Oh no, I'm gonna order right now. Listen.
Okay. So James Weldon Johnson, of course, NAACP field organizer, author of Lift Every Voice. There's a scene in that novel where he describes how the narrator runs into black people. Now keep in mind, I think his novel was published, what, 1912, yeah, there we go, right? He talks about how he runs as a term of endearment. This conversation is old as fuck. And black people have been fighting for rights and have upheld this democracy that's holding on by a thread. This ain't bottom of the barrel shit. This is a non-existent, a non-consequential situation. Niggas have always been fighting for rights, and they've been calling each other niggas while doing it.
Let's think about it like this. Let's use our thinking caps. If you're 30 or older, your butt is too old to be saying that kind of stuff. Like, for real, you can't be up here at a certain age to know somebody at work. That's just what it is. You're sitting at the lunch counter or somewhere. Just think about it.
No. That's what Black Freedom just said.
I ain't on the target, brother. I'm talking about the N-word. You shouldn't be standing out on the target. You can't
This is gonna say nigga.
that word.
The world
If you're not
This nigga gonna say it. Why I went to Mozart and Bach in the
I'm not saying, hold on now, wait a minute, hold on. Hold on, I'm not, you don't have the liberty or whatever to say that, but I'm just saying, at a certain age, you are thinking correctly. Folks can say whatever they want, but I'm not gonna sit up here and speak to a 40 or 50-year-old person and call them the N-word. We're not doing that. You walking through Macy's, what's up? We're not doing that. Like, come on.
Wait, now what's so interesting about this, y'all not only got told that y'all are rookies, if y'all use it, if y'all say nigga, now y'all also got told y'all are mentally deranged and not even in your right mind if you use the word nigga, especially if you're using it with old people.
It's degenerate.
I mean, well, some of y'all niggas are degenerate. Did y'all think about that?
The first time I heard nigga was from my great grandmother. That's why that nigga didn't get the fuck him out of here. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Niggas have been saying nigga ever since nigga can't been around. What the fuck? Come on now. Like,
Too many nigga police is in here.
exactly.
Like I said,
Yes.
like I
African
said,
Negro Coalition.
I was at the Opera House, okay? One of the few blacks in there, and when Will Liverman finished his second aria in the third act and sang the ceiling of the building, we got up and applauded, and I surely did say sing because he sang, okay? That's what I did.
Wait, Hurricane, I have a question. It's a different question, but it's around there. Brother Messi, you've been trying, so I'm gonna let you go first.
No, I'm sorry. I was laughing at Hurricane.
Hurricane, now see, I just heard someone say the Uppity Negro Coalition. So I have to see if you're tracking where I'm tracking mentally. One, have an offense with the word nigga, given its history.
And say Negro?
And say Negro as though Negro does not have the same weighted history.
I don't understand, so.
I mean, I know either. That's why I thought I could ask you. I don't.
Yeah, okay, no, I hear you on that. I think that Negro and nigga are different. I think that Negro, historically for me, right, has somewhat of regalness to it, whereas nigga is just a pure ghetto.
When they were selling motherfuckers, you mean to tell me when they sat up there and said they had a 25-year-old Negro who's this, that, and the third, that you felt regal when you read that shit? My God.
Look, people like Nat King Cole, people like Martin Luther King, people like, Soldier of Truth, I can say those are Negroes. They're not niggas. They're not niggas. Oh, they're Negroes. They're black people. Right?
King's been recording. It's been reported that King is a nigga. You know there are biographies. Yeah, that King, as a matter of fact, like on his last day, he was talking to Young and he said, nigga, where you think you going?
Okay. And Jesus had a whore for a girlfriend. I mean, like, we all make mistakes.
What? No, it's because that nigga Dr. King was of the people.
No, Jesus didn't have none of that, brother. Oh, my God.
I take that back. My bad.
No way, he didn't have that.
I think you're supposed to.
Where?
Because the more
Where's this girlfriend? You don't say that. No way, brother. That was a bad omen. You don't do that now.
I take it back.
You don't do that now.
King was smoking cigarettes, drinking all that shit towards the end of his life, and he was saying nigga.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Again, this is my interpretation. This is how I feel, right? And
Based on
I attach it to the This is what I thought I'd give you examples of people that I consider He's probably not a nigga advocate. He wouldn't be a nigga advocate. I'm pretty sure he probably wouldn't be a nigga advocate.
So I'll say this.
That's an excuse to be a pen. What's going on?
Do what you want, but I will say, if you are going to engage in sort of improvement building like this, I'm going to strongly encourage you, if you haven't, to do a little bit of research. Look at research by Black scholars. If you're trying to build conceptions of themselves, do a little digging, do some research, look at some empirical research on the ways to sort of effectively build strong, robust identities, right? Or to affirm, to Black Freedom's point, right? To affirm those strong, robust identities. And one of the things that you also have to do, and there's a lot of research on this, is if you want people to see themselves sort of differently, or if you want them to be able to navigate successfully in society, you have to have a clear assessment about the conditions that they live in, right? Not to, like that over sort of affirmation, right? That if you just sort of believe in yourself, that you can make it, that doesn't really pan out. A lot of research says that people who are most successful, they come from forms of hardship or come from areas of that are under-resourced, that may or may not be the people that you're dealing with, is for them to have honest conversations about the world that they live in, stating that it is unfair and this is how you fight the unfairness, right? The affirmations don't feel good, but those alone are not connected to outcomes of being successful, long-term success. It's about having the resources, the skills, and building those opportunities to be successful. So I will encourage you to do some digging. But the feel good stuff is fine, but that's all it is. It's surface level.
Thank you. I appreciate what exactly you just said, and these are the type of conversations and suggestions we bring to the Nigga Free Male Support Group. And didn't even have to say the word. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
That nigga was jumping off. You know what's problem? That nigga brother, not straight. That nigga jumping off.
That's a real thing right there.
Can't stand it.
That's why I'm trying to figure this man out by hour,
that just changing that the word itself is not the harm. The word itself is not the harm. Because I can give 12 other words that will have a similar impact that don't have a generational sort of trauma, as you were talking about, to it. That will have the same impact in terms of doing damage to doing harm to people. It could be something as simple as, are you struggling around issues of basic things like writing, the things that people struggle with all the time: writing, reading, critical engagement, math, sort of creative thinking and building, right? All of those things that people struggle with, that if you don't have consistent and rigorous sort of opportunity practicing these things, that you will always sort of be, that you just have some difficulty, right? Until you are able to sort of routinely exercise it and get feedback and get mentorship, right? Again, something that everybody needs. I think those harms can still be replaced, right, with other things. So the word itself, I just encourage you to think about how the word itself is not the end of a thing, right? And so think about what are the ways that you can provide support around issues of reaffirming identities, right, and creating opportunities, right, and skill building. That's what, and then, I think support is fine. Engaging in, I think Black men need to, young Black men in particular,
that type of conversation. I appreciate that, right? And, you know, thank you for that. And I think that's where I wanted to at least land on is, hey, if this is still something that people are very, you know, tense about, you know, then let's continue to have a more sensible conversation.
Ramos, what city are you in?
I mean, so like sometimes it's literally opportunity, the ability to fail. And I don't mean opportunity in a paternalistic way. I mean literally people just need a chance. People need a chance. Sometimes a space to practice a thing, get the feedback, and then move forward. Right? Like that's what and once they have that, that's all they need. It's just like everybody else. I think sometimes we think black people are like this unique creature and species. Like, all we need is the opportunity and the chance. You know, it can be guided, it can be structured. Mentorship is a great thing, but it has to be mentorship and an opportunity. It can't just be, let me just be here and pat you on the back and be the father that you never had. Just give them the fucking opportunity.
Ramos, what city are you in?
I don't disclose that.
Oh, no worries, that's okay. I was just curious. I thought regionally it might give me understanding.
Well, I was raised in SoCal, LA and San Diego, so that's what I'm not there.
But you're not, as I'm saying, you're not in SoCal.
How many people, right, millions of people in the city, the way for it, what is it for you?
Right. I'm in Oakland, let me just throw that out.
Yeah, I'm in Philadelphia. Like, it's on my door, but
I don't know what else to do. I actually feel guilty for laughing earlier. I was trying to be helpful, Robert.
No. You got this.
Wait a minute. I was like, I knew I would lock the door, because that's how the other issue happened, because the door wasn't locked earlier. I'm like, did something come back? I did not know that was Black Freedom saying it. Okay, Black Freedom.
Listen, that's your fault, brother, Messi. That message.
I know, that's probably just it.
It was actually at the perfect tone, though. It was right underneath the talkie. Look at my own possess inside.
I can't stand you because, listen, y'all don't nobody. I'm trying to merge the conversation into something that, Brian was like, take something about some bullshit. And then he's like, why are you bringing it? Listen, I don't care what I'm doing. You come to me because it's about some bullshit. I'm not going to be like, okay, guy, let me think some next time. Let me learn from you. So I was trying to merge the conversation into something that we could have as a general conversation without being, it wasn't giving expert level advice, but just giving, some easy in the conversation, because y'all were on some stuff.
That's why I don't like I don't like talking, because I end up getting into some conversations and then it just derails. I just like to listen.
It's fine. You got some pushback. It's not it's fine.
Brooklyn's gone, and Brooklyn's an entertainment, man. She just be saying some wild shit sometimes.
We're not talking about it, watch it out of the room.
Now, Rhombus, there's one study I want you to look up by late Paul Mooney, who said that if you say nigga ain't nothing, keeps your teeth clean.
Oh my God.
You should be ashamed of yourself, sir. I just want to let you know, you clearly
afraid of that, I say to myself, I can either be MLK or I can be Samuel Jackson. At that moment, I'm gonna be Samuel Jackson, and I'm gonna be this other Samuel Jackson's tag team up.
You need to study MLK, brother. I'm telling you, you don't know the man. MLK was down for his family. He was down for his people. White people have sold us a different version of what MLK is. We've got this nigga was whole milk. Look at the picture of him holding that gun. That wasn't by accident. When it comes to his family, he lived by the Bible. If you read the Bible tells you protect your family. There was one point where I was saying up because somebody was attacking somebody's family. But I'm not gonna get into all the preaching and stuff. But the point is, you have to protect your family, and we're all family here. So I'll even go as far as to say, if it was Amari, Notorious, I don't know about Anthony, but any of these other black people, if something was happening, I would jump out there to defend them. I'm just joking.
That's what I'm saying. Samuel Jackson. Samuel Jackson.
I know, but if you say Samuel Jackson, that's the problem. It sounds like you're in a series, unless you're saying the real life Samuel Jackson versus the actors. But have you seen the real life one? Yeah, because he's really, because I'll guarantee you, if you look him up, I can't do it right now because I'm driving to pick up my son, but he has a good one when he talks about nigga, where Samuel Jackson talks about the interview. So I would study that too.
No. What else is breaking in there? Like, I know we've been derailing on this nigga shit for a while. I'd rather see what Trump is doing, what the fuck else is happening in Iran, and what else is happening in the world.
Did you guys discuss today Shapiro's remarks on what Gavin Newsom said about Israel and its apartheid regime? Did you guys talk about that today?
No. Tell me more. What's going on? What did he say?
I don't want to misquote. Let me see if I can pull it up. One moment. Child, I'm putting stuff on my face, okay? Hold on. Shapiro. Where is it? Okay. Okay. One second, hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Where is it? Okay, give me a minute, hold on.
Well, just to clarify, it was a Newsom who said that Israel was an apartheid state, wasn't it?
So Newsom said something about that, and Shapiro commented on Newsom's remarks. So I'm trying to pull up both so that I can.
Yeah, but either way, that's grounds for, like, you know, some losing their job. Because didn't Lamont Hill say something about that? And he lost his job. Lamont Hill said something about that. He weren't those exact words.
Rhombus, come on. Lamont Hill said something very different. Okay. What?
No. He said something like it was like an apartheid. It was secretly an apartheid. Because he's been there for a long time.
Go read. And then
Mark Lamont Hill said from the river to the sea, which is construed by Zionists as a call for the end of the state of Israel.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll go try to find it. Maybe it's cool.
And I think he was giving.
Maybe it's Tasha Coates. Maybe Coates.
No.
write something like that in his book, where he eloquently danced around it, saying it but not saying it.
Well, the Tallahassee Codes, I wouldn't say he danced around it. He basically said, that being in Palestine reminded him of being in the Jim Crow South. So, I don't think that's dancing around it. He's doing a comparative analysis. And he has, in several interviews, referred to Israel as an apartheid state. So I don't think Tallahassee is just trying to dance around it. I think he's very clear about his position on Israel. And he's
all right, Hurricane. I got my time, Hurricane.
So I posted the link. It's a video, so you can watch. It's a 90-second clip. It's an interview between Shapiro and Newsom, I think. So you can listen to what Newsom said.
Here, I found the article of what Gavin Newsom said. March 4th. Here, I'll put this in here. So, assuming Ben Shapiro probably vehemently disagreed. I'm wondering, hold on for a second. I wish I could play something, but I can't right now.
So, Hurricane, what did Shapiro do?
So, it was on Paul Save America. You're familiar with that podcast?
Of course, yes.
Okay, who runs the podcast?
I don't remember who runs it actually.
There's a former Obama speechwriter, right? I can't remember his name.
Oh, yeah. John Favreau? Is it him?
Yeah, so on Tuesday, Gavin Newsom compared Israel to an apartheid state when commenting on Israel's war with the United States against Iran. And on a recent Save America podcast, Josh Shapiro commented on Newsom's remarks, and his comment you can hear in the clip that I just posted. But one of the things he said regarding Newsom's likening Israel to an apartheid state was this: we've got to be acknowledging that language matters here, that words matter, and that we've got to use words that are actually rooted in reality and are able to bring the temperature down. Implying that Newsom likening Israel to an apartheid state was not a valid comparison because the comparison isn't rooted in reality. And so, go ahead.
I guess for me, if Shapiro didn't give that sort of response, I think he was a little bitch and he'd be pandering. So, that's what I would expect him to say.
Well, he better not believe that he has a chance to become the next president of the United States, because it's not happening for him. If he's going to be talking like that, he's going to have to be the little Pennsylvania governor and then go do something else, because there's no.
Yeah, it is a tough environment for him. That's a reality of it. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So.
I mean, the one exception being, if it does end up being like Newsom and AOC as the two front runners, there's really not a moderate lane, so he could maybe take that. That would be his one opportunity.
No,
runners. She does not have a chance.
She is right now.
You keep saying you're saying all data. You're talking about polls because she has name recognition. Has nothing to do with the fact that she'll be a contender for 2028. She's going to be running for Senate in New York State, and it is going to be very tough for her to win there. And so that's it. I know you see a poll and you think it's reality. It's not reality. She's not going to be a candidate. Just because she does rallies with Bernie Sanders, if she was doing rallies with herself, she'd have 5 people in a fucking coffee shop talking over her.
I'm going to request an apology from you when she announces, okay? Is that fair?
Her announcing and her being the front runner is 2 different things.
I need you, all right, so I need an apology from you when she gets in and she continues to be seen as a front runner close to when the primary is happening.
She doesn't have it.
So that's a yes?
And I know you like to bet. I will bet you. You want to bet for what? Her being like an actual primary contender? What is that, top 3?
Yes.
So it's going to be like a Bill Bradley, Al Gore face-off, and who's going to win? Or is she going to be like number 8, and then I win?
Oh, no, I think she'll be like number 3. Yeah, I got her at number 3.
No, I don't even think that's the case. I don't even think she has a shot whatsoever. She has to win the Senate her path is Senate in New York. Have you guys seen her? Do you guys know anything that she's about?
We can't, but the problem
is familiar? Do you pay attention?
Spirit, here's the issue though.
Oh, wait a second. I may be in New York, so I may be biased. I'm sorry. You're looking from, I don't know where the fuck you are, looking at her like she's some fucking contender. She's not a contender.
So the Spirit,
maybe she gets a little bit more gravitas, a little gray in her hair or something like that. Maybe she sits at the head of a committee or something like that, but she doesn't have a chance. This is some fever dream by you people in the, centrist, Republican camp, whatever it is. It ain't happening. I know you want it to happen. It's not going to happen. So get off.
It's not what I want. It's just what the trend is and where the country is, right? And she is bold. Her and Newsom are the 2 de facto spokespeople of the Democratic Party right now.
For you, over there. I'm in the Democratic Party.
So who are the 2 strongest voices in the Democratic Party right now? Go ahead.
George, Gavin Newsom, probably. In terms of what people are talking about, it's probably Jay Pritzker, and it's probably Governor as a contender. Yes. I'm saying these are the people who are eventually going to be the front runners and the most popular.
You cheated. I asked you who are the most in-demand voices right now in the Democratic.
Who's she an in-demand voice for? Queens?
Are you saying she is not getting more mic time than everyone in the Democratic Party other than Newsom? Really?
So what? She gets more mic time. She doesn't have the fucking gravitas.
We're not in a gravitas mode anymore. That's not
what are we in, a popularity? Where she can go on Bill Maher or all of a sudden she's a front runner?
Yes.
No, she'll be lucky to get 5% in a state outside of New York.
President is a popularity contest.
You're going to get running for Senate in 2028. That's it. She's going to be taking
But if she were a senator, you know that kind of, it doesn't even allow her to be who she is, right? Like, being a senator.
Wait, who the fuck is she? Somebody who gives interviews after she gets really strung out in the middle of a hearing?
Someone who speaks boldly.
Boldly. What are you talking about?
10,000 plus people crowds last time I saw. Did I get those wrong?
Was she the only one speaking? Or was it somebody else?
Bernie gifted her his platform.
Wait, was Bernie there? Or was just her?
Yeah, he gifted her his platform. Yeah.
Right, like I said, if Bernie was trying to get attention and upset because they're spelling her name wrong on a Starbucks cup.
I can't wait to see the display. You're gonna owe me an apology.
I'll put money on it. Are you kidding?
What's the bet? What's the bet?
Well, what is the bet? What is the bet?
Okay, the bet is that if she announces she finishes in the top 3 for delegates. How's that?
Top 3 for delegates? Okay, fine. I got you.
Cool.
$100.
You got it.
Okay.
Wait. Wait. For the presidential nomination?
Yeah, for the Democratic nomination.
That was an amazing one. What else do you want to bet on?
That's insane.
Oh, you don't think she'll finish in the top 3? Okay.
Sir, this is the thing you must do to get Spirit of the Show.
It is. I have said since after the 2024 election, I said the 2 front runners would be Newsom and AOC. I said that since November 2024.
You know, I'm going to take it a step further. Because thank you, Alina, for putting in the chat. I'm going to bet you $50 that she's not even running.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that, because I can't control that. Yeah, I can't control that.
I have a question, and I'm genuinely asking. So you said 2024. What has she done between 2024 and now to make you even more confident that she's going to be number 3?
Top 3, yes. So all the polling has her there. So that's one thing. And then number 2, she is among the most visible in the party. Like I said, Newsom's the most visible, and she's number 2.
Visible doesn't mean shit. So she gets interviews. Who fucking cares? Which kind of political moguls are you listening to over there in your CEO business clubs? You know, something Delta lounges. What do you listen?
I am looking at it as a branding person, right? So energy, who has.
She's gonna brand her way to a Senate. She'll be lucky if she gets elected.
Listen, the Gen Zs love her. The Gen Zs love AOC.
They're kind of over her. So,
Gen Z is the predominant population of it. Come on, that's not what you're gonna base it on.
Well, in a primary, it's going to be all about energy in terms of who you're turning out, right? So I think she has a good advantage, and she has Bernie's audience. So Bernie starts with a huge platform. So you take Bernie's audience plus what she can bring to the table. That's a meaningful footprint. Do you think the Bernie people are going to not support her in the primary?
I don't think she gets all the Bernie votes. I don't think, because even in the squad, like the people in the liberal circles, you know, the ones that I have not with sometimes, they're down on AOC because she's not as lefty enough, because she quote unquote capitulates to some actual pragmatic views, so they don't like her. So that energy is not as fierce for her as you think it is.
Alright, I'm gonna look up the most recent polls, because, you know.
I don't care about polls. You're going to lose money on polls, sir.
That's fine. That's an acceptable way to lose.
Y'all in here sports betting like this is college.
Well, it's the only way I can speak to CEOs. I put a bet on it. Jesus, you know.
Alright, so I'm looking at, well, just one second. So I'm looking at Polly Market, Democratic presidential nominee 2028. Newsom, number 1, AOC, number 2. Oh, this is interesting, actually. Ossoff is number 3. That's a surprise. Yeah, that's interesting.
But do you actually recall the polling last election? How long was it?
Which polling?
It came to the odds of Kamala over Trump.
Yeah, a lot of them had Trump. What do you mean?
No, it didn't.
Polly Market and stuff? What are you talking about?
I'll actually pull them up.
Yeah.
Even popular vote, then they have this type of. Polling is not the best way to determine
some of those chances of becoming a runner-up, right? Or you're being nominated.
Yeah, what did you change this time?
Trump had a 55% of winning. Oh, I'm sorry, 63.
Okay, I'm not getting this really. I'm talking about.
Wait.
That's a Betty.
I don't see that.
2024. Yeah, Trump was at 63% going into election day.
Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to look at this time, around this time, let's see, 2020, and see who were the front runners.
Oh, it was Polymarket was not that much.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Polymarket, but you said you were looking at polls.
Oh, okay, got it. Sure.
I don't know, I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see if the people who were.
So we're what, 2 years out? So we're talking 2018, right? Okay, go on, I look.
You sure they're gonna go?
I am.
Okay, so, see, I just want to be clear, the bet, no, I just want to make it clear, the bet is that AOC will get third place in the delegate count,
Top three
in the 2028 election, the Democratic primary, it's $100.
Yep.
Okay, amazing.
But she has to run though. That's the only contingency.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're not doing
Spears
this.
said that she's not a runner-up. Did you say that earlier, Spears?
Yes, I said she's not running for Senate in New York because she's either going to try to go for Schumer's seat, whether he runs or not. So she may try to primary him, or she's just going to go for an open seat. But I like making money, so I'll look for ways to spend this $100.
Okay, so as of May 2018, Joe Biden was a front runner in the Democratic Party. Yeah.
And he was number 3.
And Bernie Sanders was number 2. And that's how it finished.
Wait, who was it?
Number 3 was Oprah.
Now,
Where is this? Market? Betty? Is that what you're looking at?
No, I was looking at, here, actually, I'll just give you the link. It basically, Wikipedia has this thing where it gives you what every poll was. It's quite useful. I'm going to drop that in the chat now. There you go.
Do you see how dark this poll's at? But was Oprah even a contender? But he seems so pushy. Third.
Yeah, but I have it right now. Newsom finishes first, Harris finishes second, AOC finishes third. That's my prediction right now.
Okay. And we know the last time that a representative, U.S. House representative, won the presidency.
Like I said, I'm expecting for her to win. I expect her to do really well. That's it.
so what's interesting about that is, so Biden did win. Harris, did she gain any delegates at all?
Well, Harris was
She dropped out.
Yeah, she dropped out. Yeah, she wasn't third at the time.
I know, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, so she was, she was vice president, but she didn't gain any delegates.
Yeah, because she dropped out like a month before Iowa, or I think, or 3 weeks before that, yeah.
So, that was my thing. That means that they, but, it'll be interesting, we'll eventually have, a result. So that's the big thing about this.
Okay, I'm putting it in my ledger right now, CEO.
I'll send you a DM because otherwise I forget.
Yeah, just put it in my back channel. Yeah, thank you so much. And so, just out of fairness, if she doesn't run it
fine.
Okay, thank you.
Now that y'all have had a moment to de-lounge yourselves with all of this bigotry, have y'all heard about the Afro Man case? I've been dying to talk about it with somebody.
The who case?
So you know the guy who sings the song Because I Got High, or raps the song? Oh, yeah, so he's been all over Twitter or X and TikTok for the past few days because he was on trial. He was a defendant in a defamation case where he was being sued by a group of police officers for making defamatory statements about them and casting them in false light. And essentially, these police officers received a tip that he was trafficking people and I think had drugs in his home. So they raided his home, wherein they broke the fence, the gate to his house, the gate leading into his house. They broke his front door, and then proceeded to take money, a stack of money that was in his home, because they were trying to say that that was, illegal funds, and then allegedly took $400 out of that stack of money. And so Afro Man proceeded to use the security footage camera that he had in his home to make a series of songs about each and every one of those persons who participated in the raid. And each and every one of those songs was played for the entire jury in their entirety at this case. He called one of them Lick 'em Low. Her name is Lisa. He said one of them was greedy, and because in one of the security footages, he saw he had a little pound cake on the table, and the officer kind of did a double take. So he made a song called Lemon Pound Cake Cake that got so hot, the actual officer started receiving multiple pound cakes down at the office. It's fabulous. If y'all can find a clip of it on X or TikTok, I suggest you take a gander. It was comedy. Oh, and he also won the case for defamation. The jury found in his favor, so he does not owe millions of dollars to those white police officer defendants who were upset that he sat up there and trolled them on the internet with songs.
What is this thing Your Honor's talking about? Trent committed to having Talarico appear in this room?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, really?
We are supposed to sometime in the summer get Talarico in here. Y'all have all these damn poly market beds. We can't keep them straight.
Would you have taken that bet, CEO?
Nah, I wouldn't. Nah.
So if Talarico won the primary, which he did, but this is before that Trump would be able to get him on Clubhouse before Labor Day. In this
Nah, I wouldn't take the bet either way.
Either way? Really?
You don't think Trent is good for the money?
What's your hesitation, sir?
Right.
Oh, because Trent knows some people, but I don't know. But then sometimes it seems like he exaggerates, so it's difficult with him. Because he definitely does know some people.
So yes, I went either way.
See what I did for you all? Made $250 just to get Tyler to go on stage. You're welcome.
Y'all
But if
look at the bookies off it.
yeah, but if he pulls that off, y'all gonna have to not talk trash about him for like a month.
Nah, I won't be able to do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I see. That right. I don't place bets. So I'm not a bookie. I'm not Kalshi.
You gotta at least give it 24 hours though.
Okay, if he pulls that off, I will not say anything for a month.
Miriam, please.
Nah, Miriam, you over-committing. Just give it 2 days. Let's be realistic here, Miriam, okay?
You could have said 2 minutes, maybe 3.
I think she can make it 2 days. She can make it 2 days. I think she can.
But a full month? Oh.
Yeah, I make it a week.
If he succeeds, I'm gonna talk shit about the Tyler Ego while he's on stage.
I mean, that's what people did when he had that Kent man on the stage that he said he knew, but then they didn't know each other.
But he brought that lady from the car dealership the other time. Was she a CFO?
Yeah, she was a C-level. Yeah, she was C-level.
Yeah, CC.
A C-level in a car dealership?
Yeah.
I mean,
No, it was a car executive. It wasn't one dealership.
Yeah, it was a car executive.
and then could you go on Clubhouse and talk about stuff?
Yeah, she did. She actually does some amazing stuff.
Would you recommend your clients coming on Clubhouse?
I've had him on here. I've had a couple of them on here. I've met a few CEO of Rock Nation. You know.
Yeah, well, that was all right.
When Clubhouse was good for it, like some top people really used to come there.
Yeah, it's fun.
CEO, I'm not betting mood. Is there any other bets that you're thinking about they want to take?
Oh yeah, give me a second. I'll make one.
Do we need to get you some gambling resources, Spiritus? I've just been really... I like games, so... And I like winning money, so I'm ready. And with all the gambling that goes on this stage, I just want to be in on it a little bit. We're gonna have to start a PC support group for all this gambling y'all like to get into.
Oh yeah, I mean there is a men's support group, so you can have.
Exactly, we're gonna make that support group a no niggas on, okay?
It was a shame what happened with fucking Biden though. I think he bet like $3,000 and then he lost the bet on Harris winning and he just disappeared from Clubhouse after. He never paid the first payment.
That's funny.
Are you saying that's why he left Clubhouse?
Yes, he immediately left Clubhouse after the election.
No, but are you saying he left because
He didn't want to pay the person. Yeah.
how do you know that?
Because he didn't pay the bet, I know that, and he hasn't been on since the election.
That's not true. He's been on Clubhouse. We've spoken to him.
He's been on the Clubhouse since November 2024.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He never showed up at Showism again.
Oh, well, he's been, he was here a few months ago.
Yeah, he ain't been in Showism. You gotta go see.
To be fair, many of us have not been back to Chili's.
But he bet, was it Kendo? I think he bet Kendo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like $3,000.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe he had another baby or something. Say that again?
I said, there's some rooms on here where it was a bet, they started exposing people and like dragging them out for like a few hours to get here early enough. I stumbled upon one.
Yeah.
Somebody opened up the...
The cishet man loves to bet on this app. It's their thing.
I'm just
response to you when you asked if First Lady was coming back, and I said soon? I delivered, right?
That is correct. You did say soon. You didn't say how soon, but you did say she would be back, and you were right. So thank you.
Oh, yeah, so you already having dinner with Anthony? Or lunch with Anthony?
Yeah, I had lunch with Patty and Anthony in Atlanta a few months ago. Yeah.
Was Anthony, what was his personality like in person? Same as the airport?
No, he was mostly cool, but we got into one conversation and Patty just put her head down during it. He said he doesn't believe there's a black community. And so I was asking him some follow-up questions and you should have seen Patty. She was just balled up. I couldn't say that.
Oh, wow. Well, maybe he defines community differently than the average person, I suppose. Did he say why he doesn't believe?
I can't remember. I tried to block it out of my mind. It was pretty horrible. If you were there, you would have been pretty horrified too.
Oh, I understand. You know, I have the same tactic, CEO. There are times that I hear things and I tell myself, we're just going to forget we ever heard.
Right.
And I just do everything I can to forget it. Yeah, I've done that before.
And what part of the meal did he say this? What was it? Appetizer?
No, it was after we ate. We were just sitting in the lobby.
Shoot the color?
I'm saying that. Yeah.
Ooh, that's the worst part. Wait a minute, since you're snitching, CEO, what did you guys order?
Oh God. I think Patty and I both had salmon. I don't remember what. Oh no. Anthony didn't order anything because he showed up so late. So Patty showed up like 45 minutes late. Anthony showed up like an hour and a half late.
Oh my God! You didn't tell me Anthony was a real nigga?
Yes. He's a real nigga. He was on extra crispy CD time.
Wait, an hour and a half? Why would anybody wait?
You know, well, Patty was there. Or Patty was 45 minutes late herself. So you know.
You all left. Wait, were you on time?
Yes,
Of course he's on time.
Of course, because you're a businessman. I get that. I'm on time here an hour early, scope the place out, already knew who's going to order. Talk to the bartender already. CEO, did you pick out a table for the group? Like, they were going to give you one, and you were like, what about this one over here?
Yeah, that's funny because I did.
Yeah, see, I know you people.
Nothing wrong with arriving a little late, you know. 5, 10 minutes, you know, you let the person know ahead of time that you're running behind the traffic.
5 or 10 minutes is okay. And 10 minutes is fine. Yeah, tell me that it's fine.
It's rude. It isn't.
Yeah, okay. You already know, like, stretch your feet out under the table. Okay?
Well, so here's the deal. So when I get to restaurants, I usually know what I'm going to order because I look at the menu in advance because you know we've got a plan or macros and stuff. So I know what I'm going to order. It doesn't take me that long. Occasionally, I might have a question for the waiter, but my questions are pointed and they're useful questions because unlike a lot of people, I actually think about what I'm going to eat. I just don't order shit just because.
What would be an example of a question that you may ask?
What's the size of the salmon portion? 4 ounces. Okay.
That's a good one. And let me ask you one follow-up. Are you the type of person that, you know, when the waiter comes over, that you ask them what their name is?
No, I don't. Waiters usually say, sometimes they wear.
Not where I go. I don't go to places where the waiters wear name tags. I don't.
Well, where are you going?
Where are you going to Danielle's?
I don't get into a conversation, we might trade names, yes, but I generally don't ask for the waiver.
Okay, I have two follow-ups, Hurricane. This is just me and you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you the type of person where, all the plates are everybody's done eating, and you like pre-stack some of the plates before the busser or waiter comes over to clear?
No.
Okay, and then my last question is, do you get a little uncomfortable if a waiter gets too comfortable and perhaps like sits at the table when they're kind of explaining what the
Sits at the table? Sits at the table?
They sometimes, like you're in a booth and, they're having a conversation about the specials and they're getting really casual, like you uncomfortable?
Hooters? No, visibly.
Is that if you Hooters is black?
No, visibly uncomfortable or just internally.
Maybe they're trying to be even flirty. Maybe they even crouch down at the table so that they're table height when they're having the conversation.
Like, I can sure it's already know.
So I can already say, so generally, I don't like gratuitous shit. I don't do it, and I don't like people doing it to me, so. When you start doing too much, you're gonna get on my nerves, because it don't take all that. Tell me what's on the menu, and then leave. That's it.
Okay, so you want something purely transactional and business-like.
It doesn't have to, it doesn't have to be purely transactional. Business-like with some warmth is fine. I don't need you to make me feel as if we're in, some small town down south where everybody knows everybody. I don't need all that.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Bring my food on time and make sure it's hot. That's what I want.
Interested in doing more name tags, and then a lot of companies have stopped doing it because of the safety of the waitresses or the staff.
Oh, the spirit is I do have another wager. J.D. Vance does not win the Republican nomination.
Yeah, and I'm betting that is not going to win.
Oh, so we're on the same page with that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Spirit says, who is stacking plates on a table at a restaurant?
There are some people who do that.
There are some people who do that. Oftentimes you would be eating with somebody who was maybe in the service industry before, and they're trying to be helpful, or they're impatient and just kind of want to get the plates out of there to send a message to like the bussers or whoever, like, hey, let's get the plates out of here.
There are other ways to get the attention of a busser or a waiter if you're ready to leave.
Snap the fingers.
Yeah, that was
Are there other ways to do it? But
all right, I have one last question, Hurricane. This is it. This is the last one. Have you ever, we'll just say in the last 5 years, okay? Have you ever asked the waiter to ask him to turn the music down?
Let me think. Turn the music down. I have. I don't know if in the last 5 years, but you know what? Yes. I was with a very good friend at a restaurant in Washington, D.C. It was brand new, rather small. It was a Caribbean fusion restaurant, and just by the vibe, I could tell it was black owned. We went upstairs. There was a bar, and there were some tables and some booths, and we sat at a booth, and the music was, pardon my French, fucking loud. That's how loud it was, because I don't even use fucking that way usually when I talk, but that's how loud it was. I couldn't hear my friend talking to me. So after sipping on the water, I raised my hand so I could get the attention of the waitress. And when she came over, I said, "Can you please turn down the music? I cannot hear
like chair they may pull up and tell you about the specials or something. I don't particularly like that, but you know, it certainly happens. They get a little too comfortable where they think they're gonna get a little more tip or something like that. I mean, it doesn't work with me. I like good service, but I don't want to be your friend.
You must be in the wrong parts of New York. It never happened to me. I've been 8 weeks there. But
oh, it's very rare. It's very rare. I'm just saying, I've seen that before. I was just wondering like how offended Hurricane may get if that did happen to him.
I don't like the overly familiar thing. I really don't like it. Because to me, that is unprofessional. You have to strike the balance and you have to respect people's privacy. If I come to the restaurant with a group of people, I'm going to hang out with them. Bitch, you are not part of the group. Do not invite yourself.
I want to go in, like, Hooters in the Loop House.
I mean, I love Hooters. Don't get me wrong.
Hurricane, that was tomato or bacon or onions. I don't want lettuce, please.
Do you know your own business?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I want to hear it. Jesus Christ, you got.
Are you in Jersey, Mike?
Is that Final Guys?
I'm in Dallas, at the hotel in Dallas. Oh, okay.
I was at the Doubletree. Okay.
You're free. Hurricane, I have a question. Have you ever been at an establishment, looked at their menu, and then asked or petitioned them to change the name of a meat block?
Not at a restaurant, but at an establishment that served nutritious beverages, yes. I once asked the establishment to change the name of one of its nutritious beverages because I and many others found the name racially offensive.
You say many others. What was the name? I can find that for. What's the name? What was the name, Ron?
It was a protein shake made with chocolate protein powder and fruit, including a banana, and it was called the chocolate monkey. And I was in my pro-blacker bag back then. You could tell me nothing. And when I saw
there was a banana involved, I mean, it seems fair.
So when I saw chocolate monkey, I was like, oh no. Not in this district of Columbia. You're not gonna have black people coming to this establishment wanting to order a protein shake and saying, may I have a chocolate monkey, please? I was like, no, we're not doing that.
So you prefer if white women made that request?
Oh, I don't care if white women do it. I was not gonna be saying, I want a chocolate monkey. No. I didn't like it. And a few of the black people who visited that establishment routinely didn't like it either. I told them that it was racially offensive, and I didn't understand why a gym in a city with as many black people as this one thought that naming a protein shake chocolate monkey would be okay. So.
It's funny you say that, because I was in DC last week. Okay, I was walking to, I think it was 18th Street, walking towards One Town Circle, like 18th Street, 19th Street. I went by a crepe place, and they had crepes with all the presidents on it. And I was looking at the crepes, and then I went to the Barack Obama, and the Barack Obama crepe had nuts, bananas, and chocolate as well. And that's the first thing I was like, hold up. Why Barack Obama the only one back there, the banana one?
But what was it called?
The crepe place?
No, the name of the Barack Obama crepe.
It was called Barack Obama.
I mean, okay, that's fine.
The black monkeys okay with the Barack Obama with the banana, this is fine.
Well, how do you know that was the only crepe that had bananas in it?
I looked at the whole menu.
It was the only one with bananas?
Mm-hmm.
chocolate monkey had sex. Okay? And I wrote my little complaint. It took them a while to change it though. I had to complain several times. But I wasn't the only one who complained. And now they have a whole DEI board. The gym has a whole DEI board. I don't even know why they do, but they have one. Yeah, they got rid of the chocolate monkey. So, it goes since never said Taylor didn't do nothing for y'all. Okay?
Whatever happened to the Doja? Stay so on.
You're on a Doja, what are you talking about? Were you not on a Doja?
I treat my Doja as I treat my, like, porn. My house quiet to myself. I don't really publicly around.
Oh, when I say Doja, I just mean African American.
Oh, okay. Not like like how it was in, like, season 3, I guess it was?
Yeah. Not, if I'm talking about them, I'd probably say a Doja extremist or something, but a Doja is an affectionate. I think it's a beautiful label. It's like, it's kind of cool. A Doja sounds good. And a Doja came up with it too. He's no longer on the app, but did you ever meet Leaky on the app?
I think so.
Yeah, Leaky was the one who coined the name a Doja. That's a Leaky original.
Yeah, bring back. Everybody migrated to me. This is catch me down there. It's true. Oh.
That experience, it's like that.
Yes, it's been like that. I get it. There's a line between inclusivity and enabling.
Neil Liberal, can you tell us more about ancient commit?
Oh, it's close. Pretty close. Off at the border. So I was in the off ballot. Or rather, CEO was at off ballot. The Syrians reportedly invaded ancient Egypt.
I'm not to trust you and tell me your favorite movie. He's not the person I realized him to be.
I would not have picked
Compromised.
I would not have picked that one.
He's been compromised.
I mean, Escape from Los Angeles is even better.
I actually, that's one of my favorites. Like, I love it.
I'll tell you, Bruce Springsteen is one of your favorite singers.
It is.
No, I know his favorite's Tom Petty. I'm not mad at it either.
No, not really. I don't have time for that.
Not
which is the opposite of me. Sunshine, happiness.
I have a horrible playlist, especially for brother.
Whenever you do get to share that with me.
Of really horrible Americana.
I believe it. I believe it.
Oh, I wonder if we'll see eye to eye here, finally, neoliberal. I wonder if our roads meld together on this.
Oh, I bet it's a wonderfully horrible mix of
I find that offensive.
all kinds of things. Oh yeah, I believe it. You find it offensive. You're the one who said you think it's going to align. It's just genres all over the place. It's just, I totally. What is the one genre that you listen to that you would be most embarrassed to tell somebody?
What did you say?
I said, what's the one genre that you listen to that you're the least proud to tell people?
Oh, it's that Americana playlist. It's stuff like Dolly Parton. Daddy was an old-time preacher.
Well, if we're talking Dolly Parton in the 70s, it's very different.
The Stanley Brothers, Elmore James.
I mean, that's good.
I love it. You're so kind. You're so good.
Johnny Cash. I love the East Street Brothers.
Wait, the who brothers?
East Street, how do you pronounce it?
The Allman Brothers?
Are you talking about the Isley Brothers?
Yes.
Oh, the Isley Brothers. I can't see you fucking rocking to Between the Sheets. Get up.
I don't know why. I told you this bit. I love it. You know what?
Wait, have you ever heard him imitate Trent when he says baby? However Trent says it. Yeah, of course a liberal could listen to the Isley Brothers or whatever else he might say he listens to.
No, I just think it's funny. I mean, I support it. I'm trying to picture him doing that while flipping through his latest fucking philosophy mumbo jumbo. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. Like, people can't have range.
His philosophy mumbo jumbo.
Listening to For the Love of You, parts 1 and 2 by the Isley Brothers, while he's reading Kant.
Well, when I'm reading Kant, it's John Baker. I get the Kant.
Hot take. I never liked For the Love of You anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful song.
We'll take the liberal. We'll switch out.
I don't have to like the Isley Brothers, please. For the Love of You was okay. It's like, it's alright. It's not a, wait, you think it's a great song?
No, I didn't say that.
I think it's a pretty great song, but it's also like, you know, where the context, where you're playing it, the mood. It's not something I would want to put on, you know, in the middle of, believe it or not, in the middle of lovemaking. Then it gets too literal. So I wouldn't like it for that, but I think it's a great song.
And also, for love, please, for sex, it's an awful song for sex. It ain't even got no real beat. Like, it's not like, no.
Y'all play music with words? Well, I haven't. No, it's not.
Exactly, because then we're going to have to ask you, and we don't do all the answer stuff.
But now, who else Wait, did you say Merle Haggard?
Yeah.
Oh. I only know a couple songs of his, but he was definitely. Well, I'm not gonna say it.
Joe Cocker?
Oh, Joe Cocker, right, the British Blue-Eyed Soul.
Yeah. I always forget the Americans are British, especially. Well, not Rick Clapton. I remember that he's British, but some of his albums are so American.
Yeah, that's true. I can't believe Cocaine was such a big hit. It's like no big deal. It was a big. I mean, people do clutch their pearls a little bit about, drugs in music, in the last however many years, but Eric Clapton was literally had I don't know if it was the number one hit, but it's probably a top 10 hit called Cocaine. All about it.
Different cultural times.
Yeah, I know.
Pete Seeger, when I'm reading Marxism.
Pete Seeger. I love Pete Seeger. Do you know his song, What Did You Learn in School Today? Do you know that one?
I think so.
Yeah, oh God, that's actually perfect for right now. Do you like Emmylou Harris? That's one of my more. I'm not a huge country fan, but I do like older country, and she's definitely on my list.
Maybe? Does it ring a bell?
You probably like her. She's done some stuff with Dolly Parton, Linda Ronstadt. She did like a trio of them and whatnot. She's quite good. But, mostly 70s stuff is what I'm interested in for country or before.
I have a severe recency bias with music. With the exception of this playlist. Yeah.
Meaning stuff that you found and you keep listening to, but didn't have to come out more recently. Is that enough?
No, but I kind of follow what comes out.
Oh, okay. So, got it.
K-pop
Is that what you like? Is that what you like?
I'm into French pop. K-pop. That is good.
You hear that? What do you say to that, brother?
Well, I love the K-pop.
What about your AI children? Do they like it?
Well, they like that movie, but they don't sing the song. But my wife, who doesn't exist, really likes the K-pop drama.
say, but a lot of ambient music. And
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that too.
the weird crossovers between ambient and contemporary music.
I mean, most of the time, like in my best work, I do work late at night and the kids are asleep, but my best work is like 4:30 in the morning. 3:30, anywhere from 3:30 to 7, like before the kids wake up, that's my best, most.
When do you sleep? When do you sleep then?
I have a little bit of flexibility in my time, so every once in a while, I don't need a lot of sleep. If I can get about 4.5 hours, I'm good. And then sometimes I'll take like a 20-minute nap somewhere in the day. It's not really 20 minutes, but I give myself like just that time to sort of zone out and just relax. I'm good. And then on the weekend I can sleep in just good.
That's cool. So it's a minimum. I mean, I'm in a ton of sleep. I usually get between 4 and 6 on average. I'm fine.
When I don't have insomnia, I sleep 7 or 8 hours.
Good for you. Now, how often are you able to get 7 to 8 hours?
Most of the time.
Okay, that's good.
But I do have bouts of severe insomnia that are correlated with geopolitical events.
Oh, God.
I get Ambien for that. Well, just a different recommendation if anybody's interested. If you're obsessed by cult documentaries like I am, there is a new one on HBO. I think it's called The 12 Tribes or something like that. I highly recommend. It's just more of the damn white people are crazy kind of category because
Lost Tribes?
yeah, so it kind of has that hook for people.
Okay.
It's where they take some of the Old Testament stuff mixed with fundamentalist Christianity and also, spoiler alert, but also trigger warning, abusing their children.
Is it historical or is it new?
It's a new documentary, but it's started in the 70s, and as far as I can tell, I haven't watched the whole thing, I'm almost done. It goes through the 2000s and 2010s, at least. I don't know where it's ending up, but so.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it's, 12 tribes, and they had to have 12 locations, but what they do in any of these cults that you see is like, they start with obviously a charismatic, leader, and everybody who joins has to give all their money to the thing, and whatever, and everybody works for free, farming and tilling the land, and the next thing you know, they gotta figure out a way to make money, so they open up, in this case, little convenience stores / cafes. Everybody works there for free, and then they spread their message that way. And of course, it's like a, health nut type cafe, so this is from like the cults leftist thing, but then kind of goes into the whole, what they call it, like shoehorn into the like right-wing fundamentalists. So it's good. So we'll see how it ends, but it's the same playbook, which is hysterical because I've watched so many of these. So if I want to run a cult, I know the exact script that I would need to make this happen. But, you know, if you're looking for entertainment, this is just a one shot, I believe, hour and a half. And that's it. That's not crazy dissimilar to like a Wild Wild Country if you haven't seen that. But it's, you know, just one episode.
So there is a movie by, what's his name? It reminds me of this sort of cultish type, what was his name? Okay, Charles Bronson. He had a movie where, you know, he played sort of like a dirty Harry character, you know, they had those, you know, 80s, 90s movies.
Yeah, the vigilante, right.
Yeah,
Right.
he had a movie that stuck with me for a while, and it was about a religious, and I've always loved those movies about like cults or, you know, sort of religious sects. But he had a movie, what was it called?
It wasn't like the Death Wish series or anything, was it?
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if it was Death Wish. It might have been, but I'm trying to find it, but it made me think of that. And I used to, whenever that used to come on, like we used to have HBO growing up, and so I used to watch a whole bunch of shit I should have never saw. But it was one of those movies, I'm gonna say like, but it always freaked me out. I've been hooked on those types of movies.
Yeah, those were super popular, like 70s, 80s, into the 90s, where it was like the cops aren't doing the thing to protect us. So we had the vigilante guy who's going off script, like the Dirty Harry, Clint Eastwood stuff, and the Charles Bronson, and then, you know. So yeah, that was definitely an era. I feel like all his movies, though, even if it wasn't Death Wish, it was like something like that. He always had a gun or something. I think he was in like Dirty Dozen as well. I mean, that's a throwback. I'm trying to remember who was in that. Was that Clint Eastwood, Charles Bronson, maybe? I don't know.
Well, that was a whole
Oh, and also, like, who is that guy? That Omari said he voted for. That actor. Well, he said but he lied. Shit. Oh, Chuck Norris. You know what I mean? Like those people. So like Chuck Norris, Charles Bronson, Clint Eastwood. I guess all of them. It's the same fucking character.
You know, I had friends who used to really watch Walker, Texas Ranger, and I could just never get into that. And I had to actively not think less of them. People really like that. I believe that they were like really afraid that they used to always have Walker, Texas Ranger on.
Okay, so one thing I do like doing is, when I see a movie like that on Rotten Tomatoes, let me just look for an audience review on it and just see what they say. This one gave it a half a star. And they said, I can't believe Charles Bronson had his name associated with this script. It has to be one of the worst movies I've ever seen. The dialogue is third grade level at best, the acting is high schoolish, and the special effects and stunts are laughable. Unbelievably awful all around. Half a star. That may be a wedge on Tuesday, and they have to watch it.
Yeah, I don't know how old that could have been, but I was not that old, but I was watching this movie. I was watching it every time it came on. And it was like HBO, Showtime.
Oh yeah, totally, I'm sure.
Oh my God.
I mean, the first line of this review, which gave it 1.5 stars, so it's a little more gracious, says, I don't even want to read the whole thing, it just says, even though the movie opens with the slaughter of about a dozen innocent women and children, Messenger of Death is something of a departure for Charles Bronson.
Like, I have a general sort of sense of the movie, and I remember, and it's weird because I remember, like, different scenes. I remember different scenes, like, visually. There are really images, like, still images of the movie. Like, there's certain moments that I can still recall, and I watched this in 30 plus years. I was a little unlearned, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there are movies that I remember from my youth that were like, oh my God, I can't believe I liked this. There's a lot of that, and that you actually liked it, but watched it over and over again. Like, there's that, we get that.
Yeah. Say nothing changed. My parents really didn't let me watch much of it. Or they didn't overly monitor. There were certain movies I could not watch until I was much older. So I could not watch Harlem Nights. Like, imagine me not being able to watch Harlem Nights, but I could watch Messenger of Death. Yeah, that's wild.
Oh, that's funny. What was the rationale? What was the rationale?
Because they cursed the whole bunch. You know, like, I don't know if they actively knew I was watching Messenger of Death. They didn't actually really stop me. Like, you know, I haven't thought about that movie in forever, but you said, I don't know, something about the 12 tribes that just made me think about. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to watching that and finish it up. I have to write a book report on mine. I have a whole list of every time I watch like a cult or a scammer like documentary, I have a list, so I write it on that.
Oh, yeah.
I love the scammer docs, the worst, ex ever, like that kind of thing, any calls, whatever. I love Again, Netflix can do that a lot where it drags it out. And you're like, I need the nuts and bolts if it's a documentary, pretty much. But, yeah, but some of these is just fascinating, like what is out there and what people do. It's kind of crazy. Like, I can't believe it.
Like, I remember I used to be really fascinated. I've completely forgotten everything now, but I used to be really fascinated with Heaven's Gate.
Oh my God, that's one of the greats. Yeah, give me a Heaven's Gate documentary, throw in a Jonestown, like, I'm good. Like there's something tragic at the Heaven's Gate with what was it, the Nike Airs or something? I don't know, what were they wearing?
No, I don't even remember. I just remember
They all wore the sneakers.
the guy, the head of it. I just remember his face.
Yeah. That white hair and like blue eyes or something. Yeah, he's creepy.
There was a movie, a TV show that I was watching. It was on TNT, and then it moved over to another platform. And they were looking for, it's like a group of friends that were looking for, like college friends that were looking for a missing woman or someone who was missing in the college who they were not really friends with, but they sort of knew collectively. And they were looking for her, and it was sort of like a dark comedy, and it was on TV. Oh gosh! But over the course of the seasons, it went from like a where is she to a they're talking about cults, and it was actually really good. One of the people who was sort of wrapped up in trying to find this woman was going through some personal challenges and going through a lot of trying to say it without saying going through a lot of personal stuff at the same time that this woman was missing, and so she became really attached to finding this woman as a part of her identity, in this sort of shifting moment. And eventually, right, her life sort of transforms into this, sort of, she has some wild experiences over the course of, I think it was like 3 seasons, and then the last season was a really good sort of absurdist moment where they're talking about like, fandom, cults and personalities, social media, right? All of this. It was really good. It was a really good show. Let's see if I can find
It was like a series?
it. Yeah. It was she played in Arrested Development. She was the cousin. A series on a real
Oh, I love that show.
And she was the cousin who the son sort of hold on. This is how long ago was it? Okay, hold on. Okay. Aaliyah Shawkat.
Okay.
So she was, oh, okay, hold on. It was called Search Party.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm looking at it.
Oh, really? I really enjoyed the show. I followed it late. I joined, when it was like,
Got some really good reviews here, I see.
it's a really good show.
Okay. Oh, pretty cool. Oh, it's on Netflix. Cool. Oh, and it's a sitcom, they say.
Yeah, it's a dark comedy.
Okay. I like them. Dark comedies. Oh my God. So, there's a guy on the show, Cole Escola. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes.
Because they went on to do one of the, did they just win a Tony? Yeah, that was for Old Mary.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was, everybody, I tried to go see it when it was off Broadway, before it went to Broadway, and it was one of those like random lottery tickets at the theater, and I didn't get it, but it was, all my friends who saw it said it was unbelievable, like hysterical.
Yeah. So I would say that I think they really show up in well, I'm not gonna say, but yeah, they used it to great effect in the show.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
This would make me more inclined to watch it.
They didn't start off at the beginning.
Yeah,
but it's it was a show I didn't go in with a lot of expectations. I was watching something else. That's actually how I started watching Girls on HBO. I was watching another show, and like there's a I would record the show, and there's like there's a little crossover time between when the show goes off and the next show comes on that it would record like the beginning of, and there were a few times where I would sort of catch maybe the first 30 seconds of the show, and it'd be really engaging. And so eventually, I said to myself, you know what? Let me just see what this is about. Let me just watch it, and I got hooked. And I think it changed platforms. I think it went from TNT to another platform, and I watched it and enjoyed it.
very cool. I'm looking, I just love stuff like that can actually be made. Him playing Mary Todd Lincoln. It's already, the premise is hysterical leading up to his assassination. It's already fucking great.
That was my first introduction to Cole, and your character was so appropriate for the show. Yeah.
That's right. Alright, cool. I'm gonna go back to watching this, finishing this documentary. I'll report back.
All right. Let's go back to this.
Thanks, Daniel Liberal, for holding us today.
Bye. No, you're fine. They're clearly an audience of sleeping people. Good night. Good night. Good night. morning to night. Tattoo that. I'm not bad.
But you can't have it both ways. You cannot take ownership, yet you have both branches that move the needle on policy for the country. So if things haven't changed, I'm not saying this ain't whole things haven't changed. I hope it turns around and gets better. But if things get worse by the time the midterms come, you have no excuses because you literally have the Congress and the presidency. That's what's the country. That's the issue for the
I don't know where you live.
no problem. Who said that dumb shit, bro? Like that the administration is stopping. Wait, hold on. I want to hear who said that. Who said that?
Me no white, me no black. I said that.
Yeah. There's nothing complicated about the Trump administration, bro.
You sound like you could barely form sentences. You're over here criticizing. Everything with a mouthpiece don't move it.
There's nothing competent about this administration, bro.
Okay.
Thank
you for your opinion. You feel me?
No, that's a fact.
Wait, but you said no, now it's a fact? That's crazy.
No,
how can you quantify that? The fuck?
Okay.
These are the people on Clubhouse. Let's make it. So I respected your opinion, and then you want to take it as a fact. That's crazy.
There's nothing competent about the Trump administration.
Everything you're saying is a nothing burger.
One second. Hey, Mr. Wilson, y'all gonna comment you put in the chat there, respectfully, good brother, when you said so vote blue no matter who. That's a very cynical way of looking at it, man. Very cynical, sir. That's not what anybody is saying. That's not what anybody is saying, sir. Try to ask me all the time. Oh, I'm landing and you can go right ahead. I'm landing and you can go right ahead. Only thing I'm saying is, brother, can I just finish what I'm saying? Sir, that's a very cynical way of looking at it.
Who is that? Don over there trying to they gonna stay. It's all right, man. You get off the mic, that nigga be like, I got it.
I'm still waiting here.
Precious.
I'm sorry. Get out of here.
Be quiet. What's your name is, Gotham? Chat.
It's on very cynical. That was
I'm scared. That's why I said that.
And you can't name how what you just said is a fact.
I'm not going to get back to where we are, but let's see if we can get back to where we should be. All right. So and it's okay if you guys can't talk about the war, Iran, or that thing. I mean, just let me know, and I'll try to find something else, more productive, more colorful.
Pick another topic.
Don't try that.
Put it on the tip.
You know the difference between the regime and the people of our region? Because people want to say, oh, this is a fact. Nigga, you don't even know where you standing at right now talking about, oh, this is a fact.
Okay, so where was I wrong?
You talking about, hey, oh, that's a literal fact. Oh, none of them is confident, blah, blah, blah. How the fuck? All right, so explain it to us then. Explain it to us. I respected your opinion, but explain it now. Because you can say whatever you want.
do that again, okay? We don't.
Yeah, it's a wrap because you only made one. You was trying to make one, and now you forgot. So it's not even worth it. Y'all shut the hell up. Hey.
I know. Look, you got sweet saying shut the hell up. What's going on? Let me talk ass off. You heard?
Let's let Mr. Wilson guide us to the promise land. Mr. Wilson, I know you got a good topic since you don't want to talk about the oil price.
I do have a good topic. I have a great topic, Mr. Sweet. I do have an excellent topic.
One night on Mr. Wilson.
I do have a good topic. Are you a member of the Nation of Islam?
Oh my God, no.
I get a prize? You got a prize for me? You got a prize for me, Mr. Wilson?
I do not. I asked you.
Who sent you with the question?
Since you want to center me, we're going to center you.
Hey, bro, you don't want to start talking to me about asking my opinion about the oil prices, bro.
A member of the Nation of Islam in a good standing.
What would be the benefit of me answering your question?
Now, listen here. You're not gonna.
Y'all think this dude has this?
I'm really not gonna allow it, and you're gonna come down and stay on mute. If you come on mute, you're going to go to the gooey. Hush, go mute. Okay. All right. Let's get back on topic. So, I was thinking, right, that maybe we should do like a mock emergency war thing. You know what I'm saying? Like we can get the flyers and stuff together. Hey, stop talking. I'm trying to tell you about our mock war that we're going to do. Hold on, stop talking. In preparation for if we end up going to war with Iran, for real. Okay, so if we don't want the kids to go, then we need to do, like if they start, what we're going to do if they announce the draft, right? So we need to do a mock practice room. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody gonna go AWOL.
But answer this. When in the history has that ever happened? Like, be friends like a mock war?
Listen, I'm just trying to talk about the war, like real talk. Can somebody please?
Use an underground railroad. The whiskey thing gonna do nothing but get kids to Canada so they won't have to get in the draft. That what they were doing in the 60s with the draft, they were shipping it do like an underground railroad type of thing, getting their kids to Canada so they won't have to be in the draft. That wasn't gonna happen. And they're gonna tell you you have to send your kid.
I gotta tell you something. I'm sorry, but they said Trump officials say gas prices will return to normal in a few more weeks. All energy departments will be 2027.
Ain't that some shit?
I believe that.
We talks about the stuff. But the bomb war, I many of them soldiers, that is there now. There's a whole series.
Just go say, yeah, that's some other stuff. But just start talking over people, boy. All folks so rude sometimes. Let us finish talking. And that's.
So I declare war. I declare war with a mock draft, and we can go ahead and put people in position, give people certain.
Mister. We can get all the war experts and shit.
Absolutely. And everybody is an expert in their field to be a general or a division leader in that, and then bring forth their specialty to help the, everybody in that specialty to say forth. So that's what we should do. We can do that right here. And all these people with all this expertise and what they do and how they do it, not the talk, but the real work, should come forth with that information, and you can head up that, whatever you do.
Give you 5 Dracos.
As the ambassador, and the young people keep up their confidence and their mood, so he can show you, like, hey, yeah, sure, things are bad, but look on the bright side. That's you, Mr. Wilson. You can be there.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother Dunn, for your cynical statement. You gotta get a little bit better at it. So I hope that the blue wall. I hope the blue wall does it, but I appreciate it very well. I play very well. So good at games.
shit down.
I barely pay taxes like you do. That's all right there. Okay. You know, I
Excuse me, someone's talking. Thank you. I know. Y'all don't even know who was talking because y'all always talking over somebody and you knew you was doing it. All right. So I guess we're gonna give the mic to me. No.
No, hold on, wait, let me see. Look, I barely pay taxes, but it's not tax evasion. I just use like loopholes. Like that's all. Like Wesley Snipes, that was tax evasion. That was something else.
I'm gonna put that video link in the chat though, man. But there is not a law that says you have to pay taxes. It's crazy. Yeah, and watch that video, and when you see it changed my whole thought process about paying taxes. I was actually
We better enjoy these conversations. The problem is gonna sit down for a minute.
If you know how to do it, bro, like you barely have to pay taxes. You just like,
Well, you need to explain why my own mother made a mistake when she was doing her taxes. She made a mistake and filed exempt, and she had to pay them back at the end of the year a sizable amount of money.
Let me tell you this, man. Them motherfuckers told me, I know you got the money. I didn't pay them taxes. They called me. They said, nigga, I know you got that bread. I said, what? They said, no, they said, I know you have the money. I know you have it. Like, we need it.
Man, it took my mother about 2.5 years to pay them motherfuckers out, bro. It took about 2.5 years.
They jailed up them some Wesley Snipes on that tax shit. They jailed up some jazz in the eyes, and tax shit. And motherfuckers walking through the yard, they don't pay no tax. So
that's why I said started
I was gonna ask you another question.
what's yours?
Did y'all know that Johnson killed
I'm talking, man. What y'all got going on?
What's up, soldier?
What's good, my prodigy? What's good, family? Salam. What's good with you, Ambassador LeBron? And what else you know?
You asking my question now.
You want the smartest one in the room to answer it?
Yeah, you can answer it too, because I was
The smartest one in the room. But the smartest one in the room gonna answer it. I can bet you that. What's your question?
Gaddafi, I heard that. So, Gaddafi had over 100 Americans murdered in a airplane burn or something, and that's when they put him on that most wanted list. Has anyone ever heard that before?
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Gaddafi didn't do that, though.
Did that shit and tried to blame it on Gaddafi, but they were trying to label him because he decided to buy, sell, and trade in real gold bullion, get gold down to and his last bid was on the euro dollar, the euro, as opposed to the dollar. He was leaning more on the euro than the
jumped up and learned the lessons out of the Afghan mountains. And then when he surfaced, America was teamed up with Osama bin Laden. And then he made some move that Bush didn't like. And he vilified Osama, Saddam Hussein, and Muammar Gaddafi. They killed him. And then,
Here's the bigger question. So who y'all think did the 9/11 today?
Good morning. That's his voice. Good morning. Well, did it or who paid for it? If he didn't say it, yes. Who paid for it?
I was down there.
Ask the question again. That's a direct question. Listen to what I'm asking.
But
as of today, 2026, who do you believe now did 9/11?
Netanyahu.
Saudis.
Netanyahu. Ordered
So now it's French. Now Netanyahu and Bush. Now let's go back to Erica's original question.
Bush changed the
Do you think Gaddafi killed a whole bunch of people on the air?
No, he was making his own currency. That's why they offered him. He wanted to get away from the dollar bill. Exactly. Thank you, Mahal.
Where did the airplane crash?
What'd you say?
Where? Airplane.
I mean, we don't know what the fuck hit the fucking towers, but something.
I know it's with that, but the airplanes that hit those towers, that's not up for debate. The question is, who's coaching and quarterbacking the whole thing? That's what's all the debate.
I just told you. Let's be clear on my side. You want to say my side?
No,
Let's be clear on that question.
Maybe Mossad had something to do with it, whatever. But if we talk about the towers, that was a Saudi shit. So maybe
No, they're not dumb. They're not dumb. Those people are not dumb. They're the fall guys.
I went to go see FBI, anybody that's not the Saudis.
Personally, I think it's that Saudi.
British intelligence, Rumsfeld, Cheney, anybody that's not the Saudis. It was all meant to happen years ago. This was planned like to the T. So you can tell.
So dig this.
I think it was inside job, Building 7, all of that shit.
Yeah, we all, yes. The third building fall by a flyer? Yeah, okay.
Let me tell you something. Can I in the conversation right quick?
Hold on. I was down there when that shit happened. I saw.
You know what, that's my bad way. I don't know how I'm hanging out with you guys. So let me be rude and steal the energy of the room real quick. Can I do that? Can I shift the whole topic?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Good. So, so I tell you what, being that y'all got me up past my bedtime, and I'm not sleepy, so I'm gonna hang out with you guys for a little bit, right? So with that being said, let's do a quick reset, and I shift the energy of the room to a conversation. I got something, a clip that I want to play, right? Let me find it. Hold on. While I'm talking, I'm going to do a quick reset, and I am going to pull up some clips and shift the energy, the topic of the room. I'm going to still shift for a minute, just for a minute, guys. All right, so let's do a hard reset. Hey, guys, welcome to 40 Acres. Let's see how many people in here. Oh, man, damn, we got some other man. Oh, they got to be bots or something. What's going on? Dude, you got the doors open. See,
Did we get up 40 acres in a meal? I didn't know.
These guys been hanging out with y'all like that? Oh, man, y'all must be in a fat sack of gold. All right, so look, let's do a hard reset. This guy, I'm gonna play this clip right, and the guy you're gonna hear is one arrogant SP, the son of y'all know the rest of that. This guy's an arrogant dude. Bro, I ain't never seen nobody so arrogant. I'm gonna play a clip for you guys. Let's hard reset real quick, guys.
I see Forrest by Monday. Like, we gotta know.
Relax, man. Relax. Go get you. All right. Let's go. Let's take a minute, breathe. Go get your coffee, your liquor, your club, whatever the hell you're doing. Hey, man, welcome to What Acres. And this is the late night edition. I hope my prodigy is up. I hope. But where's James? King James in here? Somebody get King James in here for a second. King James, who's totem pole? He's based in Turkey over at Four Seasons, my bad. Get totem pole, King James, whatever. Just where my prodigy is at.
Uncle Thumbs and the Hams.
I'm here, sir.
All right, let's go, man. Breathe it with me.
So you trying to prove a point? Plan as well?
No, relax. You gotta get the mic in, man. Relax. Relax. Spend 20 miles, dude. Relax for a second. Go take a blood pressure pill or something. Come on back to the mic. We'll be here. Welcome to What Acres in the Mule. Y'all know the motto to the room is, if you bring that value, we definitely got the view. Our slogan is, this is the playground for intellectual prodigies, where intelligence meets street smarts. That's us, that's me, that's you. We are What Acres in the Mule Bus Box. This is the late night edition, and I'm gonna be your captain or your UFO pilot for maybe a minute or two, and then I'm gonna duck off. Y'all know how I do it. So, guys, I got a clip I want to play, and this guy who you're about to hear, I really think he's arrogant, take something from Walmart and see what happens. Go into Walmart and take something and see what happens to you. If they catch you, you're probably gonna get prosecuted.
It's not just arrogance. It's like he's a narcissist. Like to think that you just want. Think about it. Like the only reason that like we let American citizens go to Cuba is for journalism or whatever. That like the fact that he can just take all this shit. He's a narcissist, bro. Like he's beyond arrogant. He like you know damn well Trump didn't even know where the fuck Cuba was at. He didn't know Cuba was 90 miles off.
I don't know if it's Gotham. Gotham making it look the same to y'all guys. What's going on in Gotham? Hey, somebody said, hey, Gene, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm with you, bro. Hey, Gene, I'm with you, man. I'm just trying to figure out how in the world does this guy just decide, man, I'm going to take Venezuela. Man, I'm going to take Cuba. Man, matter of fact, let's go on and take this. How does he just take his stuff, man? Just, I'm going to take it, and we're going to take it. Let's go. Where did this dude get out of his bars?
Well, bro, you seen that one dude that just retired. He just said he quit. Because from what everybody's saying, I'm seeing the white folks turning on Trump in his own cabinet.
That's true.
Because I see it because they people that got to vote for them. Midterms are coming up and all that shit. They look at gas prices and shit. But now they saying, wait a minute. Iran ain't did shit to start no war. No, they didn't. They ain't had no weapons of mass destruction. That's this main damn thing. All these presidents say it's weapons of mass destruction. Now, if you just obliterated this shit back in June, how the fuck they got all this shit back together this quick? I don't think it was that. I think it's some bullshit. And they seeing it. But see, they see in each of their states because they up for election. The gas prices are going up. Not just that, but shit is going up. And people looking at them like, I'm not going to re-elect you. And they going against him. And you're going to see more and more going against him. I ain't seen nobody go against Trump, but all of a sudden, they done nutted up and they all going against him right now. Because he fired everybody. And Trump done did this shit in the past. Everybody that get close to Trump, they always get fucked in the head. And this dude just retired. He said, I'm not going to get fucked in the head. No. Watch what happened. Just watch what happened. How many people fall out of his cabinet because Trump don't be on his own little Mar-a-Lago island after he done made all this damn money. He don't give a fuck about you or me. He's about making money for him and his family.
You know what, D-Lock? I'm glad you mentioned that. That'll give me a segue. I want to add a little bit more to this thing. Black Americans, you know, they say when they had this sort of slogan or saying once, right? That if America catches the cold, then black people catch the flu. So if America is doing that, I want to say something to her now. This is something that's coming from the National Urban League. This is what they're crying about with regards to President Trump and some of the things they're doing. A lot of people in Clubhouse ain't feeling that. But according to the Urban League, I don't know if you want to call it Bill Monger, I don't know, how you want to look at it, but how does some of Trump's actions reflect on black people? If white folks are crying, what are black folks doing? If white folks got the code, then should the black folks have the flu? Here's the Urban League. Listen.
The alarms are ringing. The alarms are ringing. The National Urban League, one of the oldest and most
political year going into the 2026. So what do y'all think about that?
I think personally that is fear-mongering. I don't think that is fear-mongering on some levels. Like some of that stuff, like we're seeing it where they're trying to switch the history around, taking down at a federal level. He's using his federal powers to take down certain monuments. I know the one in Philadelphia got put back up last time I checked. But he's taking down certain monuments, saying that certain parts of history that's told a certain way about American history on federal property can't be taught that way. Again, with the shutting down of lots of the Department of Education. So they're not necessarily fear-mongering about any of that. I don't call it fear-mongering. I think there's a lot of truth to it. Now, when we can look at its relative impact on Black America, economically, educationally, and go from there. But I don't personally, I'm just being straightforward without mixing words. I don't think it's fear-mongering. I think that the Urban League, although you be critical of them, I think they got that right. That he's able to do multiple things. Attack Iran, attack Black history and culture, okay, and attack women, and attack this and attack that, and attack Venezuela and Cuba, or whatever the hell you want to attack. He's able to do all of that, so yeah, that's pretty much what that is.
I'm gonna be real brief. Seconds. Now, they laid off all these people back in the fall that was federal workers and all this stuff. Black folks still was looking for jobs, but they ain't got laid off. So now they laying off more people. So you got a fresh crop of laid off people that are federal workers. What about the black folks that's been looking? Now they already looked at your ass. Now they're looking at these new folks of who they gonna try to hire. So it's like everybody I know the black folks gonna be screwed because you at the back of the bus. And like you get new jobs the first of the year. We going into the second quarter. It's gonna be a spring. If you ain't got a job by April, you ain't finna just get no damn new job unless you know somebody or something. That's just my opinion. A lot of them really, you want to get a new job, so get the first 3 months. A good job. A decent job that can pay, your mortgage, take care of your kids, all that shit. Not McDonald's. I ain't talking about Popeyes and no shit like DoorDash. I'm saying nothing about DoorDash because I did it before too. But I'm just saying, you just gotta look at this stuff. I mean, they're laying off too many people. And it was a bunch of lies about these job reports because they put those job reports, they kept laying them. Put them jobs reports behind us. Then they finally came out and it wasn't true. Wait a minute, it wasn't so many jobs. A lot of people are unemployed and this and that. So I'm like, so what they gonna do? So we gonna go on the war to try to stimulate the fucking economy. That's what it seemed like to me. You trying to stimulate the economy through the war.
Hey, I promise y'all when he took that oil from Venezuela, he claimed, Mr. Wilson, I see you. Mr. Wilson, this question for you, he promised that when he took the oil from Venezuela, y'all pricing and all that, y'all gonna have a bunch of gas. Well, so I love this, Brother Eugene, and I see what you did. You're a master, very smooth, very, very eloquent, what you just said. I like it. Way to change the room. Now, there's a person that always taught us, I'm not going to say his name, but Brother Eugene knows his name and those information better than me, that says, if you want your colonizer, the one to enslave you, to teach you, what does that do? So, what black museums and these museums y'all are complaining about? Let me get to your question. Do we own any of these museums y'all are getting upset about? Do we own any of these museums?
Wait, what?
No. So that's one. All right, good question. Because we don't own none of the museums. We don't. But we do have our own. We have some black. But we're not talking about those. We're talking about the ones that they're saying that they're taking our information and history.
But you want, let me land. I know I'm triggered. I know y'all upset. I got time. Let me land, sir. I don't speak long, but I speak strong. I stole that from, Brother Sheep. Okay, so now that's one. We don't own them, but you want the person that colonizes and enslaved us. You want to go to him for your history and information. That sounds absolutely stupid. You know what I'm saying? And we all know that's stupid. Number two, now we're talking about all these programs. Okay, so now I know this hurts, but we're gonna go with it. Now we're talking about the programs, the DEIs and the affirmative actions and all these other programs. The programs that, that were supposedly be for us, right? But the last time I checked and we did the numbers, these programs did not help Black Americans. We were actually not. Okay, now you're trying to. I don't know. Okay, you guys.
I don't know about that entirely. You're making some good points, but I ain't gonna tell no lie, to be honest. I used to love that government cheese. That government cheese that they gave out during some of the program, the shit was good now. I'm telling you.
You had too much. You too much conflict.
That was the best macaroni. Government cheese was never good, bro.
Yeah, so now we're talking about affirmative action.
You know what to do with it.
All right, let me let you.
That man good, bro.
The affirmative action, DEI, and all these other programs that were supposedly for us. If you do this research and you look at the numbers, we are not the ones that are. We're not progressive with any of those programs. Actually, these other groups are the ones. White women are absolutely top of these lists.
Shit.
Oh man, so I
just go ahead and bring it to a point, and I'm gonna explain.
All right, okay. Go ahead, brother. You go ahead with your point.
No. Because somebody.
I continue to try to speak, but they get very, I irritate their soul with this real information. I irritate their soul because nonsense.
All right, go ahead. Who wants the mic?
Wait, can I just say that it's disingenuous? Can I just say that it's disingenuous? Because I was listening to you, good brother, even though you claim you went along with it, but you definitely were going on a tangent. But now hold on, the goddamn, when was he gonna be finished? But that's another point.
Y'all relax. We kind of have a 2-minute rule where you guys don't know, where y'all heads at right now. Mine might be not in game, but we kind of have a 2-minute rule. So I usually, if I know people want to speak, I usually come in at around about that 2-minute mark and kind of end it on. That's what moderators do. So just if you learn to speak 2 minutes, you're good to go.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick to the brother, Mister, because I was listening to you, brother. I think the point I want to hit on, and I'll let somebody else if they want to respond to something else you said. I'll just take one. And I'll be quick. The point when you said about the whole the education thing, you was like, well, didn't certain elders teach us, waiting on the colonizer to educate you? I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing. But the disingenuousness of that point that you made is because you're missing the mark on what the fight is about. The fight isn't over the fact we're looking for them to educate us. That's incorrect. The fight is over the fact is that those federal monuments, those federal grounds where those monuments lie, the plaques that teach things on the plaque, the statues that are up there. When you go to the national park, you see the brother who's turned backwards with the lashes on his back from the whip. I forget the brother's name, Lord forgive me. But to remind people what this country was about, it's not about them educating us. It's about our tax dollars help pay for that. But yet you're erasing us out of the picture, yet our tax dollars help pay for that. That's where people are like, we're not going to let you do that. You're going to stop collecting our taxes then and using it for that if you're going to erase us out the picture. It's not about them educating us. Somebody came on and said that we have our own museum.
Okay, minutes for you, sir. gotta wrap it up. Next person. Anybody else next?
Yeah, so let me clear this up and then back out the way until I have it. I don't know where my mind was. This wasn't my mind went. I heard you alluded to a lot of the programs that you mentioned that didn't work for us, right? The programs that they had. And so my mind went to say that those programs I think may have not worked for as many blacks that you mentioned or you alluded to rather, as we would like to see it, but it did help some people, some black people. But when taking the programs away would hurt some black people too, right? So it made me think about how government had put out programs that did do some good, you know, and it just took my mind to the government cheese thing, which was programmed, and that I don't know if they don't give it out. But that's where my mind went, and I'm probably loose with it because I've been snipping paint all day or something. But it just started, that's where I went, and I hope that you can understand it beyond anybody else in the room. So with that being said, fam, I'm gonna pass the mic to you.
Brother Eugene, of course I understand what you're saying, sir, and you're making some sense. But that's how we always lose, because we always carry the water for everyone else. And since we get a cup, you know, we should be happy with that. But now we're carrying the water for the whole nation, we get a cup and we should be happy, and that's the problem. All these set-asides that were supposedly for us, everyone else gets the cup of water first, and we get it last. So this is my point, Brother Eugene. Can we make sure we make the race even and let everybody get it, and pull themselves up by the bootstrap? So if we eliminate all these programs and we say we're going to go, you know what I'm saying, model to model, man to man, woman to woman, no programs needed, then that group and those groups now have to do it and see what it really means to be a black American in the United States of America. And I love that. And I'm tired of everybody getting free rides on the work that we continue to do from the last 500 years right here in 2026. So that's my point. So they want to eliminate, and I'm going to lay it right here.
Will it hurt black people as well? Will it hurt black people?
It will hurt black people, but Brother Eugene, the small number of us that's getting hurt and the small number of us that is helping, it's going to even out. If this program is giving, example, if the program is giving out 100 grand to a group, and if 80,000 goes to everybody else, and then 20 comes to us, should we keep championing the program? Can we keep championing the program that something that 80-90% goes to other people that are not us? That's the point that I'm saying. And that's what we need to replace it. All right.
I like to go after Mr. I like to go after Mr. M, so we can like share the mic if that's possible.
Brother John, let me touch Mr. Wilson real quick. I just got some stuff I gotta ask you. Because
don't touch me. Let's have a conversation.
I got some information on you, brother. And I just want to get some clarifying questions before I go into the information. Right? So my question is it true that you've been working in the government at a state level?
That's basic info on my bio, brother.
Okay, I mean, is that true?
It is true. I work in city, county, state, and federal.
Okay. Now, so then the information that I got may be perfect, because what I got was some information saying that you was taking money from APAC. Is that true?
Never. I've never ran for office. So, okay. You got the wrong person.
You got word that you mixed up with APAC.
Never ran for office.
Are you mixed up with APAC?
No, wrong person.
So you're not giving $20,000 like this?
No, I've been on Mr. Wilson for about 5 years.
No. Good try.
So we got some information. We got information that you was mixed up with APAC.
No.
Right, okay. Hold on. We
I'm intelligent and I can read it.
No, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute, brother. Because I can read. You're trying to run circles around some of us.
I'm not.
And you would want to ask that question.
I've never ran for office.
All right, you never ran for office.
Never ran for office.
But you over here trying to convince black folk that it'll be all right, it'll be okay.
I see. Watch this. I see what happened. So now that somebody's very upset with my comments from earlier, I'm not talking about you, but you somebody was listening, right? It's cool, but brother, my name is Stephen Michael Wilson Jr. You can Google me. I'm born in Boston, Massachusetts, born and raised here. You can really Google me. So it's a real easy Google search. Just if I ever ran for office and got anything from APAC. It's a real Google search. I'm not an avatar. I'm a real man doing real work in my city for the last 30 years. Real easy Google search. Anyone from Boston will tell you that. But this is why I love this case study right here. You suckers, soft, sideways, no spine, men, so-called males in Clubhouse doing some of the most foul, backdoor, feminine, homosexual stuff ever. This right here shows me so much. And this is why you prove once again why you are treated the way you are on this app, especially by black men and women, by doing some of the most sour sucker shit ever. I'm so disappointed in y'all. But thank you, but since you can't read and do a simple Google search and look at my bio, do you never read my bio? This right here tells me how slow you are, and you had classes in the basement next to the boiler, and you had 3 teachers that you called my first name. You had multiple IEPs. Because I'm who I am. I'm really who I am. I say who I am.
All right. Look here. Y'all having a whole conversation about Mr. Wilson tonight, are we?
No, I'm sorry, Sister Eric. I just had to address that.
Mr. Wilson in the hot seat, boy.
Moving people off stage too. Not to move people off stage if you're not maybe.
I'm sorry, Sister Eric. I did that. I'm sorry. I just want to say my piece without interrupting me. I'm a man. I can say what I think.
I understand.
So can I get in there somewhere, guys? I've been waiting for this shit. This shit good. Is that possible? Go for it.
Bro, you already in there. You almost.
Oh shit! I'm on my phone. Hold on.
And then I ain't gonna put nothing else in.
Look. I heard a blank, so sometimes my phone be fucking up. I didn't know if I had signal, but thank you, Mr. Wilson. I have to commend you, good brother. Thank you for everything you just said. And it's nothing to my brother Jamal specifically, but in a general sense, what you're saying is true. That's what we're up against. Because everybody wants to be a fucking victim, part of the Victim Olympics. I ain't gonna say everybody. There's a specific group of black people that are gold medalists in the Victim Olympics. They're not winners. They're losers. And most of them, if not all of them, we have to leave behind. The thing about it is that we're coming from a place of emotion, but you never won a war. All of this, well, these symbols are taking it down and erasing our history. Good. Be smart enough to buy, fix, build your own. If you have all of these jobs, jobs are up. Okay, inflation is down. The only thing is slightly up is the gas, temporarily. I got gas 2 days ago at $2.70. If that's high, fuck it, so be it. So what I see is opportunity. What other people see are challenges and excuses as to why they're where they're at. And they are
when Master let you go off that White House plantation and said, after all your tenure and working for government, you are now free to go. I'm giving you a severance package, and you got some time, right? Now, with all that experience in the private sector, how many people in the private sector, how many people know that the private sector always consumes those that work in the public? Especially if you're at a tenure in the United States government, right? Apparatus at any level, from defense, intelligence, clerical work, all of these things are high qualifiers. So what most motherfuckers will do is find a reason to excuse themselves from being lazy or not finding work, or being inspired to build their own infrastructure, to build their own. They're waiting on the same motherfucker that they say got their boot on their neck, which is a sad case, because if you mean to tell me a cage creature can oppress you like that, then you're a weak motherfucker. Now, I'm not saying that there ain't systematic challenges that you gotta overturn and hurdle through, but we're the best at what we do. When we know the rules to the game, we always what? We dominate. So for the loser motherfucking class, they're supposed to cry. They're supposed to be the victim. I don't want them niggas to be successful. I want them to, but they don't deserve it. Right? I don't want these niggas near me. I don't want these niggas near you because they're contaminated. Right? Contaminated in their process. So there's nothing you can do for them except for demonstrate your greatness and let them motherfuckers talk shit from the sideline. Let them niggas envy you from the sideline. And one last thing before I end. It's funny to me about the Africans always want black Americans to do something for them, but them motherfuckers ain't did a goddamn thing for us.
You landed precisely on point, and that is that we must stand up and check all of those that have abandoned us, that say they was hoping it was us and not them, and dumped us in our hours of turmoil, which we're not completely out of the turmoil, but you definitely landed on point. Yeah, all those that left us, we have to leave them hanging. If it's hanging out at the OK Corral, at the bar, the saloon, the casino, leave them at the church, the mosque, or the synagogue, the masjid, the Tower of Babel, the Buddhist temple, singing Namye Ho Renge Kyo. You're going to have to leave hanging as they have done us in the past. Start hanging out with us. Then you can say, in God we trust, and we the people, and my.
Whole lot of yapping.
What say you, my brother?
I mean, honestly, depends how they play out the Iran shit. If they drag it out, energy costs are gonna soar. Behind the Strait of Hormuz, you have roughly 15% of the world's energy supply, 75% of Asia's supply, that's Japan and China. China controls most of the world's production, so everything's gonna bottleneck and increase in price. And lucky for us, we have some reserve, but the path gets played out. But regardless, everything's going to go in price. I think someone said the gas is temporarily going to go up in price. Okay. I mean, if they wrap this up quick, maybe in the next couple months it comes down. But that's not, Iran's out for blood, bro. Like, Iran's not doing peace talks. And the propaganda might make it sound like we got everything in control. No, the fuck we don't. Iran is like 7,000 miles away from most installations. Like, to put boots on the ground is incredibly expensive. People don't think about the logistics. Like, they think about it like it's a movie. Like, no, you're paying for people to have food, water, shelter on board, on vessel for an extended outage. And how many battalions are in? And what do they run? They don't run on hopes and dreams. They run on gas. So it's like they run on oil. They run on diesel. They run like, bro, this is not even remotely a game. And Iran, you got to think from their perspective. We blew up their school. We're so desensitized in the West that we're just like terrorizing people. We blew up their school. Then we turned
turned around and said they did it. Bro, imagine that. Imagine someone sure. That's why it was a Tomahawk missile. So they buy a Tomahawk missile from who? Who'd they buy it from? Because we only sell it to our allies. Please, respectfully, anyway. Like I was saying, we blew up their school, probably on accident, but it was us.
That's not
Then
true.
instead of taking, accountability, we tried to say, oh, they did it.
They don't want to hear it.
Even Pete Hegseth, when Trump said that, even when Trump said that, Pete Hegseth was like, we're investigating. Because we already had leaked officials say it was us. All the evidence pointed to us. It wouldn't even make sense. And again, do you understand that at the point where you're now accusing your enemy of killing their own children, you are so off the fucking reservation? Yes, that's what they did.
But they kill their people all the time.
School, they belong their own school. Like, and if people will say this and they don't even know anything about Iran. They're just fucking yapping. That's why
you should go over there and fight. You should go over there and fight for him, bro.
And see how weird you have to be to tell me as a black man, I now gotta go fight for some Iran because I'm criticizing the U.S. government? Nigga, my grandfather fought in World War II. No, fuck that shit. My grandfather fought in World War II. Shut the hell up. It's not retarded.
Here's the tissue.
No, you just told me to go fight for some other people because I'm criticizing my government.
You're emotional.
Listen, calm down. It's okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Sir, you gotta calm down. Okay. So maybe you misunderstood, or maybe it was said wrong. But what we're saying is, some of the stuff that you're saying is not correct. I think they, as far as the arms are concerned, I don't think they're prejudiced about who they sell arms to. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think they're prejudiced about that. And as far as killing children, shit, they've been killing their own people for a long time. What are you talking about? And then they all do false flags attack. I'm sorry, Iran supposed to be above false flags attacks and everybody else on?
That's right. Emotions make you cry sometimes.
So you think they started the bombing campaign, they decided to bomb their own school the same day that we launched the bombing campaign? They was waiting for it. They said, all right, wait for it. They're going to bomb us. And the second they bomb us, bomb our own school. Bro, I just told you we had lead officials within our government say it was us. Oh, you know more than them. Okay, bro, you got it.
Well, I mean, I saw the footage, though. Did you see the footage?
You saw the footage, and you didn't. So what?
Yes. Did you see the footage of the kill? Did you see the footage from their own land? Sir, you're being loquacious right now. I'm just trying to talk to you, sir. Okay, just calm down. Literally, if you look at the video, just look up the video. Fuck my opinion. Just look at the video. The trail of the missile is, bro. Are you okay? Did you take medication today? Do you need a hug? Do you need somebody to talk to and hear you out?
Your feelings are involved, so now you got.
No, not at all. Your feelings are way more invested, my brother. I'm just passionate.
I'm passionate about that. Stay focused.
I got you.
For a minute, while he asked you the question, okay? Do you know how it works? Okay.
All right, I got you. Thank you, thank you, Erica. So here's the thing. Like, if you look at the video, the missile is fired from the same fucking neighborhood on Iranian soil, and then it veers off and hits the school. And as Erica clearly said, America sells weapons to every fucking body. They're not exempt. So, I mean, we sold Tomahawk missiles to, Ukraine. It's just funny that you said Tomahawk missiles because it was supposedly a Tomahawk missile, but a good friend of mine actually built the GPS system on the Tomahawk
address the petty shit, because I always think it's so corny when niggas start trying to get personal. Like, that's just weird. Anyway, so A, the most patriotic thing you can do is criticize your government. B, the most authentic and integrity-based action you can make is criticize and hold people accountable for their lives. So what you could do is you could disagree with me, but you impugning my character, to me, just you have. Because either you think I'm some weird psychopathic liar who comes on the app to say shit he doesn't believe, or to the best of your knowledge, I'm misinformed, and rather than educate me, you insult me because you're revealing your lack of self-esteem and confidence. Because people project their own internal monologue, so you must be very hard on yourself, and I recommend that you learn how to love yourself so you can love other people. But anyway, getting to the actual details of the situation, no, the evidence shows it's a Tomahawk missile. No, America does not sell Tomahawk missiles to just anybody. No, you can't just launch a Tomahawk missile without the proper equipment. And this is why I laughed and said certified yappers. Because niggas will just say anything. So you got it, because you don't care about truth and evidence. You care about what makes you feel good. That's why the first thing you said was some emotional appeal. Why don't you go serve their country, head ass? That's the goofiest shit you could have said. It shows you have no position. It shows you're desperate to make yourself feel comfortable for your bad ideas. That's why the people love it. You don't have to love it.
Yeah, he got my son name talking like this. He literally got my son name talking like this.
Well, yeah, boy, I don't know if that's the banter of men or some shit, but boy, that shit is weird, bro. The point was that while you try this country seem like they're innocent and they ain't never hurt nobody and shit. I mean, they've been boxing and shit for a very long time over there. We ain't gonna be sitting here acting like these goddamn folks innocent now. I got picked up for some shit and they need to get their self out. But it's weird when you got motherfuckers on the goddamn opponent side fighting for the goddamn opponent. What the hell is going on?
Come on, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say.
That's how the colonizers felt about niggas fighting for freedom. You sound crazy. Yeah, I bet when niggas was fighting for freedom and white people
Man, people let us talk and shit those fucking ass. Bro, we gave you a chance to talk. We gave you a chance to talk. Oh, boy, okay. Bro, let me help you out. Okay, crybaby ass boy. Go find the younger group. Y'all be holding on to the older people. Go find the younger group. They got energy for that stupid shit.
That's right. I just wanted to address a couple of things about the word that was on the street. Excuse me, brother. Excuse me real quick, if I could, brother.
All right, go ahead.
No, I'm just talking about the word on the clubhouse streets. Now, this is clubhouse streets that's been talking. Where's Mr. Wilson?
I was right here, brother. So prove that.
People up here to have a goddamn conversation.
Just put the
You got a room of 128 people.
just put the information in the chat.
I want my 2 minutes. Is it okay?
Get your 2 minutes. Put the information in the chat.
I put some oil in it.
I get so sick.
My oil.
Okay, hold on. I got you too. All right, let's move on.
I have a full house tonight. Oh man, God bless your soul.
I mean, at one point, shit, we was on topic. For some reason, they can't stay on topic. They just start talking about each other. It's weird.
Hey, I thank you for bringing me back here because I'm about to go in. I was about to go in the straight troll mode. So thank you for bringing me back in. What up, brother? What up, bro?
Trying to get in here under the radar politically. It's wider outside on me. You know my politics now. I want to hear your politics.
You politicking? Go ahead, triple.
In fact, I'm backing as always. I gotta stack them backs. I'm stacking backs. Real conversation with no representation. I'm waiting in it to win it just like a dollar in my $100 a day. Should know this fuck the whole nose cracker in the U.S. Senate. Come on. You can talk to me. You can talk like tonight. 40 acres of the mules, I'm fuss about, the cuss out, the cuss in, and get in where you can goddamn
to choose, and then the other choose over there. And they started the stuff, like who is who, right? And then we established earlier that one Israel first owned by what, Europe?
Yes.
It was the
English who annexed the land of Palestine from the Ottoman Empire after World War I, thus leading to the creation of the State of Israel by the signing of the Balfour Declaration that was turned over to the Rothschilds. And with the help of certain nation states, certain countries, the Rothschilds through the UN was able to establish the State of Israel with the help of America and England.
Damn, he knows his shit. Okay. See, he's on my friend list. I caught a double friend.
Virgin, yeah, I had to say, you would have forgot that in 3 minutes.
Exactly. He's got all the fucking details. Hey, if you want to simplify it, it's called the Anglo-Saxons created Israel as a racist colony. The end. Happy?
Hey, say Anglo-Saxon again.
Anglo-Saxons.
Don't do that again, Jamal. Pause. Don't do that. Don't tell no man to do that again, okay?
Don't tell no man to do what? What the fuck is Anglo-Saxon? Everything is hypersensitive, hypersexual with this generation. I would say Anglo-Saxon. That's sexual. That's sexual.
It's a racist term that white Europeans made up centuries ago. It means white Saxons, or the better than those black people called the Saxons.
I know what the fuck a Saxon is. Shit, I'm talking to this woman over here, this black Algonquin over here, want to make everything out to be homosexual. I can't even say Anglo-Saxon without it. Oh, that's gay.
But that said, let's do get to the brass tacks. Topic of the room. Trump advisor Sarah Rand posed no imminent threat, meaning that they bombed them warrantedly, or did they trick us into this bombing?
That nigga was lying.
Give me the facts, as you know them to be on the topic of the room. We know about all that.
Do you know who the guy? Okay, so the guy that you're talking about. Do you know the guy that you're talking about that said that? Do you know who he is?
Trump striking.
Right.
Are you in the Dodge saying that?
So do you know?
Not a threat. I didn't know the politics of the hour.
So the guy background that stepped off that said that shit, A, was lying. 2, everybody disagreed with it, including intelligence. The other side of it is, to this motherfucker's a white nationalist of all kinds of other shit. You start eating his background up. So I think that's what he is. What was that? Hit me up.
Say something like,
Why aren't y'all talking about? Hey, y'all motherfuckers need to clean your ears out. Why aren't y'all talking about the fact that he's actually being investigated by the FBI?
FBI, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. So, and tell him why, Prolific. Tell him why he being investigated.
Because he's leaking information. All right, so let's talk about how this guy's a shit. This guy's a flat out shit. I call this shit being jumped. Why? Because he's one of the people that have been telling Trump, Iran's been trying to kill you. Iran's been trying to kill you. And now he flips his statement. But check this out. This man was a full-blown Democrat, liberal, fist pumping Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, the whole nine, all the way up to 2021, 2022. Then all of a sudden, we flip over and come on to this side of the shit, and shit start getting rocky right now because of his ways of infiltration, of trying to spread misinformation and rumors to the American public like he did that bullshit ass resignation.
That's right. Well, here's the other side of that, though, Prolific, is that the motherfucker was just at the Senate hearing with national intelligence. Everybody disagreed with this motherfucking lying ass. See, what other people don't understand too is that they're trying to kill Trump at all costs. His physical body, his name, legacy, money, everything. There is a concerted effort internally inside of America to kill and get rid of that motherfucker regardless. He's right or wrong, just because I'm branding him a certain kind of way. Now,
So there's a lot of shit to what they're saying. They think about the intelligence stuff.
I think he compromised.
That's on his eyes. He's gonna single out one.
I think he compromised.
For sure. He might have been off out of everybody, motherfuckers. They might have split that nigga in check.
Somebody got him in a compromising position, but either way, he's compromised.
You talking about Cam being compromised, bro?
No, I'm talking about Trump.
Oh, okay. That's yeah. I got something about I ain't talking about Trump. So, but here's the thing: Trump don't need nobody money, bro. Trump, you can't buy Trump. The thing is, Trump doing what he's doing for legacy purposes.
They might have something else. They might have him with some kids or something. I don't know what the fuck.
Nah, not at all. This is what I'm strong on when it comes to Trump. Trump don't give a damn about what nobody can't tell Trump what to do, because if you look at his whole history, he's been rogue all his fucking life, right? His daddy was a good Klan member, but he fucked with niggas. You know what I'm saying? But then but on top of that too, when he was a Democrat, the way that he ran for office was a Republican. He leverages racism to get his base to back him to do what the fuck he want to do. He's been a billionaire for the last 4 or 5 decades, so he don't need no money. You know what I'm saying? And then look at the things that he's done. But hear me out. One last other point. Look at the things that he's done in the last fiscal year, where the society, where egg prices going down. The only thing we can talk about right now is the gas prices due to the current conflict. Everything he did this last year has boosted the economy, has brought in new investments, set the world on a new standard, saying that America's back and we ain't taking your motherfucking shit here by demonstration. If you don't get down, we will lay you down. If we say that we're pulling up to Nigeria, he pulls up, drops bombs, we're out. He say we pull up to Venezuela, he pulls up, and compromises with these niggas, give them a chance for months on end, and then drops bombs, and then get the fuck out. And all of those places are doing a lot better than what they were before that.
Right.
Hold on, big objection on that last point. I don't think that's how this is going to play out at all here.
I wanted to say one thing. There's one point, because it's obvious that he's had the best year. I've already said that 4 times today. He's had the best year of any presidency, I would say. But the reality of it is this: after that speech, somebody called a check on his name. You feel me? And they checkmated his ass. And it was Benjamin Netanyahu came and checkmated his ass.
Oh no, not Benjamin don't have no leverage for Trump though, bro. Trump has a long-standing history of checking Benjamin Netanyahu.
After working Benjamin Netanyahu, the forces that be
No, that's not Trump. That's not Trump's character.
And I'm saying, bro, he's been compromised. He sat up there
very carefully, and almost nobody in American media explained correctly.
The United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember.
Every headline called that a humiliation of Keir Starmer, but they're all looking at the wrong battlefield. The Post is a message to the City of London, and to understand it, you have to ask the one question nobody is asking. Britain has dragged us into every war since World War I. Every single time. Why did they sit this one out? Here's Starmer giving Parliament the answer.
I'm clear in my mind that any UK action must always have a lawful basis. It must also always have a viable and thought-through plan. And it must be in our national interest. The leader of the opposition, I think, is saying she would have joined the initial strikes, whether they were lawful or not.
Illegal, not in Britain's national interest. Britain didn't stay out because Starmer suddenly grew a conscience. Britain stayed out because this war is bad for the City of London's business. And Trump knew that when he launched it. I'm Barbara Boyd. I've tracked the fight between empire and sovereign nations for decades. Three things we're covering today: the oil price hoax created by the City of London, the moves Trump has made to kill it, and why we will remember his formal notice that the post-war special relationship is finished. Let's start with what you're being told right now. Oil prices are spiking. Tankers can't get insurance. The Strait of Hormuz is a war zone enclosed. That is what every anchor, every financial correspondent, every headline is saying. They're trying to create a panic to damage President Trump's economic agenda ahead of the midterms. It's not true. Here's Energy Secretary Wright telling you exactly that.
Gasoline prices up 14% in the past week, according to AAA. Reports the national average is $3.45. We've seen oil prices spike. How high do you think oil and gas are going to go?
They shouldn't go much higher than they are here because the world is very well supplied with oil. There's no energy shortage at all in the Western Hemisphere.
Right.
The United States is a net exporter of oil, a large net exporter of natural gas, but refineries in Asia and Europe are seeing an interruption from the normal crude flows. But there is massive energy stores around the world. What you're seeing is emotional reaction and fear that this is a long-term war. This is not a long-term war.
This is not a supply problem. This is not a transportation problem. The oil is there. The ships are there. What happened is that Lloyd's of London, the city's insurance arm, called war risk coverage from Persian Gulf shipping within hours of the conflict beginning. When Lloyd's won't insure your tanker doesn't sail. That's not the market reacting to war. That's the city engineering a price spike on command. Now, here's the business model behind that move. The City of London controls the pricing mechanisms for the world's most critical raw materials: oil, rare earths, lithium, copper, etc. Not by producing that, by controlling the contracts, the futures markets, the insurance, the shipping rates. Whoever controls those choke points collects a toll on everything that moves on the planet. Lloyd's canceling tanker coverage isn't risk management, it's pulling a lever. And watch what happens when Trump moves against one of their notes. Chatham House, the city's public foreign policy arm, immediately declared the Iran operation illegal.
There's no ready legal basis that can be invoked in order to justify the present operation. International law, you can use force only in extraordinary, exceptional circumstances. The provision of war is particularly important for the international system, and that's why these circumstances are narrowly defined. Either there has to be a UN mandate, clearly that is the case here, or there has to be a case of self-defense. But self-defense does not apply if abstract threats might materialize in future.
They said the exact same thing about Venezuela. Every time Trump moves against a node in the city's network, Chatham House suddenly discovers international law. They're not making a legal argument,
racket for their interests. And one is the only real estate trade press published pieces this week salivating over Gulf sovereign wealth funds fleeing the conflict zone and parking higher capital in London property. The city didn't just engineer the oil price hike, it is positioning itself to profit from the disruption it created. That is the business model. And I'm going to tell you now exactly how Trump is killing it. If you're beginning to see that the war works very differently than what you're being told, that there's a unified strategy that Trump has, then you need Promethean Action's free newsletter. It is your inoculation against the cyber war being aimed at you right now, every single day. Go to PrometheanAction.com now and subscribe. A writer I respect put it perfectly this week. The pundits panicking around Iran and feeding that panic are making the oldest mistake in the Trump playbook. They're looking at one chess piece and missing the board. Let me show you the board. On March 6th, Treasury Secretary Bessent announced a $20 billion U.S. maritime reinsurance plan, political risk insurance, and naval escorts for commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Lloyd's pulled coverage, Trump replaced Lloyd's. That stranglehold physically is gone. It's been solved. Let's listen to Secretary Bessent with Larry Kudlow.
There's very inaccurate reporting and a terrible report from J.P. Morgan, which is completely irresponsible. And I have to say, they are just low grade. I mean, if I was still wearing my professor hat, I would have given analyst an F. Because what's going to happen here, Larry, is now approximately 100, before the conflict, approximately 100 ships a day came out of the Straits of Hormuz. And we can provide cover for those ships. But the real thing is, we don't have to provide the DFC cover once they are out of the Straits and out of the Gulf region, because then they can go back to their regular insurance. Right? So it's just completely flawed assumption. Front page of the FT, they should, J.P. Morgan and the FT should both be ashamed.
Did you catch who Bessent went after? The Financial Times, the City of London's house newspaper, and J.P. Morgan Chase, the city's longest-running American fund. Last November, Jamie Dimon hosted King Charles' birthday party at J.P. Morgan's New York headquarters. That's not a banking relationship. That's a vassal paying tribute to his sovereign. And basically, all that Dimon did was talk about the special relationship and lavish praise on the monarchy. But when Bessent singles them out, he knows exactly what he's pointing to. The engineered oil spike had a second kill shot. Treasury Secretary has lifted Russian sanctions to allow India to fill its refineries. And Bessent told Kudlow the administration will do a lot more of this if necessary.
A big and overkill
market. Well, then the engineered price spike collapses. The city has blocked Ukraine peace for months because the war and sanctions and terrorism are profit centers. Ending Russian sanctions to kill London's oil gambit is pure Trump justice. That's exactly why we're now hearing intelligence leaks claiming Russia gave Iran targeting data on us. No corroboration, perfect timing to poison the sanctions deal. Trump dismissed it flatly, and the Washington Post had a conniption fit. Now here's what the City of London doesn't want you to know about its business model. It's not just oil. The Guardian reported that nearly 40% of all dirty money globally is laundered through London and its crown dependencies, the Caymans, Jersey, the British Virgin Islands. 4 out of $10 of criminal money on Earth flows through that square mile and its satellites. That's not a side business, that's a core revenue stream. The drug trade, the arms trade, criminal finance of every kind, and Trump is going after all of that simultaneously. On Saturday, Trump hosted
operations to destroy the cartels and the financial institutions that launder their money. The city's offshore haven network is directly in the crosshairs. But here's the move the press completely missed. Two coalition members, Argentina and Chile, hold some of the world's largest lithium and rare earth deposits. Trump is talking about developing those resources jointly, just as he is doing with Venezuela's oil. The Gulf investment that was supposed to flood into London after the conflict, the Telegraph reports Trump was already far ahead in the queue. And after America defended the Gulf while Britain sat on its hands, that money is coming our way instead. The city makes its money by controlling the raw materials trade and collecting the toll, never developing the nation's strips. Trump's model of joint development destroys the business at the root. It's the same thing with the Board of Peace in the Middle East. Connect Venezuela, connect Iran, connect Argentina and Chile. These are not separate foreign policy initiatives. They are moves on the same board against the same enemy. And that opponent is losing on every front simultaneously. Let's go back to the True Social Post because I want to read it the way the city of London read it. The United Kingdom, our once great ally, may be the greatest of them all. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember. Everyone read that as Trump humiliating Starmer, and yes, Starmer's performance was a masterclass in cowardice. Blocked U.S.-based access, reversing course, then posing as the calm statesman. But Trump is not talking to Keir Starmer. Starmer is the public face. Trump is talking to the people behind Starmer. He is talking to the city. The real special relationship has always meant something very specific. The city sets the global financial architecture, Rule of Three executes it domestically, the United States military enforces it around the world. That is what the rules-based international order actually means every time you hear it from Chatham House, the Council on Foreign Relations, or their captive politicians right here in the United States. 250 years ago, this nation declared its independence from the very same imperial system. This week, for the first time in a very long time, that declaration is being enforced. It's not going to be easy. We're dealing with over 40 years of them building their empire. Parisian action is doing more than exposing this. We are building a movement.
There you go. That's what's going on. This shit's
chat as London has spoken up to say, illegal war, not well planned, and just disastrous for most of the parts of the world, especially near by Iran, and London being one of those that are affected by the threat of Hormuz, as well as trade around the world, and especially buy-selling trade home and abroad in America. I'll land my places on the facts. It's an act of stupidity from an idiot. They have lacks the ability to manage well, but I'll listen to my mind.
He is a multi-billionaire, the president, 2 times elected.
So that doesn't make it any less of a fool, sir, but go ahead.
That's your opinion.
Okay, Cycle. That's why I stay with this, sir.
Oh, okay. Cycle. How can be rich? How can be yours? Like every other politician we've seen in history, right? But if we see the repercussions of what a flawed plan is, and we know it's a flawed plan, these are even in the UK, right? The UK is reacting to exactly what's going on because, yes, London is the money launderer of the world's money. That's never been denied. Because London doesn't make anything. It just controls transaction. That's where they keep their survival because they lost their empire. That's where London is. So if London has a particular interest in that, America also has a particular interest in what they want to. So everyone reacted because it's the same thing in the sense of when Trump is saying with that report, that prolific said, America has been helping the UK in every single war since World War I, which is true because there's a common interest in the fact of America only turned up to war when they knew there was a benefit for their interest. If you look back to history, right? Do you guys know who CDG was, right? Charles de Gaulle, the French president at the time.
Yes, we remember.
Yeah, he was begging for America to come and help. He was like, hey, we're going through a little situation with these Nazis. Can you come help? America ignored that call for a long time. Winston Churchill called America. He was like, yo, we need to help our European friends. This is a world threat. This is going to threaten America's security as well if we let this guy run through Europe. America didn't answer the call. America then signed off and said, hey, we need to go and help Europe because there is technology, there is whatever the Nazis are doing. If we defeat them with Europe, we can take that technology and then it will benefit us as well. So Charles de Gaulle then said, I will never trust America. I always make sure that the French people will always know that we need to always have a military base. That's why America, to a certain point, has now started to saturate Europe and NATO because Trump's looking at it. He's like, hey, we've put in so much. But to be honest, it's a very short play. In my opinion, the whole NATO thing was always a long play, given stability and knowing that America always had the up on China and Russia. Hence why the Cold War was easy to win because America always was able to police and be having military bases everywhere around the world. How Trump is doing the short play of military bases and enforcing his law onto everyone is a very short-term thinking, in my opinion.
I hear your opinion.
Yes,
I hear your opinion on that, but
running shit. I defy any of you to go back and look at the video archives where Trump has openly disrespected Bibi many a times and blatantly said that him and Iran didn't know what the fuck they were doing. He screamed on him for bombing the peace talks in Qatar last year. He has Bibi is his bitch. Okay, it's not the other way around. Okay, and the reason why he rock with Bibi like that is partly because his daughter, husband, Jared Kushner, is his godson. So there's nepotism involved, yes. Are they aligned on many different things? Yes. Are they not aligned on other things? Yes. But what he said is some gangster shit. Yeah, we don't need you to motherfucking help pitch in. But we're going to remember that shit next time when you senators scared about motherfucking Russia, or when that tab comes due to pay you punk motherfucking year to defend you bitches. And I mean that word big. Go damn. My bad.
Just before we go,
Y'all, put me to go for that. My bad. Can I get one?
No,
Can I get a one?
You got it. On that strength, just as you was fitting to say.
I'm not done it, man. So I want to make sure I got clear.
Are you really gonna?
I'm not done. I slipped, but I want to make sure I'm cool with the model. That my bad, y'all. If y'all give me a pass on that one time, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I ain't want to land it here. I understand other people's outlook, and I understand not everybody has access to source information. Prolific did a good job of it, thoroughly laying out that argument. I align with what they were saying in that, and it makes perfect sense because it is more business than anything. But it is UK holding up the process. It is UK hoarding up and holding back, fucking up the gas prices, and then trying to put that blame on Trump. But by the way, I got gas for $2.70 the other day. Okay, I didn't pay no goddamn $3 for anything. So I would say this, you know what I'm saying? We as Americans need to become more, especially black people. We need to become a little bit more informed and stop listening to one-sided arguments because it agrees with your feelings. We need to start looking at two sides of the coin and use our best decision-making skills. We need to use our best investigative skills to come to a more aligned, a truth-aligned landing platform than sitting up here pontificating about things that we're not listening to. Like most people that are listening to the news, watching the news, are building their opinions off of what they see and what they hear and what their emotions guide them. And instead of doing deeper, and due diligence and understanding like, okay, this narrative is brought to you for a reason, and looking into what that reason is, it'll bring you closer to the truth. People just don't like this current president and this administration, no matter if it's for their good or not, and they want to see it fall. And that to me is sanity. You don't want your house to burn down while you're in it. Go ahead.
Well, actions or lack of action, again, politicians we fit to say, but neglected to say, that is the actions or lack of actions of a bumbling, fumbling, bloody idiot, and to bomb without the support and bomb without a clear plan in hand is again the zealous of the zealots of a zealot
mentality way back. And before I think the last Trump administration, after killing three big major players in the same region, in the person of Netanyahu, I would say Netanyahu, but Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, and Muammar Gaddafi, who was a loyal friend to the Americans, but they executed him like a bloody John Mudhound. And I will say to you that those mistakes were international crimes as well. So I don't think America is off the hook for the last bloodbath that has not just Desert Storm, from Jimmy Carter to this hour, they have fumbled in the act of holding the weapons. They were threatening to say that Iraq is the one who will be undisciplined with the bomb. But how undisciplined has America been? How undisciplined is Russia and America when they are holding what you call the world superpower? And pretty soon that superpower will exhaust its usefulness and will no longer be a threat to the world. So there was no more monster your music. If you're not holding what the values of a superpower, has nothing to do with how big your bomb is or how many guns and how many war bombing planes you have, but how much common sense in your head do you have? How much sensibility do you have in your management skill to have those resources that are called superpower? That will determine who you are with the world and how many allies you truly have in the world. But I land my plane on the fumbling, idiot, Poindexter nose of Donald John Trump and a guy called Netanyahu, because they are the fault at this thing. It is a conflict that has disturbed the world in an untimely fashion, and I don't think they'll be forgiven for the practice of idiocracy or being an idiot in plain view. It's all right to be an idiot, but to walk out in front of the world and show the world that you're a fool and an idiot, and that's another playing field, and I think it will be their demise, and not just as the economy in America is being shattered, but as the world sees you not as a friendly force, but as a warmonger that you truly are. And I'll just say bye.
Okay. I'm a little confused. People of today don't seem to understand that this quagmire in the Middle East is a net positive for Black people of the world, and especially foundational Black Americans. The longer this thing goes on, the weaker the Gestapo forces of the United States, who are seeking what they call liquidation of the Black Americans, the better the odds of us surviving that will be. So I'm not seeing the downsides to having Asia lose most of its fuel reserves, to the U.S. military being publicly humiliated and handicapped for the next 2, 4, 6 months. I'm not seeing the downsides.
China already anticipated this because they brought most of the surplus from Iran. That's why America had to go to Iran.
Yeah, Iran has been preparing for it for 20 years, though, but they knew that. Donald Trump is just desperate to keep the news off the upside.
And I think, do you know what the other thing I'm thinking is?
Hold on, what did he say about Iran? I want to hear that again, brother. Can you repeat yourself? What did you say that the United States got from Iran?
For example, basically, China's surplus of oil. That's why, like, you know, the petrodollar. That's basically.
Oh yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right.
So you see in the sense of
so we need that. We need those reserves.
Let me just finish up real quick. So I'll say something. I'm sorry?
What's the downside to this war? I'm still looking for the downside. It's all good news.
No, the downside is, do you know what? There's a cause and reaction to everything, right? So obviously helping Saddam Hussein back in the day has caused some of these problems as well, because we were backing Saddam Hussein to take down Iran in the 80s.
The downside is it's affected poor Black people in the country. When they start doing this war, they're going to have to enlist, and that's going to be the downside.
Sorry, because I don't think we're gonna ever see any piece of the brown wheels anymore. It's all drones in there now. Drones are the cheapest. You don't need to worry about.
2,500 per
being drafted to a nation's wars that have never, ever paid them or their forefathers the blood debt of reparation that is owed generation after generation after generation, correct? So
unfortunately, a young brother of my people did lose his life in that fight the other day, a few days ago. So,
but I'm talking about when they roll out the draft initiative.
Well, I don't even think the draft initiative is necessary, honestly, at all. You guys want to see a whole, just give it 90 days. That's all. Save all the, I hate to hear all the fear mongering of it all. I hate to hear all the, this could happen, this will happen.
Okay, so theoretically, if they start drafting what are the Black Panthers? What are the Black Panthers supposed to keep?
I'll wait tomorrow. Get the fags out there. Get the fags on the front line, nigga. Send the fags out there. That's okay.
Got some squabbling, or at least they got a little squabble. These Southern
Hypothetically, this thing drags on. So hypothetically, if this thing drags on 2 to 4 months and turns into Vietnam 2.0, which is what the American Civil War 2.0 should actually look like, if this drags enough white Nazis that you call fellow Americans over to the Middle East to go die to drones, and they start coming to black neighborhoods saying, dude, you're a part. Shouldn't we be taking advantage of that political discussion today instead of waiting 2 months from now?
No, they're not going to do that. But if they did, you ain't got to sign. You can definitely decline. And here's the thing. There is an Iraq. That's one. Ali did. You have the right to listen. Just because a motherfucker put a gun in your head and tell you to suck his dick, don't mean that you have to do that. Kill me, motherfucker.
Just like my minister Muhammad Ali said, as this gringo, this white man is my problem. Not the Iranians, not the Vietnamese, not the Asian, but the white man is my goddamn problem. Right here. You gotta ask put on a bishop for him.
People that has fucked you over, people that has fucked you over.
You sound like it's a job, and you are.
Hey, children, calm down. I agree with wholeheartedly with that statement from Ali.
Ain't no shit, man.
He also reminded us that he was the most hated black person he ever met when the people took his championship. Black Americans turned on Ali until he won his court case. Let's not forget the fickle part too. He was nobody's friend. Nobody knew his name when he was fighting with his government. He was on his own. And then a few years later, after he won, all of a sudden, oh yeah, we always loved you. They did the same thing to Malcolm X and MLK Jr. So let's not play games. I have to take advantage of this political opening.
White Americans never turned on Muhammad Ali, Dr. King, or Malcolm X. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's not what Ali said.
That is true. That is true. Because Ali did have some hate from American niggas and Malcolm X. All the niggas have been, honestly, let's just be clean about this. We are our own biggest enemy. The white man ain't that.
I never believe that.
No, hold on, Ambassador. Hold on, Ambassador.
How you gonna be your own enemy?
Hold on, Ambassador. Well, then you gotta shut the fuck up, then.
It's time to learn about
So let's just be clean about this. If it wasn't for niggas telling, selling out, aligning
Booker T.
Don't like a damn mom. My mama is named Alice Blue, she's don't be a goddamn fool. Oh yeah, that's all. Just don't be a goddamn fool.
You just named a handful of
I take a toast to you.
You grab the
administrator. How the fool and let you. I'm gonna take a toast to the fool and let you go, and then I'm gonna double toast to the goddamn fool that got him now and say my.
Jesse Jackson's people are with Jesse Jackson and against the black race that gave birth. You understand that?
But Jesse Jackson's a bigger giant than you ever thought of. You just don't have your mind on what that's wrong. When Jesse Jackson speaks at Isaac Hayes' concert, it was thousands of black people. Nation time, Jesse Jackson said, nation time. You don't want to play that day. Nation time. Nation time. On his dashiki, on his backside. Nation time. Nation time. Nation time.
wars to kill other black people in Asia. You guys did that. You guys voted for integration instead of reparations. You guys did that. We don't need to hear another goddamn piece of political advice from all you defunct, dead, dirty, selling out, divesting, cooning ass, twisted minded, fucking ratty ass bastards.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this. My mother's name is Alice.
Go fuck yourself.
And you know what? Alice Phillips.
Go find Nancy Jackson and go suck his dick.
Sound like a sucker, you look like a sucker. You ain't got no name.
Nigga, Jesse
I'll
Jackson.
my face shirt.
You need to go to your face shirt with your son. You need to fill yourself.
Goddamn fool, all you like, son. You can be a fool, don't open your mouth.
Black marriage is down. Black fertility is down. Black house ownership is down. Black sovereignty is down because of your fucking generation. All of you need to be lined up and
You're the only one that's down in this race right now.
all
Now,
of
but
you
you need to know that, right?
all of
I'm
you
gonna make sure that
need
you
to
know.
Burkina Faso. I know Emperor Edward Traore is waiting to line you motherfuckers up and shoot you. He knows what happened to Burkina Faso. It was your generation.
Well, goddamn it, I got the black people.
Your generation.
I'm the only one you know. I'm the only one you know that's rocking the black berets and bringing the red berets to the black berets, and we're coming for your ass. And what you gonna do when we come for you?
Generation
Oh, you're right. You don't even have a face. Your face is
your generation that was like
your
generation that sold out as a
nobody, you know that.
Remember that it was your generation who started smoking all that. Your generation said crack was okay.
It sounds like a fucking slave, that's all. And I'm the breed your black ass. If you are fucking slave.
You gotta go fight for white man.
Get on your knees, boy. Get on your knees.
It was your generation who put it on your knees.
Someone that mercy on your no good, right behind.
Americans left white people behind in the 1920s.
You ain't have a man.
It was your generation who sold that out.
Your sound bite. You ain't have a man.
Your generation after the 1950s. Bastards came along and fucked everything up.
Just a fucking fake, buddy. This is like a piece of fake news.
Are you
You got no clues, you got no names, no place. Just want to rock the mic.
Can you show me this? Today. Name one.
Jaw jacket type of
Name one.
But can't even show your face. You turn.
Name one institution your generation was at.
You don't show your face because you're a nightmare to yourself.
Am I not crazy or do we not have
You're an enemy to yourself. You can never be an enemy to the people. You ain't big enough to be an enemy to anybody I know. Will come and slam you wall to wall. My general will slam you wall to wall.
Am I crazy or do we not have a single
Now you prepare yourself for response, sir.
on a geopolitical board? What has that generation provided us since 1950s?
Jaw-jacking, stupid Negro like yourself, just a jaw-jack.
And you name one institution that benefits black or melanated children of this world.
Name yourself, Mr. No Name. Name yourself, Mr. No Name.
Name one.
No name, no face.
Name one.
You don't even have testicles because you would have
But I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Remember, I'm young and I'm stupid. I don't know stuff.
You're not
You can debunk me. It's a stupid idea. So you don't.
bisexual. You're Joseph and Josephine stupid. I can tell. I know your mother.
You should
If I got to read mama when she was always here and your stupid ass. Wasted up playing around with your dumb.
You should be able to name 5, 10, 3, any number of
Your
institutions.
face is a nameless yourself. You don't even have a name.
I have as many as Jesse Jackson.
Somebody. You don't have to know who
But
you tell somebody.
I personally have more achievements than Jesse Jackson. I personally have more achievements than Jesse Jackson. I've lived in 3 countries. I've been president of 3 different governments. I personally have more achievements than Jesse Jackson. That's how pathetic your generation is. As a child, I outdid Jesse Jackson. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. He ain't a black man. He's a melanated, boule, coon ass nigga. Don't mistake melanin for blackness. Blackness is a political agenda. Like, do you understand that? realizing that that's how they rose to power. Everyone used this procedure. Abraham Traore is using it right now today, and he's got amazing results. He's almost on step 5. When he gets to step 5, you will see that on your evening news. You'll be lining up all the melanated coons, bootlick, sambos, sellouts, and cunts that have been selling out 61% of the landmass of Burkina Faso to white European and the jihadist terrorists that they fund. He's going to get rid of all of them motherfuckers. He said he's going to do it on Christmas. That's the gift for the new year. Black winter is coming. We're going to find the elders and we're going to shoot them. But that's what you've got to do to fix the black race. That's wild. We live in unprecedented times. Somebody's going back to the blueprint. He's not even the first one.
There's a boss right here somewhere with a big bounty hose on. Not even a middle of the room, just, I guess, let anybody John Jack along for a year, but there it goes.
Are you confused? Because I can start naming some of your ancestors who did this movement.
I think I hear some big bounty holes responding in here somewhere. Who was that wearing them big bounty holes in here? Oh, my.
St. Booker T. Washington only got to step 2 of those 8 steps. He built 120 Black Wall Streets that outperformed white communities.
Okay, I've got an AP deal on the bulletin. Prolific, he went back to the topic at the top of the rope. Anybody getting on that? And seeing Trump is about. Actually, they got smoked out of the room. They were never on point. It was an illegal, senseless, just antagonizing others by warmongering tactics like bombing the people unnecessarily, with no plan in hand, and that stands in this room at 40 acres in the first box right here tonight. That stands up as the truth. And the report was right on the airways, and that the bloody bricks labeled them best as fumblers, stumblers, and they lacked any managerial skills of the world's resources and dumped them on the people unwarrantably, unethically, and unpredicted. They bombed them senselessly without a plan in their hand, and that was as stupidly as one head of state put it once. That was stupidly on the part of Trump and his administration to put together a plan to just bomb into Tehran, and that was unbecoming, unmerciful, knowing Tehran is not in any shape to bomb anybody in the way of the United States nor Russia, but there are people building their own people there on their own land. Bomb them, and in the head of state, it is not get you off right now. Not wherever prolific it is. The APB is out for prolific and others, whoever what they fight for the world after fight for life and fire collapses to the mic, sir.
That's how you fix the world after the American empire collapses over this next 6 months. When everything goes to shit, that's how you rebuild. That's what's in the chat right now.
There's a boss in here with the big belly holes. It's not a member of the room. I think it's shaking the walls here. I don't know where the people, where all the green bodies and all the green men, all the green women, and all the people that put this topic together. There it is. It's a Trump topic. Was it advisors with an S? That's right. This is the Trump advisors. And they attacked Iran there. And that's the thing
memorize them. Make sure to write them down on paper so you can give them to your children. Don't depend on electronic devices in the next few years. They're not going to be reliable. The AI is here to fuck your data if it's digital. Mass surveillance is here to stalk and genocide you if the war doesn't go their way. So you're going to have a realistic conversation with your family for the first time in generations. The good white man idea is going to die in this next 5 to 10 years. Hopefully, before we do. Can I get an amen on that?
So I will extend some advice to join the room and check back into the room. That would be wise.
Can I get an amen on the facts on the ground as the world faces extinction from a simple mistake in a fake war, distract from the Epstein rape files of human cannibalism and God knows what else. I don't even know what tops eating bait, raping and eating bait, the same bait. I don't even know what tops that, but apparently it's got the white man's spook.
Up in here, I don't know how you gonna give respect. You ain't got your 40 acres mule, 40 acres in the mule yet. You got your jack, your jersey, your cap. It's just not in you. It's just not in you. Just another John Jack at the Mercer.
Yeah, rebel. Can you tell me what is more damning for the white race than records of them raping and eating a baby?
Damn the thing is, if you ain't showed your face yet, I don't know why you're rocking that knife.
Just pitch me some ideas. Because I'm thinking aliens exist, but they're like evil or I can't even fathom what could be worse than that, other than a complete list of every member of their network. Thousands of white men, powerful white men running every country, including some of these African puppet states. Because that's in the Epstein emails that they released already. A 32-page lawsuit against African governments, because they're all allowing Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies to hunt black children across different African countries. Hunt them as a sport. They let them out in the savannah somewhere, and then they send white men with guns to hunt down children with rifles. They're playing Hunger Games with live human targets. They released that. We're not concerned about that. We ain't gonna do shit about that. Something else got them screwed. But what could it be? It ain't a war with Iran, we know that. It ain't the end of the economic model, we're not concerned about that. What could it be? Just as another gift of generosity, there's a 2017 study that proves African Americans are not modern Africans. So, piss all over Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton's graves when next time you visit their cemetery. Just piss on them. They're full of shit. You listen to what the white man told them, and then told that to your children. Now you don't know your indigenous Indian genes. That's worse than starving a baby, raping that baby when it's starving, give blowjobs while it's listening to an audio recording of its mother's voice. It sucks harder on the cock, and then killing and eating the flesh of that baby afterward. What could be more damning than that? Nobody? Black rage. Is my mic working?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So nobody's got any ideas what the hell could be more satanic or destructive to human social order than that?
I know I sure can.
I mean, it's got to be something pretty devastating. They're willing to start almost nuclear confrontation in Iran just to change the evening news. They're willing to blow up the entire fuel reserve of all of modern Asia as a distraction from whatever the hell is that third set of pods. from the ambassador to Coon.
maybe one of your parents or grand.
Hey, let's just say they are. What are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. I was just wondering.
Okay. All right then.
No, but is it or not, or were you trolling? Because I know you said that somewhere.
Play the clip.
I have to go find it though. It's from last year.
No, I don't even have that.
I have it though. Because they were like harassing me, and they had a room on my name, and this is like from a couple years ago. So like they were harassing me, like he's so pro-Palestine. Othello is like almost what's it called? He's like almost a terrorist sympathizer. I don't really like to call him a terrorist sympathizer.
Okay.
Almost like one.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think these people.
I really like your picture area.
These people have been in enough rooms to you to know that 90% of what you say is bullshit.
Well, I don't think it's bullshit what she says.
Terrorist thing is incorrect. Yeah, I'm in the region, in the Middle East.
Or it sounds like you're trying to fuck.
Because I agree with her, I'm trying to smash. It's kind of juvenile.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
My picture. Do you guys know what my picture is? It's basically saying Israel's elimination cup. So now we're at the last three finally.
Can I ask a question? Where did this like assault on the Jewish community like stem from? Because it's getting even worse. Like I'm noticing by like over the last 5 years, and it's getting worse. Like especially in my generation, it's like I see in the next 5 years they're gonna be borderline like casted out of here. And I want to know like where did that come from?
It's probably the oldest hatred on the planet, but in the last 5 years.
And it's being allowed more on social media. Like I agree.
That's where it's
on Instagram, it was never allowed, but now it's like you can see it everywhere on TikTok too.
Let me ask you, Abby. Do you think IRGC, like these Hezbollah, I don't care, these Muslim brotherhoods, they've been using like the online platforms as a way of spreading the propaganda?
Yes.
Because that's what I think it is.
Yes.
Okay. And I have a feeling once IRGC is toppled, we're gonna see all the evidence of this stuff. Like they have made videos. This is why I said like they made so many fake shit, like so much. But IRGC told us, Iranians, guys, the Islamic regime did tell us they will invest on two things for our military. Number one was rockets, which I'm shocked they still fucking have rockets to shoot. That's a lot of rockets. They've been spending all the money, all people's money on buying rockets, spending funds, spending money with giving to these terrorist organizations, but they said they're going to spend money on the rockets for the military and the digital military. They literally call it their digital military, so they do have a military, online military.
So are these platforms in on it? Because before you used to get like banned for a lot of it. Now it's just like fuck it, we're just gonna let it
Big issue.
People are still getting
And it's a long answer, really, to get into it, but, they've presented that they're policing the hate, and they're trying to, there's a lot of pressure on these platforms, not just from, the communities, but also from the advertisers, that really don't like their advertising mixed in with, swastikas and hate speech. And so there's been pressure, I know, on Meta quite a bit to try to police it and try to control it.
I don't want anyone to think that I'm totally like anti-free speech. I just asked a question. Like I just wanted to know.
It's a long answer. I'm happy to. I'm involved in a lot of trying to track it and understand where it's coming from and try to deal with the ramifications of it, because sadly the ramifications are things like you just saw in Michigan and what we have to deal with. So I need to tell you in context, and this is not a fake number, and I have some receipts on this. In 6 days after what happened in Michigan, we received 8,000 incident reports of hate incidents into the Jewish community in North America. In 6 days, 8,000 were reported in. So if you can get a sense on just that number, and the fallout is what we have to spend to protect our institutions and what we spend on security. We spent about $740 million last year just on security, if that gives you some idea. That's in North America, that's not worldwide. So the fallout, the problem is there, but what people are not focused on is the fallout from the problem. And it's in real time, real hatred, real threats, real bomb scares, real shooting into buildings, car rammings. In Toronto, I don't know if Rafi's still in here, it's in one 48-hour period, 3 synagogues or a school and 2 synagogues got shot into. So it's every day, and that's the.
So every time I post something on Threads, they think I'm getting paid $7,000 by Jewish people in the Jewish community. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, hey, moderators, this is
And that's another one of the lies that's there, but it's look, there are lots of lies, and people can feel their hate. They can hate. They can have whatever strong feelings they want to have, but they need to understand that as a result of the amplification, it turns into people's lives being lost. I mean, literally people's lives being lost, and it's very, very scary.
Yes, I am, Sarah.
Speaking of lives being lost, March 18th. During the pro-Palestine protest, they were literally stopping students at the dorms in LA colleges, UCLA it happened, and they were like stopping them, asking people if you're Jewish.
Oh my God.
They let you go through or not go through. Like this.
Yeah, and they've been protesting at the federal building for weeks. They're still down there.
Hey, Moss, is there a cue to speak? Can I speak after Sarah, or like that? Or is it just free?
Yes, you can go after me, but what I'm trying to say, because I was that year, I was teaching at six, 7 different colleges in that year in Southern California, and it was just a very, very traumatic experience for me. Why for me? Because I'm not Jewish, I'm born and raised Muslim, right? But then I was walking through these campuses and I see all these gay people like playing Quran and wearing hijab, and I'm like, I'm terrified because I like fucking left Iran.
Well, that's become like a style now. Everyone's wearing like. No, listen. It's like here in LA, they're wearing like the Muslim like. I don't know what you I know what I'm talking about, though, right, Sarah?
Yeah.
What they're wearing.
Here's the memo to everybody. We don't plan the policies and the military decisions for the state of Israel from our synagogues, our children's schools, our kosher markets, and our community centers. That's not what we do. We just practice our religion in the United States in those places, but those places are being attacked by mobs, by screaming mobs. And we have nothing, we're just trying to live our lives. So the disconnect, what's happening in Israel, you want to criticize Israel, go criticize it. But don't attack our kids' day schools. We're just American citizens trying to practice our faith. And that's the reality.
I 100% agree with that.
There's no such thing as Muslim clothing.
I don't mean like Muslim clothing, bro. I mean like
let me just set the record straight. Jesus Christ.
Go ahead.
This is the problem. It's not Muslim clothing. It's Arabic clothing. This is the problem with Americans. Americans are purposely
see here in LA, they're wearing them around their hair, just random. They're not even at a protest anymore.
Palestine bullshit.
It's just random now. It's like become a fashion statement at this point. That's what I'm talking about. So thank you for the individual who just put me on to that.
I was trying to say it earlier, but the guy kept interrupting. It's like, I didn't want to yell.
So guys, I'm gonna be removing calls, whatever that person is, and I recommend everybody report and block him. And because of the comment he has in the chat, I am not going to read his comment, but you guys can actually read that.
Oh yeah, that's disgusting.
Wait, who? What did he say?
And
He's like,
you
Jews
guys
need to
should
be
report
burned
him.
alive for the shit they do.
That's really
I
fucked
didn't
up.
want to read it loud though. But
Oh, sorry, I thought you said
he's
something
gonna
read it.
report that account and he's gonna be removed.
Abby, you should be careful, bro, because it's getting pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. But what's important to know is that unfortunately we have to spend a lot of our money that should pay for things like kids going to school or, families that can't afford to send their kids to school or can't. We have to spend that money on security. And I can't go to temple without not just guards, armed guards. They look like they're out of SWAT in front of the temple, and we have to target harden every one of our facilities, and it's very expensive to do it, but we have no choice. And yes, it's very nerve-wracking just gathering. I can speak for my faith. I don't know how all faiths practice, but ours is based on community. I mean, we don't pray unless we have 10 people. We gather, we're a community-based faith. And to gather is very frightening now because of the threats. And almost every facility has gone through emails that are just like what you saw in the chat. That's pretty regular on a daily basis. And to answer someone's question in the chat, the monitoring of the vicious hate speech, the hate comments on social media is a monitoring against hate, against whether it's against Jews or blacks or Asians or Hispanics or gays. I mean, any minority that's horribly attacked. And I'm not talking about just someone's comment that they don't like something. I'm talking about real serious threats and nasty tropes against different minorities. If you're an advertiser and your Firestone tires, you don't want your ad there next to symbols of hate. So some of what's happening on social media, again, some of it is their own self-compliance by these big companies, and a lot of the pressure is coming from how they're making their money on the advertisers. They just don't want to be associated with it. I hope that answered the question.
Get in there.
This is for soldiers with machine guns.
I'm just out on that.
Just imagine how
Well,
crazy.
let's hear it, Cairo. Let's hear what you have to say.
No, just your first question, Laurie, not your first, I don't know, but the first question I heard you say is, I'm talking about how anti-Semitism is on the rise, especially in the West. I 100% agree with that, obviously. It is on the rise around the world. But then we gotta ask ourselves, what is causing this anti-Semitism? A lot of people are just ignorant, so we put those people aside. They're ignorant. They just, whatever they hear, they just might just believe, or they don't really know much. A lot of people genuinely hate Jewish people. There's a lot of people that do, like they're evil people. They just want to demonize people that had nothing to do with it, like a random Jew going to the synagogue trying to perform their faith, and they're trying to oppress these people for what a government in the Middle East is doing. A lot of times, though, also, if we're gonna call a spade, it's people criticizing Israel, and sometimes there's pro-Israelis, pro-Zionists that are now conflating this criticism to all Jews. If you criticize Israel, there are people like that are gonna say, oh look, he's criticizing Jewish people. He's saying this about Jewish people. If you say, oh, the Israelis have killed kids in Gaza, the IDF, then they'll say, oh look, this is a blood libel. They're saying the Jews kill kids, so...
But Kara, it's a double standard. You just can't have a double standard. Like, you can criticize Israel all you want, and lots of people that are supporters of Israel criticize Israel, but you can't have a double standard. Like, that's like, get that in your head. It's
And
their...
Abby, I literally said there's Jews that have nothing to do with this, and they're just trying to go to their synagogues and practice their religion, and they're being oppressed. I said that. That's one of the first things I said. But I said also, because I got to speak to both sides. I'm trying to be honest and fair here. There are people that hear people criticizing the IDF or the Israeli government or Benjamin Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, Bilal Smotrich, or I forgot his first name, and they take it as, oh, this is a blood libel to Jews. No, it's not a blood libel to Jews. They're calling us specifically.
No, a blood libel to Jews would be different than saying that Netanyahu or someone or Ben Gvir is a problem or going off on them. A blood libel would be death to Israel, or Israel should never exist, or it shouldn't exist. Okay, there's a difference. There's a complete difference. And there's law, by the way, in 37 states with respect to anti-Semitism. I mean, there's a advisory. It's actually.
That would be my next point. Could I speak to the law?
Yeah, well, it's actually more of advisory, and using that term very clearly. It's not a mandatory. It's just advice.
There are a lot of that, obviously, that are being coming up that I would say, me personally, I do think it's unjust, it's not fair, it goes against the Constitution. People should have the right to criticize Israel. People should have the right, not put criticize aside. People have the right to say nasty things about Israel. People have the right to say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. People have the right to say, I don't think Israel should.
Do you know what that means, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Do you know what that means?
Yeah,
what's it mean?
Slogan that people use between
what's it mean?
Jordan River,
Obliterate the Jews.
Thank you.
Listen, that's how some people.
No, that's what it means.
No, that's not.
No, it comes from the Arabic. It comes. Is Alpha still here? I can't speak Arabic.
There are people when they say that. One second, Sabran. There are people when they say that they can mean obliterate the Jews. There are people that. I just want you guys to hear exactly what I'm saying. There are people that when they say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There are people that mean obliterate the Jews. But there's also people that mean when they say that they don't mean obliterate.
What do you think it means?
They mean there are. I'm going to tell you, there's people that mean that when they say that, they are saying obliterate the Jews. There's people that say no, we want this land to be Palestinian, and we want Israel as a country.
It's by killing the Jews, right?
Like demolished.
Like, think about the action behind it.
1 second though. So as I was saying, regardless.
But that's not what it means. It means that there was no state of Israel anymore. That's what it means.
And 1 second, no state of Israel does not mean.
It means the 9 million population.
Yes.
So the 7 million Jews that live there don't exist anymore.
No,
that's what it means. Yes, it does. That doesn't mean the government. That's not where the slogan came from. The slogan is in Arabic. I need someone who speaks Arabic.
I know. 1 second there. You guys hear? I said specifically, clearly, there are people when they say that they mean kill the Jew. Yes. Okay. That's one side of it. There are also people when they say that they mean we want to obliterate the government. That doesn't mean that there are people that say no, we're not trying to kill all the Jews. There are people that say that, but we're talking about legal. It shouldn't be illegal for people to say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That shouldn't be.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal to say it. But if you're asking what it means, I'm telling you what it means. It's not illegal to say it. You can legally. Listen. You can legally march around with the swastika in an area full of Holocaust survivors in our country. It's legal to do that. Okay, if you want to get into the tenets of the First Amendment, you and I can go through that. I'll go back to my years in common law. It's completely legal. But what it means, the person marching with the swastika is probably not a very, very good person. And the person who is saying that you
if you boycott, divest, and send to Israel, okay, boycotting. There are people now in America, they're saying, listen, if you are a state and you allow people, or you are a business, you allow the boycotting of Israel, your state might not get certain funds anymore. If you are going through a natural disaster, maybe a tornado, something happens in your state, if you are a state that boycotts Israel, they'll say, we're not going to give you funding.
No, that's not how BDS laws work, but you can try to.
I'm saying this is what they're, no, it's not about how they work, this is what's happening.
No, it's not what's happening.
I can show you.
Yeah, why don't you? Why don't you give me an example of a company that purposely,
not a company, I'm talking about the government, it said,
yes, show me.
The government said, if you are pro-boycotting Israel.
That's not what the law says.
Okay, well, I'm wrong, because I'm going to finish. They're saying if you are pro-boycotting Israel, you are not allowed, or you don't have the ability to get certain funds, certain things. They gave an example as a natural disaster. But I want to ask you a question, Adam. Are you against Israelis that say from the river to the sea there will be no Palestine, it is all Israel?
Well, I don't know Israelis that say it, but I've not heard that.
Are you against that?
I've never heard it, so.
Are you against it?
Well, I don't really understand. Give me the context of what you're saying.
No problem. It's the same way there's Palestinians that say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There are Israelis that say, there are Israelis that say this whole land is ours.
Well, define the land. What land are you talking about?
The modern borders right now that they have.
But the borders that exist, the borders that exist after the '67 war, those borders?
Yes.
Yeah, but we did get Palestine, right?
I'm not talking about this greater Israel.
No, are you talking about the borders right now of the state of Israel? What do I think of those borders? I think those are the borders of the state of Israel.
My question was, are you against people that are saying there will be no Palestine, this is all Israel?
Again, there's two different questions that you're asking. The borders of the state of Israel are their borders. Those are their legal borders. With respect to areas A, B, and C, and what was defined in the Oslo Accords, you want to talk about those areas? I mean, be specific what you're talking about.
I am being specific. Are you
talking about the Golan Heights? Because that's part of Israel.
Are you against Zionist Israel?
Okay,
are you against people that are against it? Are you against people that say they're pro-Palestinian state?
Yes, I'm not in favor of a Palestinian state.
All right, see, exactly. So
I should have shame because I'm not in favor of a Palestinian state.
I'm not in favor of an Israeli state. You have your position, I have mine. It is what it is.
Well, you're not in favor of the country that already exists. It's a sovereign nation. So what would you like to do with the 7.5 million Jews that live there? What would you like to do? Just eradicate them like what done before? Would that make you feel good?
I'll tell you exactly.
Is that what you'd like to do with the Jews that live there?
I'll answer that question.
It's not a question. It's a sovereign nation.
What would you like to do? I'm going to answer that question. So this is what I want. I am against an Israeli state. The state.
Okay, I'm not going to.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, Cairo. Shut up. I'm talking. No, you can't answer that.
Fair enough.
Just 30 minutes ago, we all agreed that the children dying in a bomb attack, whether it was America's fault or Iran's fault or whoever's fault, we all agreed it was sad and it was something that we all got upset about it. But you know what?
Israel should be there.
I'm gonna throw you in the
about the Republicans, we've been talking about the administration, and I'm just gonna ask that we just get off this subject, because I'm spent on it, and it's really, it's like all day, all night, and it's too
A
much.
lot of people are focusing on Iran now. I've been criticizing Iran for many years. I think they are unjust, disgusting. Iran is actually disgusting terrorist, psychopath. They're a psychopath. Israel should still be demolished, and we're not going to the Jews. There you go. The politicians should be kicked out the country. Our citizens, civilians should be allowed to stay, and the politicians that are or certain things, certain politicians, certain soldiers,
defending Hamas.
Are you homophobic?
All right, hold on. I know that, if the building still exists in Gaza, they would throw you off. They would throw you off the fucking building for being there.
You're a homophobe.
Well, it's wild. It's wild that you guys don't want to take back your fucking citizens. Why don't you open up the fucking border and bring all the fucking Gazans back to Egypt where you all took away their fucking citizenship, you bunch of piece of shit?
All right, it's not even going anywhere. Homophobia is disgusting.
Don't respond to it. You're not throw you off a building.
Don't worry, you can insult me.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, you would think you would be against the Gazans.
I
want to fucking somebody's online, you can throw you off a building.
Hey, buddy, can you guys hear me or no?
I'm trying to get.
Matt, can you bring us back, please?
Matt, I can't.
Let Mike Allen go. We're gonna go back to really.
What's what I'm trying to get? Yeah.
Not like.
Yeah, we should still abolish Israel.
I'm still mad at Mike. I swear.
I will abolish you to the hallway, Kyra, if you say that one more time.
No, Kyra.
Because we're not gonna abolish America, we're not gonna abolish Europe, we're not gonna abolish Mexico, we're not.
And Netanyahu is dead, by the way. And thank God he's dead.
We're only gonna abolish
Mike, you sent the question.
I'm trying to go there. Yeah, Kyra, don't put Kyra down. Kyra comes in good faith. He's getting a little wild right now, but we.
It's like I'm being insulted just because of my
Kyra,
But you're also spreading a lie.
No, because you're gay and you support Hamas.
Why? Let's not keep it going. Mike, go ahead.
Fuck, I was like, so I know. So here's what I'm trying to get back to.
I
actually did have a follow-up to Cairo, and I know it's kind of weird, but I did have a follow-up for him. But before I did that, Severin, I know you've been trying to go, buddy. I want to let Severin get in there. P, I guess you'll go after P. And then, of course, you'll just jump in whenever the fuck you feel like it, I guess. But Severin, what you have to say? Fair enough. But I hope Cairo doesn't leave. I did want to ask him about that whole weird thing about the funding. That was a weird thing he said. But Severin, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I'm from Egypt. I'm a Coptic Christian, if you guys know who the Copts are. I grew up in Egypt. Now I'm in the States, right? But sometimes I go back and visit Egypt a lot of times, right? I mean, it's very unfortunate because I think, like, a lot of people who are anti-Semitic, unfortunately have bought into a lot of media outlets that are supported by the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Muslim Brotherhood propaganda, which was actually started in Egypt, right? Against, like, Israel and the Jewish people. So I think, like, at the root of it, like, anti-Semitism, because that was part of, right, from where did it come from? Of course, there's, like, a huge history of it, right? But I think in modern day, right, a lot of it is from Muslim propaganda, primarily from the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas, which is the military branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. And the left in the United States has bought into these media propaganda that was prompted by these Muslim organizations, unfortunately, right? And it's very, very sad to see, in October 7th, right, when that happened, a lot of people throughout the Muslim world were celebrating what Hamas did, and it is very unfortunate. And it's so sad and shocking to see that the left is supporting that type of thing, right? And of course, like Abby reported in the United States, we were seeing so much of a rise in anti-Semitism and attacks on the Jewish people, like their schools and their synagogues. I think something like that has to be combated. It's very, very sad. I was actually talking to a friend of mine who's Jewish, right, in the United States. I might disagree with all people here, right? I think that there should be actually a constitutional amendment, and I think hate speech there should be a limit on free speech pertaining to hate speech, like what's found in Europe as an example, because of this rise in anti-Semitism. And I think, like, anti-Semitism should be combated, and, like, speech against the Jewish people should be monitored, and it should be prosecuted legally. That's just my 2 cents. And I support all of you guys. I love Trump, President Trump, and so much on the right. And God bless you all.
Good stuff.
us cops also love you guys so much, yeah. We are persecuted, and we also love the Jewish people so much, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What was the question?
Oh, I was trying to get, I don't want to go back to the subject alpha. It was, I needed the Arabic on something, but I'm not.
Yeah, let's keep moving forward.
Stay in a different direction.
So, do we want to talk about what does everybody think will be, I don't know, this time next year? Like, what does it look like to everybody? Do we have Iran be free? Are we involved in?
Depends.
Multiple.
As much as I want a regime change in Iran, I don't think it's gonna happen, to be honest. But I do want one. Like I want the IRCC to be dismantled.
If there's any prediction that we have in the future is that our times for trying to do regime change only makes countries hate us much more justified.
I have a question for you, Necro. Did you hear that on January 9 and 10 there was like a lot of Iranian in the streets, enough that the government was losing control and they had to like shoot to kill people to scare them into their homes?
What's your point?
Well, I'm asking, have you heard about that?
Yeah, I heard something.
Okay, so even if we wouldn't get involved, Iran was having a revolution, it probably would have been, more life costing if we wouldn't get involved. But this is something that was going to happen and it will happen. Whether people like it or not, this is something that is going to happen. The chance of it happening, let's put it this way, guys. The chance of it happening is 51% or more. The chance of it not happening is 49% less. So what I'm trying to say is there's more chance of it happening than not happening.
Sarah, what comes to the Iranian people do you think this will be like in terms of their lives? Like what is your take on that?
Can you say it again?
Like, what do you think the human cost on the Iranian people will be? Like, are we talking about like a lot of people dying?
I don't know. You mean the cost of dying? Yes, there's going to be a lot of people dying. Yes. So I want you to consider something. So Iran government tried to say that it wasn't them killing people. There was Mossad spies in the streets. They were like killing the police, and then Mossad was killing Iranian people. This is what they were saying back then. Now this week they said, if you come in the streets to protest, we're gonna kill you worse than we did in January. So now they owned it. Now what I'm trying to say is this, Matt, pay attention to this. They were saying people who were in the streets protesting, they were high. You know why they were saying it? They didn't want the country to understand what level people are. You have to understand the youth of the country, people from 16 to like 30 years old, there are thousands of videos and notes and voices. People calling their parents and saying, if I don't hear your voice anymore, this is my goodbye. These are not AI. These are real people. There are handwritings, there are videos of people saying, I'm going to protest. They post it on their social media. They say, I may not come back home because they knew the government's going to try and kill them. They're like, I'm going to protest. I want to free my country. We're doing this. So people are aware of that.
But do you think they see the United States as somebody who, like, that is going to fight for them?
But listen, no, they don't. But you know what?
Okay, so they don't need to, I guess. So you think
You know what you see United States as?
Do you not see that that's kind of relevant? Is that specifically, is that?
No, it's not, because
Why not?
there is a fucking saying for this.
So, they
That's
don't
what,
see
you're
the
not
United
like some
States.
sort of genius that you just invented.
We agree that airstrikes alone
The
won't
enemy
cause a
of
regime
my
change.
enemy is my friend. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
So Israel
uncomfortable to say it if it's stalled against Hitler, but I mean specifically, I don't see this as coming.
So Sarah,
That's your opinion, and that's fine.
I was born on March, and this month I got a gift. Khomeini died. Thank God.
Let me say something to Necro. Necro, you and I, we've talked a lot. We don't agree on a lot of things, but we've had good conversations so many times. But I want you to go think about this, and I am not exaggerating. If people start thinking the way you're thinking, Iranians are going to be next Jews who had to deal with the Holocaust denials. I would never compare what the IRGC did to the people in those 2 days to a Holocaust, because the amount of how many years and how many people they killed is completely different. But Necro, if you go look it up, you cannot find anyone who has killed 20,000 people a day. Like, in reality, there are 2 days for the killing, but it was in less than 24 hours. They just went overnight into, midnight. That's why it's 2 days. In 10 hours, they killed 50,000 people. No one has done that. They haven't done it in modern years. They haven't.
I think Mike has a
30, 40, 50, we don't know the exact number back.
So where do you Mike has a question for
Sarah, I want to ask you, Sarah,
reply?
Sarah, can you please, because it turns into, I want to ask the question. Sure. I want to ask the question to Sarah, and I want to get, and Sarah, like a 1 to 2 sentence answer. I want to hear Alpha's answer. Necro, you can get the answer if you want. But again, it'd be like me answering it, right? I'm talking the fight, right? But anyway, so when we say regime change, what do we mean by regime change? And then after the regime is changed, how would it work in the country?
Yeah, so specifically, I think that Iran, the only hope they can have for any sort of change is from within itself, because I just think that our sort of intervention is only going to piss them off more. Iranians are already becoming, they have more negative views of us, especially since Trump struck the missile.
Who is Iranians? You mean Iranian government or Iranian people?
Iranian people, over 80%.
Okay, you're off.
People that support the IRGC in Iran. No. Even people that don't support the IRGC, they're still against Israel and Iran.
Yeah, so that went well.
They're still against Israel and America.
You're going down to the audience.
All right,
I need the mods to not bring him to the stage. And we have plenty of Iranians in the room who can come and speak for Iranians. I don't mind Necro talking, even though he has the opposite, viewpoint than us. I don't mind it, because he doesn't come in as a Muslim jihadist, position where the Islamic government, guys, it's not, the IR does not stand for, the I doesn't stand for Iran. You have to understand, Iran's government is actually the only occupying people in the Middle East. They occupy Iran, and they have an Islamic government there.
Okay, so that first one went well. IR, you said you're Iranian. Sarah, I want your answer also. But again, let's, we don't need to hear.
Here's a short answer for you, Mike.
I'll ask it again though, just so we take someone in here. IR, no, you said you're Iranian. What does regime change? When would we be like, okay, cool, regime has now been changed? What does that mean?
Mike, it looks like when the government is toppled. What does government topple look like? It's basically when the like the TV,
organization.
Yeah, once they take over that, once the military joins the people, we have 2 branches of military. We have Iran's military, and we have the Islamic Republic military. That's the IRGC. So the Iran's military's job is to protect Iran and
my point.
He's not gonna be the transitional leader.
Yeah, well, here, Alpha, let me
I disagree.
Alpha, you're gonna help with this question, I think. What, so here's my dumb.
No, I wanted to respond to Mike Allen's question as well, because.
I have for you guys. Hold on.
How do you know he's not gonna be transitional leader, Alpha?
Whoa, guys, that's coming out.
Yeah, hold on a second.
I just know things.
Let me get my question out. Hold on. And you can add this Alpha to your answer back, but what is the actual government? Like, what is it? Is it a theocracy? Like, I don't even know.
That's what we're asking.
Yeah, Sarah, let's go with Alpha first, then go to Sarah.
What do y'all put it? Nobody wants the answer to that, Matt. I'm not even gonna try. People are.
I want the answer to the question.
Somebody wanted to answer.
No.
Who said they wanna answer?
You know, it's not a goal. It's a very triggering question because a lot of people.
It's a great question.
You're talking about the Middle East, okay? You're talking about the Middle East. In the Middle East, there is no such thing as mutual respect, restitution, understanding. Unless you have that, you're gonna just have failed states. Like Syria. Look at Syria, for example.
Okay,
Look at Syria, for example. Look, if you're gonna
We know you are lefty. Listen, Alpha, you are lefty. We know that, but don't worry. In your future, you will have a right to speak up.
Look at this. Go ahead.
Hold on, let IR go. Sarah, IR's generating. Let's hear IR.
Guys, hello guys. I'm right now. I'm in Tehran. Keep down in the left. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm literally trying to.
You're in the matrix.
Guys, please, my internet is not working well. Right now I'm in Tehran, okay?
Who's the lefty? How do you know the lefty?
Let him talk.
Yeah, Mike is because you are against Paladin.
People can actually agree?
Yeah, Mike you are against Paladin. Who cares? Just let IR go, please. You guys are fucking stupid.
We
Just
have
let the
an
man
issue.
go.
We have a fucking issue.
What do you got?
If he said he's in Iran. If he's in Iran, he shouldn't have internet. So he's either lying or if he has internet, something's not correct.
Well, I don't know what to say. I guess
Explain yourself.
Right now.
Still speak with Sarah. I have configuration. You know that people are using, I don't know, English. Some applications we use some applications to change the configuration so we can connect to the.
Let's make America great again. Go ahead.
Quizar. Okay.
So the thing that I wanted to say about Alpha, we know you are ready. Okay, I'm not talking about you.
How's the weather in Tehran right now?
I'm talking generally. Okay.
Dude, you're already acting like a
Macro, what do you think the weather is? Go check.
I just said I'm not talking about you, Alpha. I'm speaking generally. Okay?
Go ahead.
We know people who speak against
Yeah, I
Paladin.
agree because I speak the languages of the land.
Alpha, can we just let this man finish his strategy? We know people who speak against Paladin
Yes, I do speak.
are not.
What do you know?
Alpha, dude, let him say more than 4 words, bro.
By the way, is he answering my question? Just
No, it's not.
where are we?
It's discussing me.
Okay, a couple of things. Like, I'm sitting here. Hold on, IR. I'm not doing this. Here, I'm gonna tell you guys what. First off, IR, you're gonna be able to continue. Alpha, shut the fuck up. Everybody else, shut the fuck up. Mad ass IR to go. Let him go. Like, I'm sitting here trying to figure out your health plans for the next fucking 3 years. All night listening to you guys babble on. Just shut the fuck up. Let the guy go. The Iran does have internet. It's limited. They have to go through VPNs and other apps, but they do have Sarah, I'm gonna move you down in a minute. The second IR is done, then you can respond. Let him finish.
You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brighton. Sarah, you are Iranian. I'm Iranian. I'm not lying to you. Just ask your friends who are right now in Iran. We can use VPN or we can use different configuration to access to the international internet, but it doesn't work always. Sometimes you have to pay, as you know. Maybe you've heard it also. Sometimes you have to pay. A friend of mine has a cell phone store or something like this, so I got some configuration from him.
So I'm not gonna just go for this.
Fair enough. What's regime change look like with you?
Okay, what people right now are expecting in Iran is just bringing the power, the military power of the regime down, so we can come to this street easily. Because last month, as everybody knows, that's true. Whatever Sarah was saying, I can confirm it 100%. They are true. We were on the street that was totally peaceful. We did nothing, but they just they came to us. They just brought the protest to aggression. They just made it aggressive. You know what I mean? We did nothing. Now everything was from the let's say governmental organizations like IRGC or police or the rest of these shitty things that we have in Iran. They only exist in Iran, unfortunately. But the thing about Pahlavi, that he is not a transition leader. He is the only alternative we have right now, because he has a CV, he has a resume, he has a, let's say, trying political route in Iranian policy, as his father was the previous king of Iran. We know him. He is 100% democratic. He is also working with left parties, right parties. People are trying to, let's say, present him as an extremist right-winger, but that's not like this. That's totally wrong. And yes, and also about the situation right now in Iran, I don't want to say it's perfect, it's war. So they are attacking, Iran is attacking Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait. It's stable. I mean, it's not dangerous that you cannot go out, you can do nothing. No, it's stable. We are just preparing for the new Iranian or Persian year, which is called Nowruz, but it's not like always. It's not like before. People are living with stress. We are also having this question always of what will happen next. But the thing is, I think the IRGC, that is the only barrier that we have right now. They are threatening people, as Sarah said, they are threatening people to kill people more. If you come to the streets and they will do it, they have no brain, they will do it. So the only thing is, we need to be organized, to have national-wide protests to capture the buildings. And about the question Mike said, what does regime change mean? It means to bring Iran back to 1970s. I just wrote it in the chats or in the comment sections. We have no problem with Americans. We have no problem with Jews. We have no problem with Europeans. We have no problem with Arabs. But this regime that we have right now is representing the country in a 100% wrong way. We do not want to only work with China. We want also to work with China. It means we want USA, we want China, we want Russia, we want to work with everybody. We are not against the West. So that means to change the whole strategy of the country to work with all the world, and not just importing, as Sarah said, jihadists into Iran to threaten. As you know, we are Shia, we are not Sunni. The majority of Muslims are Sunni. I don't know.
All right, a couple quick back and forth with you, just real quick, like maybe 1 to 2 word answers here. Just for us to get an idea. So, the government in Iran, even back in the 70s, that's the Shah thing, right? Yes, that's the Shah thing, right? In the 70s. Okay, how did the Shah get into power? Was he elected?
There was no election. I know that. Listen, I'm not defending Shah, okay? I'm not defending Shah, but the fact is, he was working better than this.
Okay. Again, I'm not trying to cut you off, I just want to pepper you with some questions real quick. So you're saying it's either Supreme Leader or Shah?
Before Shah, most of that, right?
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. Okay. We are all the people. Listen, nobody is going for 100% absolute monarchy in Iran. We are supporting Pahlavi as a transition leader. And also he has said it several times, I do not want to be the king. Yes, if I become the king, but it would be a 100% democratic country.
He shouldn't be
like Denmark, like Sweden.
Okay, so there would be elections. You're saying there would be elections. So
There won't
so like right now, under the Supreme Leader, like if
So
someone...
Mike, where do I get to answer these two questions exactly? Come in the two. I'd like to.
Okay, can I go after those two?
Like, how do you even know what the planner
I'm
was
from
on?
Bocan. I'm from Bocan. Where are you from, Sarah?
Where are you
Bocan.
from?
Your team. Where are you from?
You're from where?
You don't know where Bocan and Succas are? Wow, you're from Iranian. You don't know where West Iran is, do you? You don't know the cities, do you? You don't know Khurmabad? You don't know that, do you?
Oh, Iran, yes, the
Oh, he's Kurdish. He's separated. He's separated. Sarah, he's separated. He's separated. He's separated.
This is I didn't know.
Wait, did you know Alpha was on?
I didn't know he's the one.
Sarah, be careful. Sarah, he's separated. Be careful.
Okay, let's get back to money. Mike said he's doing a little bitty moderation.
Yeah, little, I just want to get the idea of this. So is there like, so the Supreme Leader, he's I guess in charge there. Are they in charge like making new laws?
No, I couldn't get that.
Is there a judicial system? Is he the judge, jury, and executioner? Go ahead, Alpha. I'll give you like 3 minutes.
Look, this is the problem with the IRGC. We've seen this before, okay? Let me tell this IR something. I am Ali Deshki. Go see who Ali Deshki is. When it comes to how I'm Ali Deshki.
Don't give him Mike, he's communist.
Okay, don't give him. That's the mentality you want to bring back home. This is the mentality you want to bring back home. Don't give him.
Stay on track, Alpha. Stay on track. Stay with us. What would you...
Yeah, I won't disagree with you. And I don't give a crap. No, there has to be a referendum. This is the problem with people. This is the problem with the American public too. And at large, the Western public. You don't understand the dynamics of those countries. Those countries have not been acculturated in liberal humanism. There is no such thing as, oh, she's a woman, so what? No!
They're saying it has to be this way.
You have to understand the culture. If the people are not willing to change the fascistic culture of their forefathers, you're just gonna get another regime, doesn't matter which ethnicity they're from. You're gonna get another regime that is more dictatorial. Remember Iraq? Iraq had a king, and then a communist government, and then an Arabist government, and then an Arabist socialist government. And they all proposed to be secular, to be very pro-this and pro-that, but each and every one of them created traumas for the Turkmens, for the Syrians, for the Kurds, for the Arabs, and amongst the Arabs, the Shiites, the Sunnis, and amongst the Sunnis, different tribes from Anbar and Mosul. This is the problem. If you want to create a government for the future, okay, you don't tell the people, my alternative is the only way. You tell the people, we are going to work together to topple this theocratic, fascistic, Islamo-fascist regime, this totalitarian regime, including the Basij, including Gashti Irshad, the moral police, including the Sanama. Okay?
So you're doing this over, and I'm gonna push back because Syria was under Islamic.
This is the problem.
No, you've been 2 minutes and you're on for 5.
2 minutes, it hasn't been uploaded. It's been 4 days now.
Sarah, just let him finish.
But how much more time you would give?
I think we'll give him another
gonna speak.
I haven't even got the phone out, Abby.
Okay, no, Alpha, I said finish up. Alpha, finish up.
Yeah, so who's there?
And I'm glad everybody's witnessing this. This is the mentality. This is the mentality of the people.
Just give your point, Alpha.
I'm gonna do a cue because it's a big stage. So Alpha's gonna finish.
Cairo in the queue as well, please.
Alpha's gonna finish and then Simon's gonna speak. Who else is in the
Can I go after Simon?
I'm like hesitant because I just don't want to go back to where you went, Cairo. Stay on topic.
Yeah, I'm staying on topic.
Okay, so Alpha, Simon, Cairo, who wants in the queue?
Yeah, Abby, I know, Hero was here.
And Hero. Okay, got
Hero
it.
would begin after Alpha. Sarah.
Okay, Alpha, Simon.
And you calm him, Abby, because he's speaking IRGC and we don't want to fucking listen to
I'm
him.
not speaking IRGC.
You're the one, we don't care about your We don't care about your father and
Can you talk about Aaron Paul?
you know how you're
Fucking hell, Jesus.
Alpha, Sarah, just let him land, please.
You came to the United States on a pandemic. I came to the United States for my
Oh my God, you guys are old school Iranians. Just you are like how old are you? Like over 40?
Try to do this. We just had such a good room going for a long time now. Let's stay with the energy of it. Alpha, can you finish your point? And then we're going to Simon. Go ahead, Alpha.
You have no idea how good the room was.
Just let him pick up.
Yeah, you guys, come on, let's stop it. Sarah, come on, let's keep this room going. I don't want to do it again. Alpha, is it Alpha's turn or not? I don't know where we are.
Alright.
Alpha is gonna finish speaking, and then we're going. Alpha is gonna finish speaking, and then we're going to Simon.
Okay.
Then we're going to Cairo,
Okay.
and then we're going to.
Hero was jumping.
I'm letting everybody know.
You were before me because you never spoke at all. So
I'm gonna let you guys know right now, we're not having anybody come off mic. We're gonna get through this. And that goes for the mods. I'll just drop you. I'm being serious. I just don't have time for this, okay? Let's just get this through. Let's go. Go ahead.
Okay, to bring it back real quick, Alpha, I think what you're saying is there's no such thing as a true regime change because the culture there just has to be the way it is. Alpha, please, 30 seconds, no one interrupt him. And I know Hero wanted to get in there. Hero, hopefully you'll calm this bitch down a little bit. Simon,
over,
no.
right?
Go ahead, Alpha. 30, 45 seconds.
These people were not triggered.
Hey, dude, who gives a fuck? Just say your point. 30, 45 seconds.
I already demonstrated it. This is the mentality.
Okay, cool. So you're done. So you're done.
I guess he's done already.
Hero, what do you want to say, buddy?
No, I think Simon was next, and then.
Oh, sorry.
I want to see you, so why do you do this, Mike?
What? You want to respond to him so he'll just say some
I
more
do
shit?
want to respond to this.
Yeah, okay, but...
can you please let me to respond?
Wait.
Oh my God, was it getting cute or not?
The kid, let this person speak. The Hero. Yes, thank you, KK. It was Simon is soft spoken, so he's not gonna. Simon was next.
Shall I go then?
Yes, go ahead.
So it's not me or hold on, Abby, I'm confused. I don't understand what's going on here.
Sarah, do you remember
Did you guys change the queue? What happened right now?
Let me just jump in real quick. Okay,
I'm confused because you have me and then the other guy AR. So
I'll help you out, Sarah. Are you part of the queue or are you responding to something? That's the confusion.
I was part of the queue, but I'm gonna use my time to respond to what he said.
You really want to respond to
Can you not do that? Maybe make it more generic.
Yeah, you really want to respond to Alpha?
I want to respond to the fact that somebody would say the culture of Iran. Syria and Iraq, they both have been under Islamic regime for 700 plus years. The last 700 plus years of Iraq, it was Islamic regime. Same with Syria. In Iran, there is 2,500 years of civilization under
Hero then Simon. Or Simon.
Am I wrapping it up? No, I don't have to talk. That's fine.
Well, he's just kind of responding to him directly.
Yeah,
after this, he's gonna respond
I'm
back.
not gonna say anything then.
Right, fair enough. Simon, what's up, buddy?
Nice, room.
Hey, 15 minutes, I'm asking for some seconds.
Hero, you can go first.
Okay. Alright, thank you guys.
Bring the heat, Hero.
Sure. Guys, I'm also Iranian and what just Alpha said, remember we had the discussion about the comment that we had about the Israeli guys? The Jewish, we had a comment about the Jewish, it's almost the same thing, the Persian who supports the IRGC, talking beside themselves, those guys are only, I don't know, you can't listen to them under the cover of them, freedom of speech. He is coming, up and saying, so many words, but none of them making sense. Iranian peoples are happy, nobody wants to, die, of course, under the bombs, but, still, we need this to be, have a good regime change. And I think even the peoples Alpha had an option to vote in the new democracy. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Simon, what's up, buddy?
Okay, thanks, Dave. Well, first to clarify, obviously, I'm not Iranian and I certainly don't live there. But I just think I have a couple of valid observations, which is based upon what we've seen happen before in recent history in terms of regime change, whether it be Libya, Syria, Iraq. Iraq is becoming into a better place now, but when there's a power vacuum, then it leads to sectarianism, factionalism, and to go straight from a regime change, which then creates a vacuum, to a political structure that allows a referendum, that is a big assumption. And for me, that we haven't got evidence based upon what's happened in the region yet. Now, I don't know Iran, like you guys do, so you can probably explain to me why it might not be the case there. But for me, it's the power vacuum that's led, even no matter how bad the regime is. I mean, everybody was cheering on the streets when they pulled down Saddam Hussein's statue. But immediately following that, people resorted to sectarianism and their own faction. And that was a big, and that's with boots on the ground, by the way, from the West. That still led to a long, hard road to get to some kind of decent political environment. So I don't see it going regime change. The son of the Shah, he will start paying. There'll be a transitional government, maybe allowing for a referendum. There may be vote democracy. I just can't see how it will be that smooth based on what we've seen before. Thank you.
Well said, bro. So I think now we got Corey. Cairo, I know you want to get in there. Hold on, Cairo, before you go, we're trying to do this cute thing. Corey, you've been up here on the stage for a long, long time. I've seen you come off mute a couple times. Corey, do you want to jump in too? Not before Kyle or anything, but did you want to jump in?
If you could go, because you're actually right. That's fair if she wants to, or if she, I don't prefer a guy or a girl, they can speak before me, don't worry, I'll go after them.
Alright, so then after Corey, we're going to do Cairo, then No, I think No wanted to get in there. And I know there's a lot of new people on the stage. IR, you can go after No. And then again, we'll allow for responses during the submission. We're not just going to be like, Alpha, no worries, brother. We'll get you in there too. So Corey, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. As the oldest of six, then I had my little brother in the Marines and Desert Storm, the second one there. I'm saying what I'm about to say in the name of humanity. All of the politics and the religious dichotomy, that's a sidebar. But firsthand, my little brother did 10 years in the Marines and in Iraq. And the brother Simon, which I wasn't going to bring it up, but the brother Simon just mentioned that dynamic there. And so
of chattel slavery in the United States of America, when people want to weaponize, I'm gonna double down on the civil rights movement in America, where the United States government of America sick water holes, dogs, billy clubs, assassinations of Dr. King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, and I can name a litany of more about whatever our spirituality. I don't want to use the term religion. It's against my religion as a member of the Nation of Islam to do any religious game banging. That being said, these, whether we're overseas, they call them oligarchs. Over here in America, we call them lobbyists. To be able to manipulate public opinion and society, whether it was Vietnam, the Korean War, where the Gulf of Tonkin, look this up, where there's false flag operations, where they galvanized, like 9/11 was an inside job to manipulate the public for war, where these oligarchs and lobbyists then play on the emotions of the public. Whatever the Iranian people's issues are, the same way they had issues with the Shah Mossadegh, the revolution that happened, they, as Iranian people, there was no outside forces that did that revolution. But that being said there, it is not intellectually honest for us, and I'm saying this as a child of slavery, where we have not received reparations in America, and Adolf Hitler learned from Hollywood, his words, not mine. Do the research. It is not intellectually honest for us to sit up here and pretend that America is some type of human rights champion, and she have not given the children of slavery justice to this very moment in 2026. And thus, when it comes to humanity and fair treatment, we cannot be intellectually, morally, nor scholarly and historically honest to point out who are the conquerors, the colonizers, those who are the aggressors against other human beings across the planet, and what is fair treatment. And in the United States of America,
Hello?
What happened? Huh?
Hello?
Corey, you muted yourself, I think.
Bro, I'm over here in tears right now, okay?
It's chattel slavery.
Oh boy. How do I become an oligarch, guys? I'd like to be an oligarch.
Do I go or?
How much money do you need, KK, to be an oligarch?
I knew reparations was gonna come.
Is he done? Where did he go?
Okay, can we go, who was after him?
I did not know I was on mute.
Oh, there's a
Myself, and I did not know I was on mute.
Lord, child, just keep going.
Corey, you were on mute for about 15 seconds. Good. You want about 15 seconds?
No, you don't have to do that. Just start from here.
Okay, listen. Now, that being said, Marco Rubio and a few other politicians has exposed that the same way, there's a book called Economic Hitman by John Perkins. The same way the United States government and others have did coups in other nations, the United States of America has had a coup. And that being said, regardless of race, creed, or class, every human being should be treated with fairness, justice, and equality. And there are those who are, whether they call them oligarchs or lobbyists, that disrespect the law of nature, humanity, and God. And that is what we are contending with. And this war and this conquest and colonization is ungodly and satanic. I like it.
Good job, Corey. Appreciate your service. I think I remember you from my old school stereo days, man. I hope you're doing well. Hope you and your family are all doing well. It's good to hear your voice.
Next
I think we had Cairo.
Yeah.
Then it was no. Then IR once again there, and I think it's gonna go around the room. I'm sure IR, you and Alpha are gonna go at the same time here. So Cairo, then and then
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Roger.
Alright. Topic obviously is Iran. What should America do? What's in American best interest right now? To be real, what's in America's best interest, I'm assuming not what's in the Iranian people, although I am 100% against the Iranian government. They're disgusting. I'm going to keep explaining it, but I've said that. That being said, what's in America's best interest? Right now, it is not logical, it is not rational to get a regime change in Iran. Unless you go in with ground troops, because who are civilians? Civilians there, they don't have weapons. We're going to hand them weapons and say, hey, go fight against the army or send them militia groups. The Kurdistan, the Kurds, even if they would fight, they're still not pro-Pahlavi, like they hate him. So I don't know how that's going to work. So if a regime change is not likely, it most likely won't be able to happen. Because America, I don't think they can, unless they do a draft and they force people, I don't think they have to do the ground troops and go in there. It's going to make it super bad for us. Right now, Trump, what he should do is say, hey, look, we set them back for a long time. We got the Ayatollah. He can go and sell a W to Americans right now. He should take this chance and try to say, hey, look, we got the guys, we set them back. We killed the Ayatollah, he was so bad. Sell the W to the people and get the fuck out.
Cairo, so the Air Force flipped on the Shah, and that's how the IRGC was able to take over. So just like it flipped one way, it can go back another.
Yeah, but the CIA was involved at that time, but I'm saying right now, it's not looking likely that you're going to get a regime change. One guy dies, another guy's going to take his spot. That's what I believe.
Abby, you also said the king next.
No is next.
No is next.
Actually, I just wanted to.
Oh no, sorry, you're in response to that.
That was an awfully long pause, Cairo, if you had more to say.
No, I don't have more to say. I thought somebody was going to respond.
No is next.
Say no is next.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to just bring up a few points.
What a mic on, that's a good mic there, buddy. Go ahead.
One thing actually is about comparing Iran with the other countries like Libya and Syria and the power vacuum that could happen. One thing that about Iran is Iran has like different kind of armies. One of the armies, which is Artesh, is untouched. So they are there to just protecting the border, so that total border integrity will be kept. And not Israel and not US have not actually done anything to them. So they are there. That's one thing. And if there is a leader that can actually, all of these army can go behind him, we can keep the integrity of our borders. And another point that I wanted to bring up is about the religion in Iran. I've observed what has happened in Iran for like 2-3 decades, and I can say that people in Iran are much less religion right now. Islam invaded Iran around 1300 years ago, and so Islam is based on Arabic, but Iranians speak Persian. And so I think I'm saying that the collective unconsciousness of Iranian people are rejecting Islam, and the Gen Zs, like I can say for sure, like 90-95% of the Gen Zs, they are autistic probably, and even the like people who are like 20 years ago, 20 years old or 30 years old and 50 years old, they are coming back from Islam. So that's another difference from like how the society is being built in terms of the religion compared to the other countries. They talk Arabic, and Islam is very deep in their roots, and it's their culture. But I think Iranians are trying to reject Islam.
Is there any way to have a government in Iran that is independent of Islam?
been in a geographically and geopolitically in a region that has been invaded a lot. The Islamists invaded Iran and they raped Afghans, dead, Mughals dead. So all of this, when Iran gets invaded every like 200-300 years ago, every 200-300 years, it basically the trauma doesn't go away. When you see your mother get raped, your father being killed, it stays there. So one of the reasons that Iranians, what was that?
When were people getting raped? You mean this regime or you see?
No. So I'm just talking about historically, like Islam invaded Iran 1300 years ago, and they
fought a war against the
Sassanid. Come close to Cairo, it's hard to hear you.
Islam fought a war against the Sassanid government at the time, and the Muslims were super outnumbered, and they won a war that the Sassanids started. They invaded. The Sassanids started a war, and the Muslims, in defense, won the war multiple times against the Sassanid Empire.
So I'm just
and the first treaty they signed with the first land.
No, I'm just trying to. I'm not saying who invaded who. I'm just trying to say that Iranians, they
form a history. What you said, the way you said it was incorrect. Just continue.
So you're saying Islam did not start the war?
Just historically.
Okay, just look at it. Just look at the map and see where it started, where Islam is started, and now which countries are under Islam.
I can tell you what happened. There was a delegation sent, Arabs, to the Sassanid emperor at the time, who killed his father, and then he became the emperor. They killed the delegation. It was a war. The Muslims were heavily outnumbered, more than 5 to 1. Multiple.
So yeah, that could be true. But my point was that one of the reasons. My point. So my point was that one of the reasons that Iranians are trying to be a little bit clinging to metaphysics is because of the traumatic events that has happened to them, and they've been tortured, raped from the neighbors. That's what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to be historically correct. You may be right on that regard, and I can take a look at that one. But yeah, so
Sorry about winning. It's about.
I meant Cairo World War Zero. That was a joke. Go ahead.
It's okay. Follow up to that.
So I think that's another point about the Iranians right now. Their state of mind, I guess. I can say most of them, 60-70% of them, they are not religious anymore. And what you see in media, they are mostly because we have only one media that is under the government, fully controlled, and that's what you see. So that's another difference. And the third one is that people are very actually tired of being suppressed and don't have the basic human rights and like basic human rights. So they just want to have like basic human rights, basic freedom, and good income. That's what the people want. They want to have a beer in a good evening and don't get hit. So I guess because of that, they want only a leader that comes and make a transition until we have referendum. And we have that leader, and you have seen that in the basically, I guess it was February 14, over 1 million people protested outside Iran, and also in Iran he has a lot of actually influence. So we want to have him as a leader to see it somehow. Actually, we can go to the transition and have a referendum, and then based on that decide what kind of basically structure people want. But the way to get there is very vague for me, to be honest, right now, because the regime is very brutal and people don't have weapons. But I know that they are ready to get back to the streets, and probably they will the moment
the vast majority of Iranian people, their appetite is for not, obviously to change the regime, but it goes back to the point, which you also said, is that how to get from A to B in a peaceful way that doesn't lead to a breakdown in society, which we've seen in other countries. That is hard to see how it will happen. Because also, the fanatics are obviously the fanatics, and they're prepared, and they're armed, and they're prepared to go to lengths to protect their own position, if nothing else, because obviously their position will be threatened if there is regime change and it's become secular and not religious. So they've got a lot to fight for to survive. And, all people want in the world is security and happiness and opportunity for their family. But getting there is what I think nobody has the answer to. So then that leads to the question, if we don't know how to get to the better place, which let's accept the fact the majority of Iranian people want to get to that point, but it's how you get there peacefully without the whole murdering scenario coming to, then isn't it irresponsible to start the war in the first place?
Yeah, I guess one thing that is happening.
What happened to the queue?
I got you. Go ahead. No, yeah, quick response.
Yeah, I just want to say that the people that are armed right now, and some of them are very ideological, they've been brainwashed, and some of them are still feeling that they want to still probably have a good life and good salary, and they are under a lot of inflation as well. So I guess there is a tipping point, probably, that could cause a less massacre past to get.
Fair enough. Okay, so we got IR next, and then Alpha. I know you two are probably going to squabble back and forth a little bit, so everybody prepare for that. But IR, Alpha, and then we got these new people on the chat here. Pro, Peace, Ashton, good to see you, Ashton. The other guys, that's a nightmare of a name there. And then Iran, so we'll hear from you guys. Now also, but real quick, for the Iranians here, I know IR's one. No, you said you're one that are in Iran. Take it for how you want to. Sarah, you got family there. Real quick, no, just yes or no answer, real quick. Are you in favor of the U.S. involvement in Iran?
Yes, but
are you in favor of it?
No, we don't want any boots on the ground, honestly speaking, because it has consequences, as you know.
Yeah, no boots on the ground. Yeah,
for Trump.
No boots on the ground. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the strikes, and the taking out of the strikes.
Yes, we need it, Mike. We need it.
Go here.
Come on,
Alpha, please.
IR's gonna go here, but IR.
No, IR's the coward.
Hold on, this is nice. We're actually gonna roll.
Let me speak, bro.
If you like, people fight for their
I'm not
place.
appreciate
Donald Trump.
I am gonna say this. No, you said that you are in favor of the thing. Both of you don't like boots on the ground. I'm kind of with you there. But that was interesting. You said, no, you're not in favor of boots on the ground, but you are in favor of the strikes. And I guess that can lead into your time here. Go ahead, buddy. You got the floor.
Thank you so much, Mike. Listen, it depends on how you define boots on the ground. If you mean like full invasion or full, let's say, military operation like Iraq, no, we don't need it. If Trump wants to do it, so it brings a revolution to chaos. I'm 100% sure. Because the situation, gets out of control. Okay, but we need this, let's say, airstrikes, because they killing people, so you need to destroy their bases, and they have no shelter. So this way you can easily bring the power of crackdown system down, so people can, I don't want to say easy, but easier. Let's say people can easier come to the street and protest and just capture the important governmental buildings, as I said. But I just want to leave one very important comment on Alpha, or people like Cairo. Cairo is, I know.
I will crush you.
Let him address you. I told you it was going to be a fight. I'll
man, you better address me inside that. I won't crush you.
All right, well, don't cut him off. Don't be scared of it. Let him address you here and now, and then respond to him. Instead of, bob and weave, and yell, get you on the road to punch your way off. Let's go. It's late night.
I will punch you away, fucking coward.
All right, well, let
just
Chicken shit. Chicken shit. What's
Oh,
that?
man, God, these people are pathetic. Sarah, before I start speaking, Sarah, or all Iranians here, or all friends here, I just want to say Happy Nowruz in advance because tomorrow we have Nowruz, which is the new Persian year. So Happy Nowruz to all of you. Sarah, Azizan, we love you guys. No, I want to speak. Just shut the fuck up and let me speak.
No, you shut the fuck up. Get to the point.
These people like Alpha, they have like
We've killed our inspector.
I'm not a coward. You are a coward. You know why? 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 You are a coward.
I fucking called this. I already knew this was gonna happen. But Alpha, at least let him get 2 sentences in so you have more input. Just get your phrases out right now.
Bro, some people act like children.
Guys, could we talk? Mike, please, can you mute him?
I don't do this for 1 minute. I don't do the stuff.
But Alpha, you are a coward. Guys, could we talk? Right now I'm in Tehran and I'm speaking to you guys from Tehran, directly from the heart of Tehran. But you are a refugee coming east to the West.
I was fucking trying to
If you have balls, so you are a coward.
Alright, I'm gonna bring it back in. Ladies don't know how to bring it back in. How do you connect to the internet? Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back in.
Can we go back to the queue? Can we go back to the queue, please?
Bring it back in.
Okay, let's bring it.
Please kick out this alpha.
There we go. IR. Now, we gave you the stage, IR. I know you're going to say something to Alpha and Cairo. Alpha, you gotta, if you're gonna respond to you're doing it right now, Alpha. Alpha, right now. Chill. I know you're gonna want to respond to him, but your best bet here, I'm telling you, the best strategy is to let him say like 3 or 4 or 5 sentences, and then you'll have even more shit to bury him on that you want to bury him on. So I'm telling you, that's your best strategy. Let him try to bury you, and then you can respond to him. And then bam, and then you know what, we'll take a vote afterwards. IR, go ahead.
Yeah, always on heat.
No, nobody here, but you.
But I will say, IR would be here.
Also, it's a big stage, and a lot of people still want to speak.
I want to take a shot.
But it's a big stage, so there's no.
New people, I already mentioned their name. IR, make your point. I don't have to go after Alpha.
Exactly, I want to come to the point, but he doesn't let me.
Well, I know, I'm just saying how many he's going after me.
Mike, I don't mention
You can
it,
do
but
it. Just keep going.
You know what I'm saying? Don't mention his name because he's all sensitive.
We are also preparing, as I said, we are preparing for those. I don't have much time. I just want to come to the point and then say goodbye to all friends here. The only strategy, in my opinion, that works these days is just bringing the crackdown system power down, as I said, like with, let's say, with the help of airstrikes, so they have no shelter. They cannot, how can I say, they cannot unify or they cannot, let's say, command their forces easily because they have no shelter, they have no base. And the next thing is when also the political leaders are dead or let's say are eliminated, so they get confused. I mean, they cannot control the situation 100%. So that is the time that people need to come to the street. But there is a very important but here, and that is, again, we need help because we are not armed, we have no weapon, we are peaceful people, we just want to change the system, we want just to change the policy of the country, but they have weapons and they kill you. There is no joy. It's not like US or like the West, you come to the street, let's say, free Palestine, and nobody says something. No, here they shoot exactly at your head. So you have to be really careful. So when we come let's say, special forces. So this can be from Mossad, or it can be from CIA. We need the special forces to help people to capture, as I said, important governmental buildings easier, like National Broadcasting Organization, which is called in Persian CMOS, because that is the central regime's propaganda. So we need to capture it, but it has.
Do you think that's what's best for Iran, or that's what's best for America?
It has nothing to do with. Listen, if Iran, Cairo, let me tell you something. I know you're against Trump, okay? So it's your country. I respect your vote.
But
Cairo, I respect you. Cairo, I respect you. I'm not going to talk about your country, as I have only one passport, which is the Iranian passport. So I know what you mean, okay? Maybe you're against Trump, maybe you are a real warrior. I know that. Let me speak, please. Let me please speak. But if Iran should be back to the West, if you want it or not, because the USA wants Iran back. So nobody can resist against USA. You know that, we know that, everybody around the world knows that. Because USA is the power center of the world. So when they say, I want Iran, Venezuela back to the West team, they should be back. Because USA wants to stay against China. It has nothing to do with Iran. Iran is just a small player. The big player, the big picture is USA against China. So let's first, define what we are exactly talking about, and then go for the details. The details right now are like Venezuela, because of oil, Iran, because of oil and gas, and because of very important strategic location that Iran has in the Middle East. We say in Persian or in Farsi in Iran, we say we are located in the Silk Way. I think it is called in English.
Silk Road.
We are exactly, sorry?
Silk Road.
Silk Road, exactly. We are exactly in the middle of Silk